Hello, 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 hello. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a weird day. So I just want to get you ready for that. Because I don't have time to watch all the fucking gay-ass content about this drama. So I have to go off of what's going on. Pregnant man emoji? Indeed. Indeed. Fellbot is doing his job, announcing when I'm live. Thank you, Fellbot. I appreciate you. So I'm going to pull this up real quick because I think we're going to be going all over the place. I'm not going to lie. It's going to be kind of like a crazy, schizophrenic, meandering, thinking out loud kind of day. And if you're not into that, I don't want to fucking hear it. Just fucking go watch something else. It's literally that simple. If you don't want to hear me meandering about the drama, then go fucking watch something else. I think you guys know who I'm talking to. So anyways, let me go ahead and pull this up. Who wants to start a Journey cover band called Oklahoma? Not me. Not me. I don't have the pipes. So let's say, because this is what happened yesterday that people were kind of telling me about. And I thought it was kind of gay, but it's not like the worst thing in the world. So, do not allow snarkers into your community to talk shit about me, Destiny, endlessly. So this is the... Well, hold on. I need to finish that sentence, don't I? Do not allow snarkers into your community to endlessly talk shit about me, or I will no longer associate, fraternize, debate, or talk with you. Okay? Let's say that this is the reasonable ask. And I would say quote-unquote reasonable ask. Because I'm pretty sure I could go into fucking Destiny's community and I could find people talking shit about me. Right? Vazraka, thank you for the gifted. Fashion 40, thank you for the gifted. Officer Nasty with the 5. My glorious overlord, my king, I will no longer behave in a way that upsets my emperor. All mud shall be gone, inshallah. Well, let's figure it out. Let's figure it out. Because I think there's something implicit in here. Unreasonable ask. Since I, Destiny, have a disproportionate amount of clout and power in spite of my... Well, actually, probably... I should put in spite of. But I'm also going to put because of. Because let's be real. Some of the dramas have driven attention to Destiny. So, I think it's a double-edged sword, so to speak. It is safer to ban snarkers entirely so you do not warrant my wrath / disassociation. This is going to be, you know, the main thing that I'm going to return to over and over and over again. And this is why I really fucking like mind maps, is because we can truly articulate like what we think is reasonable or unreasonable. We can map out what we think is going on, and people can't ask for the unreasonable while defending themselves with the reasonable. But big straw man, my man. What's the straw man? Because I'm just going to tell you right now, I think the unreasonable ask is hidden underneath the reasonable ask. I'll just tell you, that's the way that it feels. Is that it's easier to just ban Doobie and just ban Officer Nasty to show that I'm a good boy than it is to allow them to remain in the community, because there's a risk. I can't babysit them 24/7. I don't know what they're doing 24/7 in my Discord. I don't even fucking I don't even hang out in the Discord enough in order to police this shit. So, can we use the Care Bears as a mind map? Not yet. So, for me, like, I can't 24/7 follow everything that fucking Doobie and Officer Nasty are doing. They're known snarkers, or known snarkers if you just want to say it. They don't like Destiny. So, then what do I do? All right. Fellrunner says I can babysit them. Patriarch says that. Okay. That's fine. Oh, well, the drama's over. Fellrunner says that he can babysit them. Just ban Doobie in Discord? See, that's what the fuck I'm saying, though. What has Doobie done in our Discord that warrants him not being a community member besides being an asshole? And by the way, this is like, with Doobie in particular, I think it's the perfect encapsulation of what's being asked. In Patriarch, you're literally doing the unreasonable ask while saying that it's a straw man, which I think is so silly. But what has Doobie done that he hasn't been doing for 5 or 6 years? That's actually my real question. So hold on, let me back up and do some lore. And this is going to be a meandering drama response stream where I just engage with chat and mind map out the details of what I think is going on. So if you're not into that, fucking dip out. So when I showed up in Twitch and YouTube politics, I'll refresh you on the lore a little bit. I was just making content in my own corner. I was literally just posting 10 or 20 minute videos, and truth be told, I probably should have just kept doing that. I probably would have been bigger faster if I kept doing that. But a friend who I love reached out to me named Dylan Burns, who said, hey, I saw your Mike from PA debate. I want you to come onto my panel show. So I went onto his panel show. That's where I met Prime Kai. Prime Kai says, I run a panel show on Mondays. Come by. I said, okay. So I showed up on Prime Kai. And then I started debating Doobie. And guess what Doobie did when I showed up? He played a contrarian fascist in order to roll grenades into the conversation whenever there was a lull in the momentum, in order to trigger the fuck out of everybody and reignite the conversation. And he was quite good at his job in that regard. Not just that, but he would also do, frankly, wild personal attacks, still does to some degree, in order to energize the content. So just as an example, Doobie still thinks, allegedly, he could be just trying to trigger me, he still thinks that I am a cop complicit in the brutalization of random citizens in law enforcement because of the sociological existence of the concept of a goon squad. So what that means is if you spit on cops, you threaten to kill them, you threaten to kill their families, you kick out the windows of a police car, you kick out the cage, you show that you are not willing or able to comply despite being handcuffed in the back of a squad car, they will call, quote unquote, the goon squad, which is 5 big motherfuckers, in order to yank you out of the fucking car, slam you up against the wall, and basically imply to you that resistance at this point is futile. Okay? And so me describing that phenomenological existence, he's like, oh, you're complicit. And it's like, I'm sorry. If somebody's kicking out my fucking window, if somebody's smashing their face up against their cage, if they're threatening to murder everyone around them, if they're actively resisting every time that you're trying to transport them someplace, don't you want a 5-person squad of large men to be able to transport that person from point A to point B? And so that's where it's just gotten like rawly fucking retarded. like Mr. Kirkland or whatever says, any cop who doesn't call it out actively is complicit. Yeah, but what if I fucking agree with it? You know what I'm saying? What if I think that's fair? So, you know, no offense, but you guys are fucking pussies who haven't had a real fist fight in your entire fucking life. So you don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm trying to describe it phenomenologically to you, descriptively, and then you freak the fuck out because you're a bunch of fucking pussies. But that's not my fun. That's not my bag to carry. The point of that is that Doobie has continued to represent my phenomenological description of the Goon Squad existing and my defense of its existence as an enthusiastic endorsement of police brutality. And it's like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about or who you're talking about. So that's crazy. So anyways, but I tolerate that. You know why? Because it's Twitch and YouTube politics. It's a place in which we come in, we throw elbows, we describe reality as we perceive it in hyperbolic ways, and then we fight our rival political tribal ideologues. That's why I fell in love with the space. That's why I've been here for 6 years. That's why even if I was making $0 from this place, I would still be here. Do you understand that? I want you guys to understand this real quick, because there's this whole like pride and honor thing in being able to do this full time. Do you understand if I wasn't able to do this full time, I would go back and do this part time? Do you understand I would still be here? Like I'm not going anywhere. This is how much I fucking love this place. I love this place. I love the fucking schizophrenics. I love the debates. I love the good faith. I love the bad faith. Frankly, the bad faith is sometimes the most entertaining content. So that's where, for me, it's like I'm trying to differentiate between the reasonable ask and the unreasonable ask. I'm trying to say, Fell Runner is saying, you know, not only are we already engaged in the reasonable ask, who wants me gone? Nobody. Not to my knowledge. Because I'm a relatively fair player, because it's a Jordan Peterson quote, right? You don't play to win every game. You play to win the maximum amount of games over the longest period of time so you get to continue playing. And I think a lot of people, you know, J-Stock, Queeman, and Destiny, they play to win every individual game, but it forces them to get into antisocial fucking situations. I'm not that antisocial. I was employed for a decade, maybe a decade and a half, before I became like a Twitch and YouTube political commentator. Ew, Jordan Peterson. Terms of service yourself. So anyways. Listen to the idea, you dipshit. So anyways. So the reasonable ask is, do not allow snarkers into your community to endlessly talk shit about me, parentheses Destiny, or I will no longer associate, fraternize, debate, or talk with you. That's fair. That's a reasonable ask. The unreasonable ask, which I think is underneath it, and Patriarch says, no, that's a straw man, but then he asks for it immediately afterwards, is, since I, parentheses Destiny, have a disproportionate amount of clout and power in spite of it, or because of it, it is safer to ban snarkers entirely so you do not warrant my wrath and disassociation. And I feel like this brings up my analogy of Vietnam and counterinsurgency operations in Vietnam. And you're like, oh, Connor, you're over-intellectualizing. I over-intellectualize everything. So if you don't want to see me over-intellectualize the situation, fuck off. Okay? I don't care about your opinion. I see a lot of gray names in chat. I don't give a fuck about your opinion, frankly. You know what I do? We have so many gifted memberships that we are either green or blue for people who are here all the time. And my community is small enough where I have 50 to 150 live viewers. So I recognize all the regulars. So if you're a gray name and I don't recognize your fucking name, you are under scrutiny for gay ops. You are either, no offense, you are either a passive viewer, a DGGer who wants to influence my position towards GGG, or you're a fucking snarker trying to influence my position towards snark. So, once again, if you're a fucking gray name, just know that I'm not listening to you. Okay? So don't go, oh, this is what you should do. I don't fucking know you. Except for Severin. I know Severin. So anyways, let's go back to over-intellectualizing the scenario. A meandering over-intellectualization of the situation. So, DGGL, hate to see you go. See, and that's like the kind of shit that's fucking, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Mr. Good Path Quick Travel. We haven't even gotten there yet, you fucking dipshit. So now I have to go, oh, are you a snarker who is trying to manipulate a bridge burn between me and Destiny? Or are you a DGGer who's so fucking retarded and such a fucking personality of cultist member that you think any criticism of Destiny whatsoever warrants a bridge burn? Because either way, you're the kind of cunt who makes this fucking entire space worse. So, Louis Salazar, I recognize you. Chill out. Sounds like gay ops, yeah. See, but that's what I'm saying. The militia members, the CIA forces, and the asymmetric guerrillas. They're in amongst the gray names. They're happy to be playing the game in this holy war. So anyways, the point is that I am recommending to Destiny that he adopts a more counterinsurgent model where he has targeted strikes against his enemies, where he catches his enemies engaged in negative behavior through intelligence gathering, and then he can digitally assassinate them through whatever process he deems to be moral and correct. What I think he's currently engaged in is total warfare, where he is burning down the thatch huts, massacring random civilians and airstriking random civilians because he suspects them of being insurgents. And so, for instance, this is where Doobie is a slippery fuck, obviously. Like, when we go back to the Game of Thrones mind map, he's shown as Varys the Spider. So if Doobie thinks that he's being sneaky and we don't recognize the fact that he's being sneaky, why would I depict him as Varys the Spider? Clearly I know that Doobie is sneaky. Doobie enjoys the sneak. He enjoys the cunning. He enjoys the background conversations and all that kind of shit, right? Okay, that's funny. Doobie is worse than that. Evidence it. Show me the evidence. Because that's the thing. I'm a former law enforcement officer, and I'm a former military guy who was in service during the height of counterinsurgency warfare in the War on Terror. And so, yes, I know that in real life, during a moral hysteria, innocent people get hurt and killed. Now, this situation, to be clear, is not war. This is a substantially lower stakes scenario. But the mentality of everybody involved is that of armed conflict. But just because the stakes are super low, we're literally talking about the digital reputations of random fucking schizophrenics on the internet. And then we're talking about whether or not internet creators are going to collaborate with each other in the future. This is like about as low as it can go. Okay? As far as stakes go. But that doesn't mean that we can't infer important moral lessons about how we conduct ourselves as a collective or as individuals within a situation like this. He justifies going after Destiny's Kid. And how did he do so? How did he do so? Wasn't the entire operation, or wasn't the entire calculation effectively that Destiny had already doxed civilians, that Destiny had already doxed esports Batman. You understand that from the classic internet perspective, this perspective is about 5 years old, maybe 10 years old. But you understand from a 5-year-old or 10-year-old perspective, doxing esports Batman was fucked up. You understand that, right? Esports Batman, I haven't heard anybody accuse him of doxing. I haven't heard anybody accuse him of, gay ops. I've heard, and the only thing that I've seen evidenced or reinforced is the fact that JStock asked him to review court documents and give his legal analysis, and he provided said legal analysis. That's the threshold for doxing? See, by civilians you mean insurgents. That's what I'm saying. You guys are fucking bloodthirsty. You're bloodthirsty like a motherfucker. So you're saying that if a lawyer let's say that I just got divorced. Okay? It's a pain point in my life. But let's say that Queeman and JStock looked up my legal documents in reference to my court case, and then they had a lawyer review my divorce so that they could criticize me more aggressively on the internet. At that point, I should dox the lawyer in the hopes that he is digitally harassed. Does that sound sane or fair? Does that sound normal? Because if that sounds normal to you, you've lost the fucking plot. You're too deep in the fucking trenches. You've been in the war for too long. You got fucking shell shock. You've lost your fucking mind. Okay? It would be creepy behavior in my opinion. That's not what I asked you. I asked you if it would I be morally justified in doxing the lawyer who provided legal analysis of my court case to my enemies? Not analogous? How not? How not? Because that's what happened. Esports Batman provided legal analysis to JStock. As a result, he was deemed an insurgent. As a result, he was doxed. Unrepentantly. Did the lawyer shit talk the overlord? Yeah. Yeah, he did. He doesn't like him. And that's the other thing that bugs the shit out of me out of this situation is, by implication, I'm not saying this has been asserted, because I don't think I think it would be laughed out of existence if it was asserted and stated. But by inference, Destiny, he hasn't done things that warrants people hating him. And that's just not true. That might even be where we go today. I might even make a fucking list of all the reasons why people have to hate Destiny besides the Pixie lawsuit. What the fuck would be the ideal outcome of whatever Connor wants Destiny to do? For everybody to chill the fuck out and stop being so fucking gay. That would be the ideal thing. The ideal thing would be, hey, Doobie, stop being so fucking obsessive about fucking Destiny being a moral ill. Hey, JStock, stop being such a fucking schizophrenic in reference to identifying Destiny as the end-all, be-all villain of Twitch and YouTube politics. Take a fucking chill pill. Go walk the fuck outside. And then Destiny, stop being so fucking paranoid about people criticizing you that now you're threatening to blackball relatively neutral parties within the situation who are, relatively speaking, your allies and friends. I consider myself Destiny's friend on a personal level. I understand myself to be a substantially smaller but still peer creator within the industry. So why the fuck am I being threatened? Because I have two fucking snarker F-slurs in my Discord who don't even get to talk shit about Destiny without challenge. Why is my association being threatened? Once again, I'll return to this real quick, just in case Destiny wants to, and DGG want to retreat to the reasonable ask. Let's go back to the reasonable ask. Do not allow snarkers into your community to endlessly talk shit about me, or I will no longer associate, fraternize, debate, or talk with you. That's a fair ask. We've already complied with that. We've already done that. The unreasonable ask that I think is hidden underneath the reasonable ask is, since Destiny has a disproportionate amount of clout, power, and influence, it's easier to just eliminate the snarkers entirely. It's easier to just kill them digitally, purge them digitally from my spaces, because they're that big of a threat. And they're not that big of a fucking threat. It's two fucking F-slurs, no offense, Officer Nasty, but it's two fucking F-slurs talking shit about you on the internet. It's not that big of a fucking deal. It really isn't. Let me take a sip of water. Severin says, I think Wicked and esports are not acceptable to docs, but esports legal analysis is Kiwi nonsense, far-fetched cope, and completely brain-broken believing and saying everything JStock does and legitimizing. Okay. You can't have fucking retarded lawyers analyze, no offense, sorry for the ableist slur. You can't have retarded lawyers give you talking points for your vociferous criticism of another person online. That's gay. That's fucking gay. Can you explain why a lawyer using their credentials to comment on an active case, their arguments being filtered through snarkers so the plaintiff in direct communication remains anonymous? Yeah. Why should he not remain anonymous? The fuck? You need to know his name, address, and telephone number? Why the fuck do you... How about you answer this fucking question, Turtle Pope? Because you've obviously lost the fucking plot. Why do you need to know Esports Batman's name, address, and telephone number to contend with his argumentation? Can you riddle me that real fucking quick? Because I don't think you're going to have a good answer. Also, you really just need to talk to him. I will. It's fine. But if he's going to go on a fucking... If his editor's going to do a fucking bridge burn meme thumbnail, and if he's going to start implicitly threatening Wick in my connection to him, then yeah, I think I have the right to talk about it unfiltered. And if he gets his panties in a fucking twist, that's on him. So anyways, yeah, any DGG foot soldiers want to explain to me what Esports Batman, what knowing his name, address, and telephone number does in order to improve the situation? You want to answer that for me real quick? Go ahead. I'm not seeing it pop up in chat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to describe what is being threatened. Okay? This might take a minute, and once again, I'm going to say it for the people who are coming in. If you don't want a meandering, thinking out loud explanation of the drama from my perspective, then you're not going to enjoy this content and you should fuck off. Okay? So I don't want to hear, oh, Connor's taking long to describe this. Why is he over-intellectualizing? Why is he overthinking? Why is he doing this? Why is he doing that? If you don't like it, fuck off. Okay? So what I would say is, started debating in 2019. Well, let's be real. I started late 2019. So let's do started debating together in summer of 2020. Had a spicy debate that threatened the relationship in 2022. Was not a pussy and took the dog pile in good cheer, despite plenty of other people having the same thing done and then backstabbing Destiny. What's the other thing? Passively aware of personal issues, but did not pry nor try to involve myself directly for a crumb of attention. Passively offered advice or criticism whenever solicited. Sometimes, let's be real, not when solicited, but in good faith as a friend and peer. Peer, I understand how people are going to fucking, do all that kind of shit. did not freak out when the 2024, well, hold on, work together during PV at canvassing events, meeting, greeting, driving, yapping, etc. Then did not freak out at the November 2024 / January 2025 allegations and immediately backstab and shit talk, even though having ample, motivation's the wrong word, having ample pressure and benefit to do so. Continuously have called balls and strikes during the drama while offering earnest criticism, but not spurging the fuck out and acting like Destiny is the greatest villain in Twitch and YouTube politics. Continuously, well, hold on. Only come on stream and debated issues of contention that were actually good for content rather than constantly trying to milk clout and influence like a lot of other orbiters. Plenty of other orbiters who were obsessively sycophantic and milking of clout, money, influence have been the largest backstabbers. And as a result, I, Connor, have maintained a close but respectful distance, both personally and professionally. This is what I've done. Okay? This is Destiny and I relationship. So I'm not over-exaggerating what we've done. I don't think I'm minimizing what we've done together. I feel like this is an accurate description of what we've done. We debated together before PV. We became a little bit closer during PV. I didn't freak the fuck out and backstab him after January 2020. Realistically, I could have backstabbed them in fucking 2022. Had motivation to do so. We had an ugly debate where everybody in fucking DGG, not like 70% of the people who dogpiled me during that conversation are now his sworn fucking enemies. Okay? How funny is that? That I go on to Destiny's show, I get dogpiled by like 6 different creators in reference to an unpopular take. Then fucking 70% of the people who were dogpiling me are now like vicious sworn enemies of Destiny. And I'm like the one person not being a cunt, you know? And then in 2024, late 2024, early 2025, I could have easily been like, oh, he's so bad. He's so evil. Let's kill him. Let's burn him at the stake. Let's murder him. And there were like plenty of people who were saying, you're a bad person for not wanting to kill Destiny right now. And I'm like, I don't care. I'm not gay like you. I don't give a shit. You know, like I don't, that's not the reason why I'm going to backstab Destiny. Destiny leaking homemade pornography to a sex worker is like, that's one of the most predictable things that ever could have fucking happened. And one of the things that's funny about that is that the people who most enabled his behavior, the people who were like, yeah, be a slut, be promiscuous, do whatever you want as long as you have consent, go crazy, bang everyone you want to bang, you know, fucking be a slut. Those are the motherfuckers that backstabbed him the hardest, the fastest. The second that there was like any kind of gray area with like the audio recordings or the video sharing of the video recordings, those people pulled out fucking little knives and they just started shanking the motherfucker in the kidneys. And I was like, no, you guys don't get it. This was very predictable. We kind of knew this was going to happen, you know? God damn. So anyways, if it seems like I'm a little upsetty spaghetti about this scenario, it's because this is a reasonable ask, and I agree with it. This is the unreasonable ask that I think is underneath the reasonable ask. And then this is what's at threat. So if it seems like I'm a little upsetty spaghetti, if it seems like I'm a little upset, it's true. I am upset because I thought that through this process of developing a relationship and not being a fucking clout demon and not fucking constantly trying to milk him and not backstabbing him when I had fucking ample opportunity to do so, I thought I would have fucking earned a little bit more. Now, if Destiny comes out, you know, I don't know if he's going to watch this or not, or if people are just going to feed him clips or whatever the fuck. We might even just have a one-on-one conversation where I re-articulate exactly what the fuck I just said. But if he says the reasonable ask, and that's all he's asking, there's no implicit threat, there's no implicit threat to our friendship, there's no implicit threat to our relationship, fine. Okay? Because the truth is, there's two people, two snarkers in our community, Doobie and Officer Nasty, but we don't let them endlessly talk shit about Destiny. We don't let them do gay ops and P ops. If they're like, Destiny is the fucking most evil, manipulative fucking slut on the fucking planet and he deserves to die, then there's going to be people who are challenging that narrative. They don't just go, oh yeah, I guess he is pretty bad. Right? That's not what happens. So we're already in compliance with the reasonable ask. Okay? But the unreasonable ask that I think is implied, if he says it's not implied, okay, fine. But the unreasonable ask is kind of sitting there and it rubs me wrong. And then once again, the black box that's currently on your screen is our relationship for the past 5 or 6 years as I perceive it. Okay? Isn't it around Discord? Yeah, but why wouldn't the principle apply to other places? If we were covering Destiny drama and Officer Nasty comes in to talk shit about Destiny and then Doobie comes in to talk shit about Destiny, why wouldn't he just change the ask to YouTube chat? Why wouldn't he just say, you're allowing snarkers in your community? So. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. So weirdly enough, Big Papa Cake says something that I think applies in multiple directions. I think you're in a unique spot in this because you backstabbing Destiny is already foretold. You're not going to be swayed by these losers. You have your own reasons for turning on him eventually. But that applies to Doobie too. That applies to Officer Nasty. If Officer Nasty is banned from my community, it'll be because he does something fucked up that pisses me off. If Doobie is banned from my community, it'll be because he does something that pisses me off, although he does piss me off all the time, but I find it entertaining. It'll be because he pisses me off in a way that's not entertaining. Then he'll be removed from my community. But I'm not gonna remove these people from the community because of the implicit unreasonable ask. Okay? I missed the warning, should I care? No, not really. I'm probably making a mountain out of a molehill. Sean Kaplan says, Destiny is just worried that, like Melania's loser new boyfriend, snarkers have infinite amount of time to whisper in your ear, Lord of the Rings style. Yes, but I'm not that person. Okay? And I think I've proven that I'm not that person for 6 fucking years. And Doobie, I think, will tell you that he has spent a lot. There are 2 people that Doobie has spent a shitload of cash on. Okay? Number 1 is Prime Kai. Well, actually, number 1 might be me. But number 2 is Prime Kai. Doobie and Prime Kai have been friends for 6 fucking years, and he is an oiler in Prime Kai's community that is probably keeping the lights on. Okay? He gives to Prime Kai out of, in my opinion, earnest friendship and entertainment. And I think that is valuable and admirable. Okay? Who the fuck is Melania? True. Funny. And then he's given a lot of money to me. Now, here's the thing, though. I think Doobie knows that I'm an intransigent. Let me make sure that I'm using intransigent correct. Let's Google intransigent. Intransigent, completely unwilling to change one's opinions, refuse to compromise, or abandon an extreme position. Okay. I am intransigent when I think I'm right. Okay? I don't give a fuck if Destiny says I'm wrong. I don't give a fuck if his community says I'm wrong. I don't give a fuck if the snarkers think I'm wrong. I don't give a fuck if a world expert leading the field thinks I'm wrong. But I think I have good evidence for why I'm correct. I will stand by my fucking perspective and I will die on my fucking hill. Okay? Irascible even. What a great word. So the point is that, like, I think Doobie knows that I am intransigent. I'm going to look up irascible real quick because that sounds like another great word. Irascible. Having or showing a hot temper, easily angered or provoked. Right. So I think I'm intransigent and irascible in ways that Doobie understands that's entertaining for both of us. Because he comes in and he talks about the Red Sea crisis, and he pays me $10 every 20 minutes in order to talk shit about my perspective on the Red Sea crisis, Hassan Piker in Israel, and I'm talking shit back. He doesn't come in and throw money my way, and then I'm like, oh, Doobie, whatever you say. That doesn't fucking happen. And then same thing with Officer Nasty. Officer Nasty, I'm pretty sure in the beginning parts of our relationship, was timed out multiple times because he was a progressive see you next Tuesday. The only reason why Officer Nasty is still in this community is because I asked him to stop being a see you next Tuesday and to articulate what he believes in a sincere and earnest manner, and he did so. Okay? He still probably disagrees with like 60% of the shit I say. But when we disagree, he goes out of his way, not just to say, you're a see you next Tuesday, you're dumb, you're gay, you should kill yourself. He says, hold up, I think you're wrong on this. Let me give you the variables that I am calculating in order to arrive at my conclusion to see if you can alter your calculus. And so as a result, that's exactly the kind of people that I want to attract regardless of political persuasion. You could be a fucking Groyper and have the same attitude. You could be a fucking Nazi and have the same attitude. You could be a communist and have the same attitude. You could be what is it? Like a fucking radlib, and you could have the same attitude. And as long as you have the same attitude of like, I think you're fucking wrong, fuck you, but I'm going to articulate why I think you're fucking wronging. Or just wronging. Why did I read that? Why you're wrong? I'm fine. That's fucking fine. But you have to articulate why. And if you don't articulate why, then you get fucking banned. Right? This is Lord of the Flies for Drama Slop Autistics. Right. And let's remind the audience before we move on that, like, let's say Destiny watches this or doesn't watch this or has a clip fed back to him, and then he goes, you know what? Connor and I have been friends, Lee, for 5 or 6 years, but this is too far for me. Fuck him. Do you know what's going to happen? I'm going to go into my corner and I'm going to make content. He's going to go into his corner and make content, and then I'll react to his debates whenever he has a spicy one, and that's it. It'll suck. For me, it'll suck because I'll feel like I lost a 5-year or 6-year online friendly friend relationship. Like it would be the same thing if I lost Dylan Burns as a friend. That would suck. I like Dylan a lot. We've hung out Probably as many times as I've hung out with Steven. I fucking love Dylan. If Dylan gets killed, I will be legitimately fucking sad because he's not just an online creator to me. He actually is a friendly friend, online person that I've met in real life several times, who I have excellent rapport with and who I respect for a variety of reasons. So it would suck, but guess what? The stakes are this fucking high, okay? The stakes are on the fucking ground. People who are friends are no longer friends. That's it. That's all that fucking happens. Okay? So let's just sober check this shit real quick. Now, even if it's not totally analogous, I want to show you guys a picture. Vietnam execution of Viet Cong soldier by police chief picture. Okay. So this is a wildly famous picture. Let me move my shit out of here real quick. And just give me some rope because I'm just going to go for it, okay? This is a wildly famous picture from the conflict in Vietnam. And it was used as anti-war propaganda for the brutality of South Vietnam and why we should stop supporting them. Okay? But the story around this is actually really fucked up. Okay? So the story behind this is that this guy was a part of a Viet Cong hit squad that went to this police chief's barracks, and it was a family compound. So it was a compound that had families of the Southern Vietnamese police. Okay? And so what happened was this guy's Viet Cong squad went into the compound and slaughtered everyone inside the compound, men, women, and children. Okay? And so what ends up happening is this police chief has this guy brought in front of him, and they're like, yep, he was a part of the squad. We caught him inside the compound. I think like the deputy chief and his family were in the compound at the time. Somebody can correct me on the detail. But effectively, he was godfather. The police chief was the godfather to some of the children who were slaughtered inside the compound. And so he summary executes this guy in the street. And so the reason why I'm bringing this shit up is because perception in conflict is just as important as reality, and I am desperately trying to hold on to reality. Okay? Desperately trying to hold on to reality. And the reality is that Steven has done bad things. There are a host of people, there are a host of people who hate destiny for justified and unjustified reasons. And some of those people have made it their life's mission to ruin fucking Destiny's life. That is true. We do not know if those same people are Queeman and J-Stock specifically. Now, what I did in my drawing of asymmetric warfare, which I have analogized this drama to because I fucking like it, is I am advocating for Steven to engage in counterinsurgency warfare. It minimizes civilian casualties. It maximizes your moral authority. It wins you the approval of the civilian population. And so as a result, in my opinion, it's the best way to conduct warfare. Okay? So in this analogy, I'm recommending that Steven find the evidence for the people who are actively engaging not just in criticism, but in pseudo-criminal behavior, and then punish them accordingly. That's what I'm advocating for. Okay? What I think Destiny is doing is total warfare. Oh, can I move my webcam so you can see better? Yes, I can. Here's counterinsurgency warfare. Obtain evidence of the insurgents' bad behavior and then deal with them accordingly. Okay? What I think Destiny is engaged in is total fucking warfare. What he's doing is he's killing random civilians who are sympathetic to the insurgents, like esports Batman as an example, when that is not necessarily warranted. And then he's setting fire to the thatched roofs. Here's another very famous picture, and it's a American soldier setting fire to the thatched roof of a civilian's hut because the civilian was sympathetic or suspected to be sympathetic of the Viet Cong. And then what I would say is, in this analogy standpoint, by threatening Wick and threatening me implicitly, is he saying, hey, you know, fucking expel suspected insurgents, Officer Nasty and Dooby, from your space, or we're going to fucking set your thatch house on fire. Right? That's what it feels like. Now, here's the thing. When it comes to freedom fighters versus terrorists, these are where I think the J-Stock and fucking Queeman crowd lose me. Okay? And J-Stock and Queeman say, hey, we're freedom fighters. We're only targeting the worst guys. We're targeting DGG community members who are, super sweepy and shitty for, Destiny. We are targeting orbiters that enable Destiny's endless rape machine. We are targeting Destiny himself, ergo we are freedom fighters. And within this analogies framework, they're saying, no, we're targeting the right people and we're only hurting the right people. And on top of that, our tactics are above reproach. We're not engaged in doxing and harassing. We're only engaged in online criticism. Okay? But what we see is fellow travelers attacking random civilians. Okay? And so, for me, with Saiba involving himself in the drama, emailing Rose's family, that's attacking random civilians in this analogy. And Saiba is one of J-Stock's community members. Okay? Then, what was the other one? We had another good one. Oh, whoever attacked Destiny, or no, not Destiny, excuse me. Whoever attacked Hutch's sister, whoever that piece of shit is, okay? That fucking piece of shit is attacking random civilians. Could be funny, could be weird, whatever. But it's antisocial as fuck, right? And so that person, the two people that I can cite are Saiba and whoever attacked Hutch's sister. And Wick. Whoever went and got Wick's dox information and posted it within the Discord, that's alleged. I haven't seen that. But fuck them. Wick hasn't done anything that warrants being doxed. That's fucking crazy. Wick, so hold on. It depends, right? It depends on your perspective. So somebody says, what is Wick considered in this scenario? I would say that Wick's a fucking civilian. I would say that Wick just every now and then talks to Destiny. But they deemed him, in an analogy standpoint, they deemed Wick a orbiter supporter of Destiny's bad behavior and therefore warranting of targeting. But I think that's fucking schizophrenic. Okay? Mutton wants to talk. We can talk in a second. Mutton is calling. Mutton, you can wait. Appreciate you. Love you. But you can wait. Okay? Yeah. We can talk in a second. But the point is that Saiba, whoever attacked Wick, and whoever attacked Hutch's sister, in my opinion, they're fucking terrorists. They're not freedom fighters. Okay? Then, this is where it jumps the shark, in my opinion. Okay? You don't have all the evidence? Then send it to me, you fucking pussy. How about that shit? Sorry, this is a funny one. Hold on, let me go over this real quick for a comedic break. So this is my community. This is the Snarkers and Schizo DGG engaged in, the Snarkers specifically are looking for Hassan Twitter likes, which is an analogy to heroin. This is personal identifiable information in gay apps. This is hate watching Twitch and YouTube politics endlessly. And this is a Schizo Discord community that's jerking you off about it. And then this is my community saying, this is kind of weird. And then this is Snarker creators like JStock saying, oh my God, let people enjoy things. Little bit of a comedic break for that one. All right. Anyways, so in my opinion, this is another thing that happened that frustrates the shit out of me. So let's say that Queeman and JStock are saying Destiny's engaged in total warfare. A more moral arbiter would be engaged in counterinsurgency warfare. Therefore, we think that just proves that he's a tyrannical piece of shit who deserves all the attacks that he's getting. That's Queeman and JStock's argument. And they also say it is immoral for you to engage in total warfare. Therefore, you have to and should engage in counterinsurgency warfare. One of the things that JStock said, which does not take credit for the worst behavior amongst his community, but I think it's enough for me to say, hey, bro, you probably need to rethink what the fuck you're doing. JStock is saying, I am a noble freedom fighter, and the only people that I'm attacking are Destiny himself, who deserves it, Orbiters, who enables Destiny's tyranny, and DGG pieces of shit foot soldiers, who also enables Destiny's tyranny, in this case analogized to security forces. And then, but I'm going to tolerate Saiba being around me. I'm going to tolerate whoever doxed or harassed Hutch's dead sister. Dox or harass, that doesn't make sense. Whoever harassed Hutch with Hutch's dead sister, I'm going to tolerate that person in my presence. I'm going to tolerate whoever doxed Wick in my presence. And then, because Hutch said, oh, you actually can't harass me about my dead sister because I know, I know what I did in reference to my sister dying, and therefore that's not going to fuck me up emotionally. Therefore, fuck you. And I'm actually going to take this time to tell a really beautiful story. JStock is saying, God damn it, that's not the one I want. It's this one. JStock said, and I quote, you are, by saying that we're having no effect on you, he would deny the we, but let's just go with the we. By denying that we're having no effect on you, you are going to summon a summoning circle of demons. And so as a result, you are going to get raped to death by demons who are going to go out of their way to fuck your life up because you're saying that us, even though he'll deny the us, are proverbially, we're not having an effect. Therefore, you're summoning a summoning circle of demons who are going to fuck your life up. And at this point, it's not fun and games anymore. Okay? It's not fun and games. It's not fun and games to harass a woman who doesn't want to be involved in a civil suit. It's not fun and games in order to make fun of somebody's fucking dead sister. You could do it if you actually love the person and you're trying to take the sting out of the loss of their loved one. That's when you can make fun of a dead loved one. But if your goal is to hurt the feelings of a former addict in the hopes that he relapses and ultimately commits suicide, you're a fucking piece of shit, and I hope you kill yourself. Let's see how many reports I get on that one. In a video game, okay? No, fuck that. You are a bad person if you want Hutch to relapse and ultimately kill himself. You're a fucking bad person, and I hope you go to fucking hell. How's that? Is that fair? I think that's fair. And then a summoning circle of fucking demons. If you're on the side of a summoning circle of fucking demons, maybe take a step back. Don't you think? Don't you think it's time to fucking de-escalate a little bit? Don't you think it's time to back off a little bit if you're hanging out with a summoning circle of fucking demons? So, I'll talk to Mutton. But now my fucking DMs are getting blown up. Ogre Boy, a statement from our community. Very long. Queeman, the person who doxed Wick, was ousted from everywhere the moment he was forced out, to be clear. Okay, so Queeman, you're a freedom fighter, but you have terrorists amongst you. So I applaud you for policing the terrorists out of your Discord server. But once again, I don't think that you can be too upset, because once again, I'm advocating for counterinsurgent warfare. I think DGG and Destiny are engaged in total warfare. But when you look at the total picture of everybody that involved, if you're a freedom fighter and there happen to be terrorists right next to you, and then there happens to be a summoning circle of demons right next to you, you can't be fucking surprised when people go scorched earth on you. It just is what it is. Like, I can feel bad for you. I can criticize it. Okay. Yeah, Queeman says, I don't need credit, but we can talk about it later if you're up for it. Sure. Sure, we can talk about it later. But anyways, my advice to Queeman and J-Stock, and by the way, Queeman's going to do what the fuck he does anyways. He's more fucking intransigent and obstinate than I am. So I expect Queeman's going to do what Queeman does until the fucking stars burn out. Okay? Okay. So Queeman's going to do what Queeman does regardless. The entire fucking, the solar system could be burning out, and fucking Queeman's going to do what Queeman does, right? But what I'm suggesting to J-Stock, I suppose, because that demon clip, I was like, oh shit, that's really fucking bad. With that demon clip, if you are a freedom fighter, but you're finding yourself in the company of summoning circle demons and fucking terrorists, maybe you need to slow the fuck down. Intransigent. Not a trans agent to my knowledge. Intransigent. All right. So before I talk to Mutton, if Mutton's still around, I'll talk to him. I'm going to go over my latest drawing real quick, because I think this will keep the conversation centered, where I don't have to go too far and he doesn't have to go too far. Okay? The reasonable ask is, do not allow snarkers into your community to endlessly talk shit about me, parentheses Destiny, or I will no longer associate, fraternize, debate, or talk with you. That's a reasonable ask. But number one, my submission to the court would be that that's never happened in our community. I don't think there's evidence that it ever has happened in our community. And number two, that wouldn't happen in our community, because the two snarkers, known snarkers in our community, Officer Nasty and Dooby, they are challenged. They are challenged every single time. Every time they go on a fucking schizo rant about Destiny, they are challenged. Every time they go on a schizo rant about Israel, they are challenged. We have a contentious relationship. They are not allowed to run amok in my Discord or my chat and do gay apps. They're just not. Then, the unreasonable ask that I think is implied is, since I, parentheses Destiny, have a disproportionate amount of clout and power in spite of / because of it, it is safer to ban snarkers entirely, so you do not warrant my wrath or disassociation. So that is going to be what centers the conversation between Mutton and I. And then if you just want to look at the black text, that's just a summary of my and Destiny's relationship, which I think warrants me a little bit more charity and consideration than the average bear. So, Mutton's driving home, so it'll be a few minutes. Okay, that's fine. Let me check out Moody Booty real quick. Yes. Let me just see if he's still in the car or if he's home. All right. Well, since I have everybody's attention, can I thank everybody who has talked shit about me in my Discord, or not in my Discord, in reference to my divorce? Can I thank them for making me look beautiful in the thumbnails? Talking shit about my divorce. Not very nice. Making me look handsome in the fucking in the thumbnails. Very nice. So, anyways, let me go ahead and go full screen, engage with chat for a little bit. I did try calling Moody Booty, but I think he's in the car still, so maybe he'll call us later. I'll just fight with chat for a minute for shits and giggles. Let me go ahead and thank the people who have donated as well. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Quick reminder, while we are talking about relationships and bridges and all that kind of shit, just know that the stakes are on the ground. So, hello? Moody, you there?
Yeah. Sorry, I just got back from going a walk.
That's fine. Autistic internet drama.
Welcome. Do you want me cam on? Do you care?
I don't care. I'll bring you on screen in a second, but I wanna read this real quick. Bravo20 says you're seriously a terrible friend and a shitty person. You downplay what Doobie is doing and strawman what Destiny has asked to play it all off. That does sound like a DGG cultist. So, eat a dick. Terms of service. How's that? All right, let me save this real quick. Reasonable versus unreasonable ask. Okay, let me bring you over here, Mr. Mutton. And let me turn you up a little bit because you're a little low on my end. All right.
Okay.
What you got?
All right. I'm not here to debate bro you, okay? Genuinely.
Sure.
I'm not here as DGG's fucking strongest warrior. I'm on here to just talk to you real quick on, I guess, a 10-year-long friendship I've had with fucking Steve, okay? So my question is, why would you want to continue having people in your community who are trying actively to destroy his life? And I know that sounds like inflammatory and like mean, but that's not, I'm not trying to come across that way. I'm trying to get your like line of thinking down.
Because I need evidence that they're actively trying to destroy his life.
Okay. I'm pretty sure he has that.
Okay. I haven't seen it.
He hasn't shown you it? He hasn't talked to you about it?
He's shown me, and I think it's out now.
Mm-hmm.
He's shown me that J-Stock coordinated a mass report on his channels in an attempt to get him demonetized.
Okay.
But J-Stock's argument, and J-Stock admitted to that already, so I don't think I'm sharing any secrets.
Mm-hmm.
But J-Stock's counter argument, which I think if you're capable of looking at different people's perspectives, you could understand it from his perspective, is that Destiny was actively doxing him at that time and doxing his community members.
Okay.
So he's arguing self-defense.
Sure. He's going for the DDoS kid argument. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
He's trying to destroy J-Stock's life. So J-Stock's like, all right, well, fuck it. You know, balls to the wall. We go here. However, I understand why J-Stock could feel that way, but why did Steve go and try to dox J-Stock and others? What was his reasoning behind that?
That they are an information nexus of criticism on the internet that is likely cross-pollinating with Kiwi Farms doxers and harassers who are actively trying to fuck up his life.
I agree with the latter half. The former half, I would say these people are trying to destroy his life, and they are actively engaged in not only gay ops, but they're engaged in a coordinated effort to contact Pixie/Pixie's attorneys and get Steve for $15 million.
Yeah, isn't that Saiba, though?
That is all of them.
So you're saying
it's not just Saiba.
Dude, by the way, I'm going to write this shit down, okay?
Yeah, you can ask Steve about it. Again, I don't know everything, but this is what I'm picking up from A, being in the channel and listening on stream, and B, from a little bit what I'm hearing of behind streams. It's not just Saiba. And I know I even sound schizo. I know Steve sounds schizo, but it really is like a group of people who are working in tandem and together.
Okay. So hold on. Let's break that down real quick, because I think I can even evidence your claim real quick.
Yeah.
So J-Stock has not wanted to be a part of the court case because he doesn't want to expose his information / opening him up to opening himself up to additional public harassment. But I know that he's communicating. I was probably going to get there. I was going to say he communicated with Pixie and Pixie's team to maximally provide information in order to help out Pixie's court case. Correct?
Yep. Yeah,
and
I would agree to that.
And then Saiba emailed Rose and Rose's family in order to get her involved in the court case.
I would not say email. I would say harassed, but yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yes, sure. Okay. So those things are explained by, logically, Destiny's conduct.
Okay.
And here's another thing. Here's another thing too. Because you're saying, well, if you're truly Destiny's friend, if you actually have his best interests at heart, why are you tolerating the presence of people who want to destroy Destiny?
But I'm not saying if you're truly his friend. I'm just saying, like, why would you want to do that? Because I think that you're a good faith actor for the most part, and I think that you are his friend. I'm just saying it like, what is your rationale behind it? Because I don't think you're trying to be an asshole. Because
this is Twitch and YouTube politics where schizophrenia is a part of the fucking game. So the second that we start going into our fortress arcs, like Vosh, our fortress arcs like Hassan Piker, and we stop dealing with schizophrenics, this place becomes infinitely more gay and less fun.
Okay, so I hear you there. But these are people, in my opinion, who are actively trying to destroy his life, his livelihood, and all of that. In my opinion, they're not worth the little amount of fun over two of them.
But it's not even... Well, and by the way, I'm just going to pull this back up on... I'm going to pull this up on screen again. So what I said is the reasonable ask that I've heard Destiny articulate is do not allow snarkers into your community to endlessly talk shit about Steven, or he will no longer associate, fraternize, debate, or talk with you. And then I said that implicit within that statement is that since Destiny has a disproportionate amount of clout and power, it's safer to ban the two snarkers that we know of, so I don't warrant Steven's wrath and or disassociation. And I'm just going to point out that you are one of Steven's closest friends, and you have just articulated the implicit threat that I read through the situation.
1,000,000,000% the implicit threat is there, but I think if you're a good faith, in my mind, that wouldn't even come to my mind, right? It's not even like on the forefront. It's just, oh, I see what he's asking. He doesn't want these fucking people who are trying to destroy his life in my community. Let me just get rid of them. I'm not going to worry. I'm not going to go then and worry about like, oh, well, is it because Steve is like a bigger content creator to me? How is this going to affect my finances? Blah, blah, blah. I'm his friend. I'm just going to be like, okay, yeah, these people are terrible. I'm just going to get rid of them. I understand that the second part can be there. Yeah.
The two people who have been identified as snarkers in my community are okay. Have you seen my, I don't want to repeat it if I don't need to. Have you seen my counterinsurgency drawing?
I was watching your stream, but then I had to return some monitors, so I missed it. So
I'm gonna share this with you real quick.
Yeah, send it over.
Because I'm gonna share this with you real quick because I actually think not only is it pertinent to the conversation, I think it'll explain my moral framework in such a way that not only will you be able to see it, you might even be able to, help me execute what you're asking of me in a just way. Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the drawing, and then how do I share it with Mutton?
You could just take a screenshot of it and then post it in our Discord chat.
Well, sure. I think I can just go back
to
Discord and I can share screen with you.
That works too.
Asking myself rhetorically because I'm a dipshit. So, let me know when you can see it.
I can see it.
Okay. So I've used the war in Vietnam as a metaphor for this conflict. And I think there's a just way to conduct conflict, and I think there's an unjust way to conduct conflict.
All right.
And so, if you'll consult your drawing, I think
Watching.
that Steven is engaged in total warfare. If there is somebody who is fucking with him, suspected of fucking with him, etc., they basically deserve to be like raped, dead, and in a ditch. So he will digitally airstrike them, dox them, do gay ops, whatever, in order to kill these people.
I want to clarify there.
Yeah.
I think if this is not someone just fucking with him, I think this is if someone is trying to absolutely ruin his life. There are many people online who try to fuck with him that he doesn't go all out on and dox and do all the other things. So
Sure.
I think that there is a distinction, but yeah.
Okay, so if I can direct your attention to the left side of the drawing.
Yep.
This is counterinsurgency warfare, where rather than napalming, burning the thatched houses, and executing random people suspected of being counterinsurgents against you, you target specifically the insurgents and you take them out. So, what I would need, because you're basically asking me, I know the stakes are very low, okay? The stakes are banning people from Discord, okay? So I don't want to exaggerate the stakes here. But
No, but I understand. It's like it is a line in your community that gets drawn.
well, and he's asking me, effectively, let's assume that I'm the mayor of a small Vietnamese village, and let's say that Officer Nasty and Dooby are Viet Cong sympathizers, but
Okay.
I'm saying they're not to my knowledge, they haven't been demonstrated to be active members of the Viet Cong, and you're
Okay.
asking me to fucking eliminate them from my society, or else I'm no longer part of, South Vietnam or whatever, and I can be treated as an enemy. I'll at minimum be treated neutral. I'll at maximum be treated as an enemy. So my question is, what evidence do you have that Officer Nasty specifically and Doobie specifically are Viet Cong?
Officer Nasty, I have no idea. I will not speak on that person because I have just no idea about them. I've never heard of them before, blah, blah, blah. However, Doobie, I will say, if what's the phrase? If it walks like a duck, if it quacks and it has like feathers, it's probably a duck or whatever. Doobie is in Snarker servers. Doobie is in JStock server. Doobie is in Wix server talking shit on Destiny for like 6 hours at a time, apparently. So if this guy is going and attending every single Viet Cong meeting that's happening, well, I mean, there's a good chance that he's a Viet Cong, first off. And second off, I don't have information offhand if he is like actively trying to destroy Steve's life and handing over information to Pixie one-on-one, but he is at the bare minimum in cohorts with these groups. Heavily.
Do you understand?
So,
I just want to ask this on a principle basis. So do you understand, like, metaphorically, do you understand like the Viet Cong's rationale?
I haven't looked into Vietnam a ton.
No. I mean, sorry, I'm talking about metaphorically. Do you understand JStock, Doobie, President Sunday?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Aaron's
Do I understand
hatred of Steven? Logically, even if you don't agree with it?
To an extent, I can understand why they hate him, sure, but my reasoning is probably going to not be what yours is.
Okay.
My reasoning is
that
they turned on him because I think that they are looking for clout. They saw it as an easy moment to like garner more clout. I don't think that these people actually have any real morals and care about what Steve allegedly did, etc. So that would be my reason. They're in it for clout, money, and fame.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, actually, let me try to continue with the metaphor by also, but also making it messy by applying like American moral. Sean Kaplan says, "Stop comparing real friendships to the Viet Cong, you autists." No, fuck you, Sean Kaplan. Anyways,
I don't mind his analogy.
I love my analogy. So anyways, so here's the thing. I'm going to make the analogy even more messy because I'm going to apply like American moral standards, Twitch and YouTube moral standards, and maybe even like our legal concept.
Sure.
So for me, disagreement does not mean that I have to disassociate with you. If you're literally unironically a fascist or a communist.
Sure, you can have conversations.
Yes. And so, also from an American moral perspective, the criticism in our freedom of conscience and freedom of speech, our capacity to articulate what we believe sincerely without threat, is something that we've obviously enshrined, not just into our legalistic framework, but into our culture. And so when somebody says, sorry, go ahead.
I just want to add something to that. Yes, but we still have semi-prohibited speech around, like, if you're in a building and you yell fire, right?
Sure. Yeah, there's limits.
Which is what I'm going to argue that J-Stock and Doobie do.
Yeah, sure. But I'm not...
Go ahead, yeah.
The only time that J-Stock and I would ever talk is exclusively for a contentious conversation. Queeman, I might pick his brain, but it's largely going to be a contentious conversation. Doobie, I might pick his brain, but it's largely going to be a contentious conversation. So we're not friends. You know, we don't... Well, maybe I'm friendly with Doobie. But... we don't like fucking sit around in a circle and jerk each other off about how fucking evil Steven is. If anything, what we do is they come on in order to defend their hyperbolic criticism of Steven, and I say, that's retarded, unemployed, schizophrenic behavior. Those are the conversations I'm having, and those are the conversations that my community has with them in my Discord. We're not endorsing them. We're not swallowing their psychological operation bullshit.
Okay. Now, not trying to be aggressive, etc. I understand that Doobie's in your... Is Doobie in your Discord a lot, talking on voice chat for hours on end?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't know.
Okay. So I will say that in my mind is a bit of a flaw in your logic there, because then you don't know how often he's in there doing gay ops or whatever without having pushback. And I think that's Steven's biggest issue, is that he is in Discord communities and he's in there basically getting the microphone and cultivating like I'm going to get 10 people in a room and I'm going to talk shit on something, and eventually people are going to start agreeing because I'm just giving it to them constantly, right? Does that make sense to you? Have you ever heard of the elevator experiment, where you get in an elevator and everybody's turned the other way, so like somebody turns to conform?
No, but it makes sense.
Okay, so that's kind of what I'm saying there. Is Doobie is probably in your Discord server. He is talking to people. He's bringing other people in there, would be my guess. Again, I don't have proof of this. He's bringing other people in there to agree with him. And then people are like, oh, okay, these two are agreeing. I hear what they're saying. And they're getting like mind fucked over it because there isn't sufficient pushback. See, I'm speaking for Steve here. I don't think he has a problem with you doing pushback or talking to Doobie or talking to JSuck on your stream. The issue is that the unfiltered access to your communities to be able to do it behind the scene without any pushback.
Okay. I think that we would need... So basically, once again, let's pretend that I'm the mayor of a South Vietnamese village, and you're telling me that I'm saying I got 2 Vietnamese Viet Cong sympathizers. You're saying walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, they're Viet Cong. What I'm saying is, number one, let's just say that I am a obstinate and intransigent person sometimes, and I don't like threats, implicit or otherwise. And so my instinct, when I'm told, hey, do this or else, my typical answer is, give me evidence or fucking make me. And so,
100%. Yeah.
Right. So that's the thing. So with Officer Nasty, I know you're saying that you don't have evidence.
I've never heard of the guy.
I'm just telling you, before he's banned from my chat or banned from my Discord, I'm gonna need evidence that he's basically Viet Cong. We should probably talk about where the line is in a second between a Viet Cong sympathizer and Viet Cong. And then for Doobie as well, you guys say that you have the evidence. You say that he's VC. He walks like a duck. He talks like a duck. He is a duck. I need evidence before I say,
okay, I'm sure that Steve can send you that.
I'm going to help you excise this guy from my community.
The problem is that, again, I don't have evidence of this, and it seemed like you don't know how often Doobie is in your Discord. So I'm only going with like my example. My example would be Wick's Discord, right? In Wick's Discord, Steve was in there.
Can I give you this information real quick? I know for a fact that the flock, because I see it popping off all the time, I know for a fact that the flock on Wick's server is probably one of the most popular communicative spaces in Twitch and YouTube politics. It seems like it's always active. It seems like there's always people in text, always people in VC. And so I don't know what's going on there. But I would say my Discord is 1,000 people there's maybe 2 or 3 people in VC at any given time, and I don't even think that's true a majority of the time. Most of the people are in text, and then also Fellrunner, who's my chief mod, and Taze, who's my former chief mod and editor, fucking hate Doobie. He is not going anywhere that I know of, and I would need evidence to the contrary. He is not going anywhere in my community unchallenged.
100%. I hear what you're saying there. And if that's true, then I don't think that you would fall into Steve's like giga ban. I think his issue is when people are holding like Viet Cong fucking rallies in the village and it's being unchecked. So I'm going to just do my quick thing. So an example of Doobie doing this.
Sorry. That's fair. And I agree with you. If VC sympathizers were holding VC rallies in my Discord, then I would 100% excise them from the community. That's something that I can agree to before I even see the evidence. Let's go a step further then. Sorry for interrupting.
They are doing this in Wick's Discord. Destiny was in there. He joined. Doobie and him had like a 70-minute debate. And during that debate, Steve asked Wick's Discord, he said, hey, how often are you guys seeing Wick in here? Or sorry, not Wick. Doobie in here for hours at a time talking about me. And there was like an up or a down vote if you've seen it for hours at a time, right? There were like 50 people who did an up vote. And there was like 4 people who did down vote. So let's say half of those people are DGGers just fucking around. That still means that there's 20 people who are in Discord seeing this guy in there for 4 hours at a time holding fucking Viet Cong rallies against Steven.
Sure. No, I not only do I accept this framing, I understand the logic of it, and I would be against it. So if that's a differentiation that we can make, where effectively I have a Viet Cong proselytizer, a Viet Cong propagandist, I got one big one and I got one small one in my community, but they're not allowed to hold rallies within my community. That is something that I can easily agree to. I think
so. Let's move it a little bit further.
Sure.
This guy is holding rallies in other communities. It's been proven, specifically for Doobie. Do you want the chance of him being able to hold rallies in yours? The answer if he holds rallies in mine, he's gone. Or yes. But if he holds rallies, yes.
Yes.
If he doesn't hold rallies in yours, then you find that to be okay.
Yes.
Okay. I would disagree with you, but I understand why you could go to the opinion of, yeah, it would be okay.
That's more of like an American free speech, freedom of conscience thing that I don't want people to be schizophrenic or antisocial. That I try to, literally the name Girl Hottest is implying being radically normal. We're trying to be radical about being fucking able to grill. So basically, by policing schizophrenic antisocial behavior, it has a correlated but not intended effect of either putting snarkers on blast or not having any snarkers at all. And so I feel like we're not trying to target VC. What we're trying to do is we're trying to like target like the asymmetric warfare. And so by prohibiting asymmetric warfare against Destiny and DGG, we've accidentally prohibited VC, right? But it's not the concept that I think that hating Destiny should be like a punishable, disassociative fucking thought crime. It's the fact that I'm prohibiting antisocial fucking schizoid POPs, POPs is personal identifiable information operations, since they want to fucking say, oh, we're not doing gay ops because gay ops is this, and we're not doing doxing because doxing is this. I added POPs, and a lot of them are engaged in POPs. We don't do that shit at all.
Okay, so in your mind, if you're Laos and there's a Viet Cong and they are actively doing fucked up shit in Vietnam, and they come over to Laos for a beer, you don't mind them coming to your bar?
They can come to my bar, but when the fucking American and South Vietnamese forces come to my town, I want them to shoot and kill. Well, number one, I want them to know proof positive that person is Viet Cong.
Okay, so if you're a bartender and they're fighting, that's you want, when Americans come to your bar and the Viet Cong's there, you want them to have like a verbal disagreement inside the bar.
Well, ideally, I think we're getting a little lost in the metaphor, but hold on, because I think I can move it back to the metaphor. So let's say that you think that Doobie deserves a certain sanction for his behavior. Let's say that it's doxing. You want to dox him. You want to report him to his coworkers, employers, friends, family, whatever. That's what I would see as conducting digital warfare against Doobie. What I would ask of you as a let's say that I'm Laos, right? I appreciate that you know enough history in order to say Laos. So let's say that I'm Laos. When you kill or target a Viet Cong sympathizer in my bar, if you're going to kill them, number one, I would want you to know that they're Viet Cong. I wouldn't want you to kill Viet Cong sympathizers in my presence.
Sure, but we have proven that Doobie would be Viet Cong in this analogy, but yeah.
Sure. So number one, you would need to prove that they're Viet Cong. Number two, I would prefer it if you only targeted and attacked identified Viet Cong rather than people suspected of being Viet Cong. And this goes back to the counterinsurgency versus total warfare thing. Just as an example to bring this up, because I know DGG is probably going to watch this later. But like Esports Batman, do you think that Esports Batman deserved to be doxxed for giving legalistic feedback to J-Stock in J-Stock's war against Destiny?
I'm going to hit you with the undefeatable. I don't know why Destiny did, or I believe he did. I don't know why Destiny doxed Esports Batman. I would have to hear his rationale behind it. I think that there are absolutely reasons that someone could be doxed. I don't know why he did it. If he only did it because I will give you this, in the most good faith interpretation, if Esports Batman was just acting like a lawyer and just saying like, oh, here's what I think about the case, and then Steve went and doxed them, I don't think that he should have done that.
Yeah, but what if he's talking shit? What if he hates Steven?
I don't think that you should dox someone just because they dislike you.
Okay.
I think if someone is trying to ruin your life, then, well, now we could have a talk.
Well, based on the information that I've seen, I feel like DGG and Destiny are, in this analogy framework, attacking and killing digitally, of course. Nobody's actually getting killed. But they're attacking Viet Cong sympathizers, not just Viet Cong. And so for me, that's kind of where I'm going to go to the side and I'm going to say, hey, listen, I understand the war. I understand why it's happening. I understand why you guys are attacking each other. But for me, I would prefer you engage in, my criticism is going to be, I would prefer that you engage in counterinsurgent warfare rather than total warfare. And especially, let's say that I'm a involved country, but I haven't actually declared for like one side or the other because I'm Laos in this analogy. If you come into my country and you either want me to excise somebody from my community and or you want to digitally execute somebody with my blessing, then you need to prove to me that they're Viet Cong. And I get that it's a pain in the ass, but I feel like that's a principled stance.
Two things here, and I think this might make some sense. One, DGG is not doxing people. I am a moderator in DGG. If anybody has proof of someone doxing somebody, I'll permaban him. Shrimple as. Steven can do what he wants. It's his community, right? However, I'm going to hold DGG to a higher standard that I don't want them doing it. This is Steven's war, blah, blah, blah. Okay, there. Second off, if you're in a bar, so we're in Laos again.
Yeah.
If we're in a bar, if we're in your bar, and there's a suspected VC, and I'm an American soldier, and I come up to you and I say, well, this guy, I think he's a VC, so I'm just gonna leave. I don't want to be here. It's on the bartender then to choose to either A, let us leave, or ask the suspected VC to leave. I don't think it's on us to like prove to you that they are VC. We're allowed to take our business where we'd like to, which is then I'll go into the Steve thing. Like, he's technically allowed to like platform who he wants, and it's on you to decide if you want to allow it or not.
Sure. And what I'll say is that we've analogized this to a conflict because I do think that the snarkers are bored. I think they don't have anything else going on in their lives. I think they've whipped up a moral crusade where they can endlessly try to destroy Steven, and he deserves it. It's literally the Huxley quote, right? It's the Chud Logic Huxley quote. It's like have you heard that one before?
Not off the top of my head.
Well, it's good enough that I'm going to pull it up for you just because I think it's a worthwhile quote to be aware of.
It's always good to learn quotes.
Give me a second. Aldous Huxley, delicious moral treats. So, to be able to destroy in good conscience, to be able to behave badly and call your bad behavior righteous indignation. This is the height of psychological luxury, the most delicious of treats. I think that this is that's basically what's going on with the Snarkers, is they think they are in a righteous moral crusade against someone, therefore they can destroy in good conscience and indulge in the highest of moral treats, I suppose. But that's not what's going on. There's just a guy who's kind of sexually promiscuous, who fucked up and is getting sued for it, and they're going out of their way to actively destroy. I don't even know what the word shibboleth means, but they're trying to actively destroy him as like a shibboleth for everything that's wrong in the world. And I think that's fucking silly and gay and lame. But I do think that Destiny should still hold on to some level of moral principle and rules of engagement when he's engaged in this conflict.
I think that he is holding on to it. I think he has his reasons, just as they have their reasons in their mind for doing it. I can't speak for why he did what he did against Esports Batman, but I'm sure that he would have a reason for it. And if he didn't, I'm sure that he could fess up to be like, yeah, you know what? I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think that we're kind of at like a impasse. I understand your logic. I understand what you're saying. I kind of just disagree. I think if there's people in the bar that you don't like, I think it's totally fair for someone like Steve to just be like, all right, well, I'm going to leave your bar then, and I'm not going to continue coming.
That's fine. And by the way, that's a going with the analogy, that I'm pretty sure that happened. What was it? There were bars in South Vietnam that were frequented both by American service members and by suspected VC, and the suspected VC used those mutual spaces in order to gather intel on American armed forces and on South Vietnamese armed forces, and then use that in order to attack and kill them. So I understand the rationale, especially within the the metaphorical framework that we've gone with. My issue is that we're in a realm of battling ideas, I suppose. And so we should probably draw a clear line of what is hyperbolic criticism and what is like warfare. And I think warfare for me would probably be like doxing, digital harassment, P-ops, and gay ops. And so I would need evidence that Officer Nasty and Doobie participated in P-ops, gay ops, doxing, or digital harassment. And if they're not guilty of that, then I'm not
participating.
Sorry, go ahead.
Just one last thing before I go. Is Doobie not like participating in gay ops by donating to people and saying like, I'm not going to donate while Destiny's on your stream? Is that not?
That, I definitely think that could be, I definitely think that could be construed as him trying to color the conversation in reference to Wick. So I think
that's not only happening to Wick, by the way. I'm pretty sure.
Example of something that's worthy of criticism and rejection. But has Wick acceded to that pressure? Has he said, "Oh, well, I'm going to stop associating with Destiny because Doobie's an Oiler"?
Well, no, Wick hasn't. But it is bad for Wick, right? For business, we would say.
You
could argue.
See, here's the thing. All right, so hold on. Take everything that I said, put it in a tiny box, and then let's do the Machiavellian.
I just want to add one more thing before I forget it.
Yes, please.
Also, by giving people money, you are going to color their opinion on something. So let's say, like, if with Pisco, if Doobie's in there giving him like $3,000 or whatever, right? Yeah. And every fucking Doobie message is talking shit on Destiny. Well, it's going to like fucking Pavlov Pisco to be like, you know what? Maybe this Destiny guy actually isn't so good. All right, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. I do think if you check the history of Doobie and my super chats, they are very oftentimes fights over Israel, Palestine, and or Destiny, where we're not agreeing. But I understand the thing of it's like, okay, well, you're incentivizing these spaces to be more sympathetic to your narrative just through cash alone. I understand that logically. But my counterpoint is that effectively, like, we have two. Let's put everything that we just discussed and let's abandon morality for a moment and let's talk about like raw Machiavellian calculation. Okay, so within the Machiavellian calculation, Stephen is a large creator. DGG is a large community. They're very passionate and they're very zealous, but because of Stephen's own bad behavior, his growth might be limited. Okay. Just because he's a controversial figure. Whereas Doobie has no loyalty. He literally, he hates Stephen. I mean, he's a part of that Discord, right? So he hates Stephen, he hates Ethan Klein, and he hates Israel. And he's an oiler. So he's running around with cash, just throwing cash left and right to people he likes in Twitch and YouTube politics. So it becomes a Machiavellian calculation of, can I profit from the viewership from Destiny and or him being a rich person who might buy me nice things every now and then, like a sugar daddy? Or
he doesn't do that.
Does Doobie become my patron because he is more frequently involved in Twitch and YouTube politics and therefore oils more frequently? And I'm just telling you, like, for me, all the moral calculus previous to this Machiavellian statement still stands, but I'm just telling you, that Machiavellian calculus is going on in anybody who has a Machiavellian instinct at all. Do you align with yourself with Destiny who might be stagnant, or do you align yourself with somebody who's going to give you $500 or $1,000 a month just so they can talk shit in your chat? And which one is more worthwhile?
I understand what you're saying. I think people make these calculations through just unknowing ways. I think that they are. It's unconscious. I think that sometimes the calculus is unconscious of what's happening, and I think Doobie being allowed to go into all these spaces and pretty much have an open mic is not great for Steven, and I think that it is a totally fine boundary to be like, hey, I don't want to show up in your bar anymore if you're going to have this person in there.
Somebody asked me the question of the day. It says, if Steven paid you the revenue that you lost because of banning Doobie, would you ban him?
I think that that's a good question for some people. However, I think you have a more like moral standing of why you wouldn't want to do it.
I do, because number one, I wouldn't want to fleece Destiny for the revenue. Even if he had money and wins his case and all that kind of stuff, I don't know if I could knowingly take like a $500 a month Patreon payment from Steven for banning Doobie. I don't think that's right. And then also, I think there is a reputational calculation as well of, your morality. Yeah, and then all my fucking top mods are like, the answer is yes, 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 yes. But there's also like a moral thing too of like your reputation is how you grow and shrink in the space. So if you're willing to sell out a suspected VC for a few $100, people can see the pragmatism, but people might also disassociate with you because they view that you don't actually have morality. You only have Machiavellian calculus. So,
all right. Well, I appreciate the conversation. Yeah. I implore you to talk to Steve about it. I think that he can give you some more insight to these people, and
sure.
I'm sure his manifesto will have a ton of shit. So thanks for the conversation.
Yeah.
Have a good one, everybody.
Bye, buddy.
Ciao.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think I have to catch up on fucking super chats. Where are we at viewership wise? Doobie might be coming on in a second. Doobie said he needs about 30 minutes. All right, I'm on full cam. That's good. Let me open up. What was our peak viewership so far? Just out of curiosity. I'm about to pull up Valor Media Network, I'm sure. 355, not bad. I think our top drama day is 300. So for a top drama day, that's not bad. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We are live 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. So basically, if you've enjoyed my commentary, you like the way that I'm talking, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, then go ahead and drop your shit. I would give you more info on how it works in my server. I could try to call Wick real quick if people want Wick while we're waiting for Doobie. We could even ask Wick what his thoughts are.
1 second.
Wick?
Yes, I've been watching and I
Hi.
heard my come up and some stuff around me and things like that. And I figured, you know what, like instead of talking about
so how do you feel? Let me go ahead and pull you up on screen.
give me
How
a
do
second,
you
let me cam
feel
up.
about the accusation that within my Vietnam War analogy, you have been hosting Viet Cong meetings in Whitcord?
I think it's a little overblown, but I understand that it's not. What's the word? There is some there. So I just want to correct a few things. Like whenever Doobie has been in my VC, it hasn't always been about Destiny, and he's been in my community far longer.
Sorry.
Though again, when Destiny does come up, and he does come up because he's regular in this space, it's very clear that Doobie hates Destiny and he will shit talk Destiny.
Can I ask you about the snarkers? So it's
Sure.
Queeman's contention that somebody found your PII, posted to the Discord, and then they were banned immediately. But what did you see as far as evidence presented?
I saw my docs. I did not see what server it was in. I don't know exactly where it was posted, but I did see like the names and stuff around it. I'm not going to reveal that information, of course. Since then, it turns out that the Snark server has admitted that there were doxes in the Snark server, right?
Like plural?
I think I'd have to read the statement they made. But at least one, probably two, but one was like deleted right away, they said, or something. You'd have to look at the statement and read it for yourself. But again, having been told over and over and over again by people that there was no doxing in this Snark server, no doxing in the Snark server, no doxing in the Snark server. And then to see my docs in a server, and then for the Snark server to say, oh, by the way, oops. Yeah, I'm more inclined to trust Destiny on this than the people who told me that there were no doxing there. That just the credibility for one side went way up, and the credibility for one side went way down.
So how the way that I have written this out, and I don't know if you feel the way that I do, but I think that the reasonable ask is do not allow snarkers into your community to endlessly talk shit about Destiny, or I will no longer associate, fraternize, debate, or talk with you. I think that's an okay ask. I don't think that's something that I've violated in the past.
Sure.
However, I think that Mutton, he basically said that the implicit threat that I had inferred was there, which is that Destiny does have clout, power, and influence, and he doesn't need to interact with our spaces, so it's safer to ban snarkers entirely so you don't warrant the disassociation and or wrath.
No,
so
I
how do you feel
look,
about the reasonable ask? How do you feel about the implicit threat? And what is going to be your response?
Well, I already gave my response. I went and talked to Destiny about it yesterday, and I told him flat out I'm not banning anyone on anyone's demand. But the compromise we did reach, and Destiny was okay with this, is like, okay, I understand that you are worried that there is gay ops going in on my VCs, and you have no ability. It's like cloaked in secrecy and privacy, and I mean, you sound schizo when you say this is happening, and then they always ask you to provide evidence, but because I don't allow recording in my VCs, you can't get evidence. So the compromise we reached is like, okay, I'm not banning anyone who hasn't broken my rules, but I will allow recording in my VCs. So you can come in and
was that
show everyone what's going on.
Is that
and he was fine with
to basically make the evidentiary process of Doobie and these known snarkers are participating in, you know, a 6-hour conversation that allegedly is a 6-hour Viet Cong meeting. But basically, like, we recorded it and they only talked about Destiny for 30 minutes, therefore we're not banning them. Or alternatively, if they have a 6-hour fucking Viet Cong meeting where they're talking about like fucking gay ops and P ops and harassing and all that kind of shit, they can be banned. Is that the thought?
Well, it's more of a sense of kind of like I think this works, and my community doesn't like this, by the way, right? I've got a lot of shit from my community for making this rule change, which we've discussed it, and like I said, if it doesn't work, we can always change it back. Um, but there is something to be said about this helps. If this isn't happening, then it's good that it's transparent so we can show this is not happening. Like, look, hey, you can come here at any time and record and show what's going on. Hey, you can't find anything because there's nothing there. That helps us. That helps Doobie. That helps the snarkers. That helps everyone because they can say, look, there's absolutely nothing going on. And in the reverse, if there is shit going on, because I'm not in my VCs all the time, I'm not in my VCs every day. I can't speak to that, right? Then Destiny can say, "Hey, look, I was saying that this was happening the whole time, and it is," and that helps him. And again, I don't have to ban anyone for breaking my rules. I think it's a good compromise. No one agrees with me, which probably means it's a good compromise. So.
All right. Well, there's a funny chat that I want to address. Mr. October
Okay.
says, "Nice compromise, Wick. Connor might be nervous about his chat records. We're not a closed Discord. Literally, the edgiest shit that I've said has been in the past 48 hours, where we were actually saying like, we were joking. We're not going to do this, but our compromise was going to be." We were going to let snarkers in, but we were only going to let them talk about Destiny in the most glowing of ways, as if he was like Kim Jong-un and they were North Korean fucking subjects. So like whenever they had to criticize Destiny, they had to be like, "Dear leader, my only problem with dear leader is that he's not doxing J-Stock enough. My only problem with dear leader is that he's not making fun of J-Stock's dead dad enough." That's the most fucked up thing I've said in my Discord in the past year. Kind of shit, yeah. What's that?
He's too handsome. I can't compete.
Right, he's too handsome. He's too smart. He's such a good debater. It's so crazy. So yeah, that was one of the compromises that we were entertaining. So yeah,
what I'm basically, the point I'm making is like his ask is pretty flexible. Again, I heard through the grapevine that he was considering blacklisting anyone who had Doobie in his server. And so I was like, hey, that seems weird. I don't like that. And to be clear, I still don't like it. But I went and said, well, can we come to kind of a compromise? Because I can see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna allow anyone to like tell me who to ban or not to ban. I'm just not gonna do that.
No, that's a similar instinct. I'm happy you guys were able to find a compromise. I think my compromise is very similar, where it's like, I think I articulated how I view Officer Nasty and Doobie, and those are the only two snarkers that I know about in my community. But if I have evidence that they're Viet Cong, and what I mean by that is that they're looking for people's personal identifiable information, they're doxing and harassing them, they're trying to get trying to harass their family members, all that kind of shit. If they're engaged in those kinds of things, then basically, number one, they can't do it in the Discord. They can't do it in my Discord, obviously. But number two, if we find out, okay, let's say that we find out that Officer Nasty actually has an alt, and the alt is the worst offender. It's the person who doxed Wick. It's the person who doxed Destiny. It's the person who's like sending homemade pornography that Destiny made to Destiny's family members. Of course, they're instantaneously banned. Gone. Yeah, and any alts that they use in order to come into the community are gone as well. But if alternatively, the only evidence that we're being presented with is that they're shit-talking Destiny or you or other creators in different communities, and the shit-talking is a little harsh, that's not going to be a ban. And that's just, the way that it
Fair
is.
enough. Yeah. I also want to, like, since I'm here and there are people watching and things like that, I just want to make it clear that the evidence I was shown wasn't just that I've been shown. I won't say at that moment wasn't just my docs, right? There's more to it. And I've since learned and became aware of that, and this bothers me, and I don't know what exactly to do about this, and I'm very worried about this. My greatest concern is that they're doxing people who are coming on my show, like, and now I feel I have a moral obligation to tell people, like, if you come on my show, you are now a target of this. And again, I can't speak to who specifically is doing it because I'm not 100% which communities are, but someone is. and now I have to tell, hey, serious guest, welcome to my show about political discourse. Oh, by the way, there's some unhinged, unemployed losers who might get your full docs and post it everywhere on Kiwi farms and in their weird little servers. It's
I hope
gonna hurt
anybody
my
who's
ability to do my job.
yeah, I hope anybody who's serious though, this is part of the reason why I kind of identified attacking you as like a civilian thing. I'm assuming that their justification, I did do my Vietnam War analogy. In my opinion, you're a civilian. You're a person who is just engaged in discourse. You're not engaged in gay ops yourself. You're not engaged in P-ops yourself. You didn't endorse Destiny's bad behavior. You didn't enable him to engage in warfare against other people. You're just a participant in the space. That's my opinion of you. What I think that the alleged Viet Cong in this analogy are identifying you as is somebody who supports Destiny's infrastructure and capacity to operate. Therefore, you're more like, in this analogy, like a representative of government. You're like an elected official orbiter who is capable of increasing Destiny's reach, and therefore you're a warranted target. But once again, I'll just say straight up, if anybody is fucking evidence that all who's in my community is participating in that kind of behavior against Hutch, Wick, Pisco, Josiah, anything like that, you're fucking done. Like, you will not be a part of my community.
And that is kind of their goal, is to make people scared to work with Destiny. And they say, if you work with Destiny, or if you're at least, even if you're just not sufficiently anti-Destiny,
yeah, which is like, what a fucking lame criteria. So for instance, like with Hutch, I'm sorry that we're just commiserating and agreeing with each other at this point. But the with Hutch, literally Hutch is not like a Destiny sycophant. He's not somebody who's like, oh my god, Dear Leader is amazing. He can do no wrong. He takes zero poops. The sun rises and sets only because of Destiny. He's not a fucking sycophant. He's just somebody who was upset by what happened during the drama leaks and harshly criticized Destiny and said that he was going to disassociate. And then 2 years later, he's just willing to have a friendly conversation when something of interest to both of their communities pops up. So to vilify him as this like shitty orbiter who leads, like lends Destiny shitloads of credence, I think that's fucking vile.
It is. Look, I wish this wasn't happening. I wish we could go back to the old days where we just talk shit about each other and there was no real, no, I feel like we're escalating and I don't like what the space is becoming. I just don't. And I don't like, how everyone is forcing others to take a side. And if you don't take a side, you're now a fair game, a fair target for all sorts of things. And, yeah, it's kind of very sad. Unfortunately, like, Doobie has left my community, and I understand. But I didn't ban him, nor was I going to.
Oh,
and I do feel, I'll say this, right? Like, I feel I am kind of angry with Doobie right now, right? I do think he was kind of fucking shitty. I put my neck out on the line to protect him in my community, and he decides to like retweet some of the most fucking unhinged shit about me. No.
Doobie was talking shit?
He was retweeting some unhinged shit about me, yeah. And
Gotcha.
like that I was like bowing to Destiny on this. And it's just
I would want to see that, but also I would borderline view that as a favor to you, in my opinion. Would just be that, like, you know, for instance, like, hold up, and people might be like, oh, this is unhinged that you're criticizing, or excuse me, that you're audio recording criticism and you're cool with that. But this is my sincere advocacy to anybody who's listening to this. Your public conduct should probably be aligned with your private conduct, and you should probably own your private conduct and be willing to own it in public. Otherwise, people, once they find out your private conduct, they will fuck you. So, if you are saying something in a VC that is capable of being audio recorded, but you just presume that it's not, and then when people say, oh yeah, we're going to start audio recording public VCs, and that's not against terms of service, that's where you're like, oh, I'm going to dip out because I don't want to be audio recorded. It's like, bitch, why don't you just like conduct yourself well across multiple spaces?
The best pushback I've seen on this, and it is something to consider. It's not something I can just hand wave away. And that's why it is like something that this is an experiment and we might revert it if it doesn't work. What is to stop a streamer from coming into my VC and making someone content against their will, right? You know, I like,
but you
if
could
Destiny
probably
jumps
prohibit
in,
that, right? Specifically?
well, how can I prohibit that if I don't ban recording in general, right? I don't know how that like actually would work. Like, so it might work for like Destiny because he has like 10,000 fucking viewers and everyone knows what Destiny does and everyone knows Destiny's streaming. But how would it work for like some guy like some 10 viewer Andy who's coming in and making react content out of my VC? I don't know. And that is something that we're gonna have to like, I don't know what we're gonna do with this. It is something we gotta navigate. But look, I guess my final word to you, because I know Doobie's probably coming on soon, and I want to make sure.
Doobie's saying he's ready.
Yeah. Is Destiny was more than willing to compromise and to work with you, and I think it give him a shot to actually hear your concerns and work with you before you like start.
Yeah, sure.
Saying, oh, he's this implicit demand that I must bow to. No, you can absolutely work with the man, and that's one of the things that I appreciate about him. So yeah. That's it. That's what I got.
Okay. Well, cool. Then I wish you luck in the wars to come. I pray that the Wikistan remains unraped by the winds of internet warfare. And
hopefully,
I pray that you remain a cross-ideological space where you can talk about everything from the silly to the serious and all that jazz. So, yeah.
I'll talk to you later, man.
All right, be easy, buddy. All right, so hey, don't overly delete shit that I might want to contend with. So, Jamie, but I want to contend with something before I bring Doobie on. Connor will not change his mind unless the stuff starts happening to him, which shows he doesn't really care about anyone else. Go fuck yourself, you fuck. I would call you the F slur so fucking fast if I could. I need to start streaming on Kick just so I can call you the fucking F slur. I swear to God. I was a fucking cop, you retard. I had fucking drug dealers and murderers threaten me to fucking kill me and kill my family, and I had to turn the other fucking cheek. You fucking pussy. You fucking dipshit. You think I haven't dealt with threats to my family? You think I haven't dealt with murderous threats to myself? Go fuck yourself, you fucking loser. Matter of fact, where the fuck are you? Fuck off. Take a 24-hour lap, you fucking dickhead. Don't tell me what I give a shit about and why, you fucking F-slur. Holy shit, I wish I could call you the fucking F-slur on stream. Anyways. All right, I think Doobie's ready. Let's try Doobie. Hold up. I need to address this before I call Doobie. Bro, use your cop brain. If one guy is doing drugs and there's 3 other people in the room, what do? You investigate them for their specific crimes, you fucking F-slur. I was literally legally and morally and ethically prohibited from group punishment, you fucking dipshit. You fucking retards. You fucking dipshits. You are so fucking stupid. You are so fucking stupid. Sorry. I can't punish someone because another person commits crime in their presence, you fucking idiot. Holy shit. Terms of service, 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 you fucking piece of shit. Sorry, not talking to you. I'm talking to my fucking F-slur gray names in chat. Oh my God. All right, anyways, I need to not look at chat. All right, sorry. Hi, Doobie, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Oh, you're maxed out on mine. Let me turn you down a little bit. Try it again.
Okay. Hello?
That's good. Okay, so I actually don't have a specific agenda To my knowledge, I haven't seen evidence of you engaged in personal identifiable information, doxing, swatting, harassing, talking to people's family, all that kind of shit. So that's part of the reason why I'm kind of standing. And we also don't allow you to conduct anti-Destiny hate rallies in the Discord. So I'm kind of the opinion that I'm keeping you and Officer Nasty until you're proven to be anti-Destiny insurgents. That's where I'm at right now. So what do you have?
So there's a few things I want to clarify really quickly. Oh, actually, probably won't be quick. So one, Wick, I had to retweet that. Connor, you see the meme. It's really fucking funny. I had to. Okay, I don't apologize. It was funny.
Okay, can I show the chat and they can decide whether or not they think it's
yeah,
funny?
I mean, it's on Twitter. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so let me go ahead and save this image. It's very mean, and I disavow.
But it's funny.
It is funny, though. So hold on. This is super fucking mean. For those of you who don't know, an episode of The Boys came out where Homelander loses his powers, and Butcher is about to kill him with a crowbar. And so he offers to suck Butcher off and or eat Butcher's shit in a moment of like total humiliation. And somebody made this meme of Wick, which I think is fucked up because I actually think that like Wick's compromise is reasonable, but it's funny, right?
I mean, I get the
meme.
I understand the criticism. I mean, maybe I can express the criticism his community has, right? Just to, like, I honestly, I don't care about the recording thing. You know, I talk shit openly. I really don't care.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah. So that isn't. I really don't care. It's people in his community. You know, he's had like a strict no recording rule forever. If you were caught recording, you get banned or at bare minimum kicked for a couple of days or something. And they feel like one, he's now getting rid of that rule for Destiny. And two, because Destiny is pretty openly doxed people who have criticized him and just criticized him, not done anything beyond that. They're worried that DGG lurkers are going to come into the community, hang out in voice channels, record people criticizing them, and send it to Destiny. And then he's going to put them on stream as like some unhinged snarker that needs to be like attacked or some shit. So I totally get that's why I left. You know, I don't think that I have plenty of servers I can hang out in, and I've been hanging out in Wix forever. And most of the time, we're not talking about Destiny actually. And most of the time, we're talking about like Israel, or we're talking about politics, or whatever random shit comes up, and we're friends, right? Like I hang out with Lactoid in there, I hang out with Majin in there, all these people that I've been friendly with for years. Some people I'm not friendly with, right? And we argue all day. So typically it's not about Destiny, but he does come up sometimes, and when he comes up, yeah, I criticize him because fuck him, right? So that's the actual like thing that was happening in there that he's like pissed off about.
Can you wait 1 second?
Sure.
Rabwitz, and I know I shouldn't engage with chat, but Connor, you can't be this obtuse. The chatter that one-guyed you... Hold on, I was reading that. Jesus, moderators, chill the fuck out. That one-guyed you got a harsher punishment than any snarker, and then you pull the ex-cop shit. Pathetic. Literally, they just caught a 24-hour suspension, you pussy. You guys are such fucking pussies. Drives me crazy. A 24-hour chat suspension is worse than getting doxxed? Once again, fuck yourself. You guys are such fucking losers. Anyways, sorry. Yeah. So what do you think is like the... I know you don't like to put all your cards on the table sometimes, but what do you think is the actual worst thing that you're guilty of from an anti-snarker perspective?
Oh, you mean like from an anti-Destiny perspective?
Yeah. Well, yeah, or a pro-Destiny perspective, therefore they hate your guts. If somebody was a Destiny foot soldier and they were looking for evidence of your wrongdoing and a earnest reason to hate you, what is the worst thing that you've done if you're capable of answering that honestly?
I know our first interactions with each other in the space were a lot of me LARPing as like a fascist or whatever and pissing you off. And I piss you off pretty often still with my actual beliefs. but I know that you would know that I have the ability to LARP and manipulate or whatever the fuck, right? Because it's a lot of what I did earlier in the Twitch space. I was the guy who'd come on to defend the indefensible, right, for content for you
Yeah,
guys.
dude, you fucking you beautifully described political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. I was like, oh my god, Destiny's actually just a flexible centrist fascist.
Yeah.
So
I remember that one time we were talking about fascism, and I was describing Hydra's ideology from Marvel, and you caught it. It was really funny.
yeah,
That I laughed about it a lot in secret because I was like on push talk. Anyway, I go back. I was rambling. So the worst thing I've done, literally criticize him. Uh, I guess from their perspective, they'll think the day that he was talking to that you and him were talking to Pisco actually
okay,
about the centrist to communist thing, or the progressive to communist thing, and Hassan's like an evil communist, and Pisco sweeping for communists or whatever. I've been watching Pisco for months already. I mean, I've known Pisco forever. I've known him since he popped into the space. He doesn't like me. I don't really like Pisco. I think he's a smug bitch, but I agree with him
true.
usually about like progressive issues. I disagree with him about other issues. Like he totally disagrees with my support of bombing drug boats, for example. But I support that. Fuck the drug boats. Fuck the cartels. So we have disagreements, absolutely, and he's open about that, and I'm open about that. But because I watch him anyway, because like I watch you anyway, despite our many, many, many disagreements, and that's part of the fun for me. I like to disagree with you and with Pisco and with others. Um, when Destiny was on that stream, and I felt like he was being dishonest about describing what Pisco was doing, about describing what like just it seemed like he was pretending he didn't know what incrementalism was. Like which is so stupid to me, right? Because I know that he knows this, and it felt like he was dishonestly framing the entire thing to try to bash Pisco or make him look like someone who was like pandering to Hassan or whatever the fuck. And that whole thing was ridiculous. So of course, me as a guy who's opinionated, who likes to shit talk and chat, I donated lots of super chats to talk shit about him and about the topic and about you. And I was talking shit about you and him in Discord servers that I'm in. Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, normal behavior in the Twitch space. I think that the issue is that I do it more loudly than others because I have more resources than most people in the space, apparently. Like, at least the normal chatters. So, like, maybe that's the thing that they hate because I don't feel like I'm doing like if so. For example, when you bring up Hassan on stream and you're criticizing him, your chat's going off on Hassan. And
They
they'll
are.
post the clip in fucking Discord channels, and they'll all shit talk Hassan, how stupid he is, and yada yada yada. I do the same thing for Destiny because to Destiny's a Hassan to me, right? He's a piece of shit. I think he's fallen off a lot, and I disagree with him. Not just about the fucking drama shit, but some of the political stuff he's done over the last couple of years. Like, for example, one of the major disagreements that I had with him was the whole Trump supporters should be afraid to go outside kind of shit, or afraid to go to like rallies. And the jokes he was making about those drowned children in Texas. I think this shit's disgusting. Right, so of course, when this came up, and this was like a point of like contention in the space, I talked about it and I disagreed with him publicly. And a lot of times when the chats do go on for like, because I hang out in Wix channel all the fucking time, right? And I've done that for a long time, like way before any of this. I've known Wix forever. I've known you forever, of course. So what the reason these stretch on for a long time is because it's not an echo chamber. Is because this community, like Wix community, has DGGers in it, has his fans in it, or has people that just agree with him, even if they're not his fans. So we debate and we discuss and we argue about shit that's related to him and all the shit that he talks about and all the shit that you talk about because we're all politically interested people. That's literally
Will
all it is.
you let's say, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but let's say that it does happen. Let's say that somebody finds an alt of you engaged in actively trying to get personal identifiable information, not of like a pedophile or a fucking white nationalist terrorist, but of like a Destiny orbiter. Let's say that we find that you on alts were actively posting about Hutch's dead sister. Not saying that you did, but I'm just saying, let's say hypothetically, and or like getting Wix docs information. Are you going to have any problems with me basically saying that you told me the worst thing you engaged in was criticism, but we caught you in more aggressive snarker behavior? Therefore, I don't know, maybe you could be in chat if you're fucking oiling, but basically I'll ban you from the Discord. Do you have any problems with that?
No, in fact, I think that if you find that I'm doing anything like that, anything even close to that, right? Attacking his family members, his friends, trying to track people down, encouraging people to do any of that. If you find them doing any of that, I'd encourage you to come onto your stream and encourage people to dox me, right? And ban me from from all your spaces, because I think that behavior is unacceptable. I've been on the internet for a long time. I'm a Discord guy. I think there are taboos that should remain taboos. I think Destiny, one of my biggest problems recently with Destiny is that I think he's violated that taboo. He's normalized this behavior in ways that I don't think I've ever seen before in this space, right? In the time that I've been in the space, which is about 10 years. So
Now,
I think it's gross. I think everybody should stop doing that. So if you ever find me doing anything like that to anybody who isn't like some like fucking pedo grooming a kid, then yeah, absolutely dox me, ban me
okay.
from everything. Of course.
Then that, speaking of the family thing, this is something that's popping up in my chat that I was curious about myself. But I think I understood your rationale even before you articulate it, so I'm just going to ask you. There are people in chat spamming that you justified doxing and harassing Nathan specifically. Can you articulate your moral rationale and or what your perspective is?
Yeah, so that's not true, first off. So what I said is that, so I can use myself as an example, I guess. So I've been the target of multiple actually dangerous criminal organizations. You know some of them, 09A, 764, Atomwaffen, for a decade. And I've gotten a lot of these guys arrested for extorting kids, for terrorist activities in the UK, for planning fucking mass shootings, all kinds of shit, right? For years, I've had to run into these guys because they're all over fucking Discord. So my position, and okay, so I am somebody who, if I were doxxed, and people have been trying to dox me for like a decade now, I would actually be in danger because these are actually violent people who have killed people, right, and encouraged the killing of people, right? And so when Destiny encourages people to dox me, he puts not just me at risk, he puts my wife at risk, who's likely pregnant again, by the way. He puts my son at risk, puts everybody around me at risk. So I don't like that. So I think that you, as another red-blooded man, would understand if someone were threatening your family in that way. You'd understand if I got very aggressive, violent, even, and I did very problematic things in response to that danger. Right? I think it's a normal reaction. I'm not going to do that because I'm like a mentally stable person, but
Well,
and I've done
hold
enough
on.
to feel like decently. Go ahead.
Let's make it specific. So,
Sure.
what I heard was a description of how, since doxing you is more dangerous than doxing the average bear because you have enemies who would actually want to commit homicide against you or your family, it
Yeah.
would be morally justified to reciprocate said doxing in order to
Not
dox
morally.
Nathan.
I don't think any of it is moral, right? So if somebody were to
Well,
like rape
that
me,
was
I don't
actually
think
going to
it'd be
be my
morally justified
question.
to like rape them.
So,
Right? So like,
so
let me. I can get there. Though.
well,
I know what you're saying.
just real quick, I want to ask a specific question
Yeah.
with a specific answer. So have you, since Destiny has called for your doxing, I think quite famously, I said, "What the fuck did Doobie do to deserve being doxed?" in a IRL conversation with him. So since he has done that, have you done any personal identifying information, gay ops or doxing ops against Destiny or his family?
No, absolutely not. And,
Okay.
and again, I wouldn't support it if it were happening. And if I saw it happening, I'd call it out and I'd make it public because I think it's all unacceptable.
But you are saying
my
that
position,
descriptively it could be morally justified from a
no,
reciprocal
not morally.
standpoint?
Not morally.
Okay.
I don't believe in this barbarian retributive violence thing like, that you were. Yeah, I just don't
Yep.
believe in that at all. I think it's disgusting. So my position is that he needs to be realistic about the danger he's putting people in when he does things like this on a massive platform, any community, not just CGG, your community, Wix community, my massive Discord. So actually, I know my server has crazy ass people in it, right? So all these communities have crazy people in them, unstable fucking people who are using the internet as a stand-in for like social interaction, and they lose perspective of reality, and they do crazy shit sometimes, right? So like, I think that him encouraging the doxing of me and others puts us in real danger, right? So he needs to be realistic about the environment that he's creating, and in that environment, there are going to be crazy people in the snarker community or Kiwi farms or whatever the fuck who will target his family, and they'll use what he's doing to me and others to justify it, right? I think it's wrong. I think it's all wrong. I don't think anybody should do this. And that's why my position is that everybody should just calm the fuck down. Go back to the old days where this was a taboo and it should remain a taboo.
Okay.
So I don't
The
support that at all, ever.
Okay. I'm good with that. They're saying, chat is saying, oh, well, there's specific clips, but I'm going to listen to those clips
Yeah,
myself
listen to the clips.
because I'm pretty sure the clips are descriptive, not prescriptive. So, another controversy that you got into a beef with Fellrunner over was specifically reporting child sex materials to law
Oh, yeah.
enforcement. So I mean, I could jump ahead and I could pre-sweep for you if you wanted. So what I would say,
Yeah,
sorry, if you want to jump on it, jump on it. Go ahead.
No, you go for it. That's fine.
Okay. So what I was going to say is the instinct to report people who are engaged in the distribution of child sex abuse material, I have no fucking problems with. So as an example, and this is kind of what we did through research, and bear in mind, I'm a former law enforcement officer, and we dealt with it rarely enough that I didn't have like the procedure in my mind. But basically what we did through a little bit of research is the guidance from federal law enforcement in general is that if it's an active hyperlink to child sex abuse material, you can go to the FBI cyber tip line, link the hyperlink, and then they'll take whatever law enforcement investigative action they will against that hyperlink. However, in the scenario, because unfortunately I did deal with a child sex abuse material pedophile ring at a certain point in my life, sometimes those people will go into forums where they effectively talk about fantasies of child sex abuse, but they won't actually engage in them specifically at all times. Like they won't be abusing kids or they won't be sharing pornography, but they'll go in there effectively to titillate themselves. But then they go into breakout forums where they will share abuse material with each other. And so my understanding is that the child sex crimes units of different law enforcement jurisdictions, they have the capacity to obtain video of child sex abuse and then put it into a database that then makes it like auto scrub, where effectively they have some kind of automated system that's looking through the internet for this video. And when it finds this video, it auto reports it as child sex abuse material. That way that forum can be hunted down. Now, the guidance that I saw was that you should not copy videos that are being posted and then deleted, because then you're in possession and therefore you could get in legal trouble. The recommended procedure is that you just get the forum, report what's going on in the forum to a sex crimes unit, and then you let them take it from there, because they will infiltrate that unit and then get people to implicate themselves and then get them incarcerated. So I wanted to pre-sweep with you with those statements, but if you just want to talk about whatever you've done in the past and or what you thought you should do, go ahead.
Yeah, so I've like I said, I've been on Discord for a decade now, and unfortunately, Discord is full of groomers, pedos. I mean, if your chat doesn't, just look up 09A and 764. Actually, 764 recently split off. Actually, not recently. In the last couple of years, split off from 09A. Look them up and look at what they do on Discord, on Roblox, and shit like this, right? So these are the people that I run into pretty often, unfortunately, because I do have minors on my server, right? So I think that, when I was a minor, I was interested in politics. My server is not an 18+ server. We don't allow NSFW stuff to be posted. So I don't think there's an issue with allowing teens on there to talk about politics, right? I think it's fine. So because they're in my server, sometimes we get pedos that come in and we'll try to fuck with them. Or sometimes I'll get shit from other servers that, because I know that I run the largest politics server on Discord, someone will just send me like a PDF with like a bunch of like screenshots and pictures in it of like a kid cutting so deep, like cutting through the fat layer in her skin all the way to their fucking like meat. Because some dudes some guys extorting her, or like videos of her like eating shit because some guys extorting her with her nudes, like just crazy shit, right? Like forcing these kids to kill their pets. So yeah, I run into this shit semi-often these days. During COVID, it was fucking everywhere. It was like constant. That and like suicidal people was fucking everywhere. And these communities encourage people to commit suicide. So they track down people who are vulnerable, get their news, extort them, and then try to get them to commit suicide. Like that's the goal. Just evil shit. So yeah, in those cases, it is true that yes, I have had to see CSAM sometimes. And in cases where I was worried that it'd be like deleted, like it was a Telegram forum or something where it'd be deleted, yeah, I took a screenshot and I included that screenshot or the URL or the image URL for the screenshot in the forum and all the logs and everything in the reports that I sent to the FBI, to was it NMEC, to all these like 4 or 5 different organizations, right, including organizations in other countries. If I knew that these guys were in another country. So yeah, I know I understand that this puts me at risk. I think the risk is worth it. And so far, I mean, typically, if it's something, it's very difficult to get a lot of these agencies to move on this stuff. My experience, if all you have is like Discord messages, but when it is serious enough and I have enough to get their attention, I'll get a phone call, I might get an email. Once I had to go and give a statement, right? And I'm happy to do that, right? Because I don't, obviously, I want these people fucking executed, actually. But if this is what I got to do, I got to put myself in some risk to get rid of them when they pop up in my community, attacking my community members. I'm gonna fucking do it because fuck them. Right?
Sure.
So yeah, that's
I'm gonna repeat the guidance, and I'm actually gonna take issue because I was supposed to watch a angry debate between you and Destiny, but frankly, they took a position that I didn't agree with early on. And so I just found that the conversation was giving me a headache. And so I'm just going to share my perspective, and I don't give a fuck what fucking gray names in my chat have to say about it. I know what I know to be true based off of my experience in law enforcement. I have 4 years in law enforcement. What the fuck do you have? And if you don't have shit, shut the fuck up. Okay? So one of the things that you guys were arguing about was whether or not it is prudent to turn over evidence to law enforcement when you have a hard copy of said law enforcement or of said like infraction. Like in the example, I don't know if it was specific enough, but I'll just bring it up. The material that Destiny received from the 26-year-old male who was exploiting allegedly a 17-and-a-half-year-old girl. What do you do with that material? And so Destiny was saying that his lawyers advised him, don't do shit with it. Don't delete it because that's like evidence of a crime, but don't turn it over because that's evidence that you are in a possession of something that's criminal. And they also analogize it to drugs. I literally disagree with this, okay? Because we had state's attorneys, like state-level prosecutors, who would coordinate with people on the turning in of criminal evidence. So, for instance, like if a firearm was used in a homicide, or if a drug package fell off of a truck and was located by a civilian, then obviously the civilian has no desire to possess or distribute narcotics, but they do have a desire to dispose of it properly. And so contacting a lawyer and then turning it over to law enforcement through your lawyer is a coordinated process that is very normal. And so if you're just like laughing at the very idea of possessing something illegal and turning it over to law enforcement, that is a fucking retarded argument. And it was literally like, I could not listen to the conversation because basically Doobie was saying like, no offense, Doobie, I think what you did is imprudent and puts you at risk based off of the guidance that I received, from a little bit of internet research. But that doesn't mean that I would classify you as a closeted pedophile for temporarily possessing CSAM in order to turn it into law enforcement. I'm just saying you're taking a legal risk.
Yeah, and I understand that. So this is why I encourage people to watch the, do you know who Gideon is?
Who?
Gideon, he's like a YouTuber.
Yeah. Wasn't he a black YouTuber who got caught a few times trying to diddle teenagers?
No. He catches people trying to diddle kids. That's his like thing now, right?
Oh, well, then who's the I'm being racist, but I want to be funny about it.
About EDP,
who's the
like this fat
EDP
black
4555, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
That,
Gideon's,
sorry, Gideon. Sorry for mixing
Yeah.
you up with another black man. Anyways,
Yeah, his thing is actually called EDP Watch. It's like a thing that he does now. He does stings for like predators. And so
Okay.
I was encouraging people to watch a recent video that he put out, where there was this big TikToker who was purchasing CSAM on Telegram, right? Like a lot of it apparently, including like infants, right, on Telegram. His girlfriend found this on his phone, and she recorded it on her phone. So she made a copy of and possessed CSAM. And what did she do with it? She took it to the fucking police, and magically, they worked with her and they arrested him and not her. Like this
Right.
is
Right.
like, come on.
Yeah,
Like, what the
it's
fuck?
such an obvious example. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's as simple as that. Like, yeah, sometimes, yes, when this shit comes up, and I wish it didn't come up, to be clear, like maybe just because you guys have no experience and you're lucky, you have no experience with this kind of shit, right? So you don't run into this kind of evil shit as often as I have over the years. And I'm a little bit jealous of that. But I understand that yes, sometimes I will be putting myself at risk, and it not just of like investigation or whatever for handling this kind of stuff when it pops up in front of me, but also like risk of death because these guys are actually fucking violent. They've killed people and they want to fucking kill me. So I understand, right, that you guys think it's fucking weird to put myself in that position, but this is my community. I've had this community for like 10 years
Then
now, and I care about them. And
let
then even if
me
it's not my community, if I need to put myself at some risk to catch some guy who's trying to fucking extort a kid, yeah, I'm gonna fucking do it. Fuck that.
Okay, so let me ask you a direct question that should have a pretty easy answer as well, similar to earlier. So, let's say that you are a lying, Machiavellian, manipulative person who wants to be perceived as noble and virtuous. So you present yourself as such, but realistically, you're engaged in vigilante shit. And let's say that we find out, let's say Doobie is streaming for whatever reason. Okay, and this is hypothetical, not real, to be clear. Let's say that you have a Vosh moment where you expose a folder, and while you have turned over evidence to law enforcement in the past, you actually retained it for your own viewing needs. Would you have any problems with me effectively disavowing you and banning you from the Discord?
And dox me and report me to the FBI.
Okay.
Like that's
All right,
that's
just-
yeah.
And, you know, not that I think that we're going to have to go down that path. I'm just trying to set up like a clear moral standard that there are people who are like, oh, yeah, I bet Doobie deletes it afterwards. Who says he deletes it? And I'm just trying to set up the moral framework that if you were as bad as some people claimed you were, we could change our relationship. So,
yeah, you know what's funny to me? I mean, a lot of this is funny to me, but it's funny to me that like what we're talking about is I've had to engage with this evil shit because these people have attacked people in my community for years, right? So I've had to deal with it for fucking years, and I've always gone immediately to the fucking authorities with all the evidence I have to try to get these people stopped. That's what I've done, and they're comparing me to the guy who held on to something he knew was likely CSAM for almost a year to find the girl, and then posted that girl, and then when this girl was doxxed, um, put her fucking Kiwi Farms thread up on stream with all her minor pictures and shit. So that's what you're comparing me to, right? So like, it's a little bit ridiculous. Like, just be real. So
no, it can. I'm happy that you're not upset or you're minimally upset, but
I just
you
think
know,
it's funny.
there's
I'm
frustrations
jaded. I
being
just think it's
compared to people who you find truly reprehensible and vile. At least in my opinion. Sometimes I get frustrated. Sometimes I get angry.
Yeah, Aromatic, when the Kiwi Farms thread was put up, he knew that she was 17, definitely, absolutely, yes, and he showed that on his stream, yes. Anyway,
How is this snarking reveille, you fucking dipshit?
this is a problem, right? So they will take this criticism, which I think is normal, reasonable criticism, and say that I'm snarking. And
Yeah,
I'm just-
sorry. What snarking has happened? Has he fucking called for Nathan's docs? Has he called for fucking Destiny's docs? Has he fucking verbally harassed them? Has he been rhetorically hyperbolic at all? What the fuck are you talking about? Sorry, real quick. I just need to yap real quick. This is where DGG loses its fucking mind. Okay? Y'all lose your fucking mind. And as much as I can criticize the fucking snarkers for being on an Aldous Huxley style crusade where they want to be morally virtuous, you are guilty of the fucking same. So chill the fuck out and shut the fuck up. And by the way, if you want to say, oh, he's lying, prove it. Prove it, you fucking pieces of shit. Prove it. And how much do you want to bet? You're saying, oh, 100% he fucking lied. Okay, how much do you want to bet that when we go watch the fucking clip, it's going to be a repeat of what he just said? Which is effectively, there are people on the internet who, when you dox, nothing happens because nobody gives a fuck to try to kill them. There are people on the internet who you dox, and you're putting their family members and their friends and them at physical risk of homicide. And being crazy about doxing and just doxing fucking everybody is a problem because you don't know who's going to get hurt or killed, and you don't know who's going to get left alone. So, Destiny engaging in this reckless behavior, it would be fair, I think is a term that I heard. I think Doobie said it's not moral. He doesn't agree that it's moral. But it would be fair.
I think it's a natural response to danger.
That basically. Nathan would be on the chopping block. So I'm sorry. If that's a descriptive claim, then what are you objecting to if he just said that? Because if you're accusing him of lying, that means that he said something worse in the clip, and that right now he's self-sweeping. So what are the chances that I'm going to go watch that clip and it's going to be an identical fucking statement?
Yeah, you can just play the clip right now. And if I said something different, I'm right here. You can yell at me about it.
I don't even know if I want to fucking... Dude, if somebody has the clip on fucking standby, give me the clip of Doobie fucking lying on Discord. Go ahead.
I even had this convo with Nick, Kyla's husband, yesterday on
Let's see
chat.
it.
He asked me about it.
I'm being a smart ass, but yeah, let's prove Doobie to be a liar. Because what you're saying is he is committing a lie of commission right now. He said something, he's saying something else now. You're saying, yeah, play the clip. I don't have the fucking clip. You think I have all of Doobie's fucking internet bullshit in my fucking folders? Fuck you. You give me the clip. You're the ones who are accusing him of lying. Fucking...
Okay. So
sorry.
I'm going to post.
Go ahead.
So Nick asked me about this yesterday.
Yeah.
I will post that. It's a short convo. I'll post it for you in chat. And you can pull it up on stream and just tell me if I've said something different. Because I feel like I've been extremely consistent on this.
Is it in our DMs?
Yeah, it'll be an idea.
Okay, and this is the text?
Yes.
All right. So let me save this. I know they're talking about a video clip though.
Yeah, I think it's actually, this is one of the reasons why people in Waste community were like worried, is because some DGG recorded me talking about it after asking me about it in the server. I sent it to Destiny, and now this thing spread around. So again, I don't give a fuck. I criticize them openly. I'm not afraid of like saying anything publicly.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm any different. But I think people are worried that people do that to them.
I'm gonna read this, looking for the lie. I'll literally send you guys my Discord link right now. If y'all want to get me a timestamp or whatever of Doobie lying, then here's my Discord link.
And to be clear,
I just
Connor,
saved it so I don't have to show my Discord. So let me go to my downloads because I don't keep pornography on my shit.
And to be clear, Connor, so while you're doing that, the reason this even came up isn't because I just brought up Nathan. Some dude on Twitter said this. So Wick had him on his stream to talk about it. And this guy claims he was joking. I think it's a fucked up joke anyway. I think the whole thing's fucked. So Wick was talking to him about it. So I went on to talk to Wick. So Wick thinks that my position is like light justifying it in some way. I don't think so at all. But that's where this came up. I didn't just randomly bring up his kid. I wouldn't do that.
Right. So let me read this out real quick out loud. On the doxing thing, I think any large internet community is going to be full of nutbags who do dumb shit. Descriptively true. Doxing is and should be a taboo with zero tolerance in online spaces for this reason. Over the last couple of years, Destiny has been openly engaging in doxing and the encouragement of doxing. He claims this is in retaliation. I claim that that isn't true. I've never doxed him or encouraged anyone to do that or hung around people doing it. Well, that's a thumbnail. God damn it. I literally have fucking thumbnails for YouTube videos in here. All right, let's check this one then. His behavior has broken the taboo in a way that we just haven't seen in these spaces, in my opinion. So if he's going to behave this way, understanding that these spaces are full of nutbags on all sides who might endanger the families. This is basically the demon summoning circle that J-Stock was talking about. On all sides, who might endanger the families and loved ones of his enemies. He should expect it to happen to him. I don't think any of it's justified. I think it's all bad and everyone should stop. I think even if he's doing it to other people, people should not do it to him, especially not his family members. I've absolutely never supported involving his son/family in any of this stuff and never would. Wait, I should clarify. Are you saying he has no right to complain or that he should blame himself? I think those are substantially different things. I'm not sure which one you mean. How are we harassing more normal than Jew Stalker? Ha ha ha. Doobie says, yeah, I can use myself as an example. I've been the target of multiple actually dangerous criminal orgs for a decade now and have made serious threats against my family and I. Destiny encouraging people to dox me puts my family at risk. Me too, but I care less about that. I think you would understand if I reacted to that danger in a very aggressive, violent, problematic way, but I will not do it because I'm a mentally stable person and I've done enough to feel decently safe from the doxing threats. But not everyone is me. So I don't know. Seems like he's playing with fire. Then... I hope my last statement clears it up a bit. It's not that I think any of it is justified. It's more that I think his behavior is fueling this kind of unhinged behavior and he needs to stop fueling it. So you, the people who are accusing him of lying, need to get me the fucking clip where Doobie says, oh yeah, Destiny's doxing me and he's putting my family at risk, so I'm going to dox Nathan. Fuck him. Find me that audio. I'd love to hear that audio. You fucking twats. Half of you have verbal comprehension issues. Half of you have, seriously, like verbal and reading comprehension issues. You don't actually listen to words. This is part of the reason, god damn it, I'm so fucking happy my community is 50 to 150 people instead of filled with you 300 cunts. It's because when you say words, they're communicating meaning. And so when you articulate words, it's not supposed to be an emotion. You're supposed to pay attention to the words and then build complex structures in your brain. And then you're supposed to understand those complex structures. So go ahead. You're ready to fucking prove me wrong. Go ahead. Prove me wrong. I literally linked you in my fucking Discord.
People in your chat were saying that I was talking to Destiny's son. I've never communicated with the son ever. That's just fucking... that comes from nowhere. In fact, in cases where he has come up, people have tried to use him as a weapon with like, he's going through like some alt-right phase or some shit. I've said, shouldn't talk about that. He's a kid. Let him be a kid. Like, why would the fuck would you even bring that up? Right? Let him be a kid online. Who gives a fuck? And when that Australian fucking retard interviewed him and debated him, I said that guy should be fucking blacklisted. I think it's unacceptable for him to be engaging with a minor like that.
There's the Discord link. So for all the people who are saying, no, he's lying, no, he's lying, no, he's lying, no, he's lying. Why have I been sitting here for 5 minutes without the clip of Doobie endorsing doxing Nathan? It's really that simple. You're saying that he's lying, that this is not his perspective. That means that you've seen it somewhere where Doobie has lied. Therefore, I need evidence that Doobie is lying to my face right now. And I've linked you the Discord twice over the past 5 to 10 minutes. So why, instead of typing in my chat, Doobie's a liar, Doobie's a liar, Doobie's a liar, why haven't you come into the Discord with the link and given me the clip yet?
So I'm just really like, I'm like flabbergasted. So the Benji 09, so you just said, so that I'm using my kid as a shield, while I said that Nathan is a free and fair target to being A-logged and should be. Where the fuck does that come from? Like, I honestly don't understand. Now, I get that Destiny's been saying this, right? But it's just not true. And I think that, I don't understand where the fuck that comes from, other than like him lying because he does that, whatever. So just like use your own brain, I guess. I don't know. And I just want to be clear about something else. So I am in the Left Snark server, right? I was invited like last September. And my perception, I think it was like shortly after it was made, because I remember there being like 20 or 30 people in it when I was invited. And I think this was done because Destiny had gone out and threatened to dox me, right? And said he was going to dox me. And I think this is why they saw me as like somebody they needed to invite to their space or whatever. Because I wasn't in communication with JSOC before that or Queeman. The last combo that I had with women before that was like a couple years prior. It was like a big ass argument where I left like Chud's community because I thought they were doing something disgusting. So they invited him to the Left Strike server. When I looked at it at the time, it was just normal shit talking. I checked
Doobie,
it a few times
can I
over the.
pause you just real
go ahead.
quick? So, Destiny never even claimed Doobie said that. His claim was that Doobie said it was okay to A-log Nathan and fuck over his job opportunities in the future. So, if Destiny is putting other people's family at risk of homicide, and Doobie just doubled and tripled down both in text and in VC that he thinks that what's good for the goose is good for the gander, descriptively, how is he lying? And if you're not able to articulate that, you are truly a dipshit. I'm sorry for interrupting. Please continue.
No, it's okay. So yeah, I was in. I believe I've been in there from the start because it seemed very much smaller when I joined, and right now it's only like 70 people or some shit. So it's not even a big server. So I only checked it like sporadically over the last like, couple years, and whenever I checked it, well, actually not a couple years, like it's been a year, less than a year actually since it's been up. It was open like last September. Whenever I check it, it's just clips. So clips of Hutch, them saying, "Oh, Hutch is a retard," blah blah blah. Clips of Destiny, "Oh, Destiny's a retard," blah blah. Clips of streamers they like, actually, clips of news articles. These people seem to be like more on the progressive side. So the vast majority of criticism that I've seen of people like Hutch, or even you in there, which is like not, I haven't seen very much actually, but even you, is like political. It's like about Israel or about the moderate versus progressive Dem thing. It's that kind of shit, right? Them feeling like he's not following conversation, he's a fucking idiot. Shit like this, right? Which is totally, again, totally normal in this space for people to have little communities where they post clips of streamers they like and dislike and shit talk them. I haven't seen this like whole harassment campaign thing. I didn't see anybody mocking anybody's dead sister. I didn't see anybody mocking. Actually, when they mentioned that Wick had been doxxed when he was on stream, I messaged Wick and I said, "Hey, can you just tell me the stuff around it?" And I would look in there and see if it's in there. So I didn't see any of that shit. And if I had seen it, I'd obviously let him know, and I'd call it out immediately because that's not. I don't support that at all. So this idea that it's like a massive doxing server or people being A-logged or whatever the fuck is ridiculous. So my perception of that community is they treat Destiny, Hutch, and other streamers who are like politically like on the enemy side from them, like oppositional to them. They treat them like you guys treat Hassan. If they say something dumb or wrong, they'll post a clip. "Oh, this guy's a fucking idiot, ha ha ha," and that's it. Right? like that's it. And then they'll show some streamers in there who'll pull it up on the stream for like reaction content. It's the same shit that everybody else does. It really is that. Like this whole like there's like this and it's true that sometimes when there's like a debate happening, right? So actually when that debate was happening between was it Pisco and Hutch?
Yeah.
I think it was about I forget what it's about. But there's a debate happening between Pisco and Hutch, and they posted it on there. I'm like, "Hey, Pisco is debating Hutch about X thing." I think it was Ethan Klein or some shit. I can't remember. And so they posted it, and they were sitting in the voice channel. Someone was streaming it, and they're watching it and talking about it and yapping about how stupid Hutch is, like shit like this. Totally normal in the space. A little bit weird, like online behavior, but people have weird hobbies. Fuck it, you know. Like so,
Yeah.
this idea of this some evil A-logging server where they're like planning missions and shit. It's so silly. Like it's so stupid.
Well,
And
let me interrupt you for a minute because I had to draw a drawing because I think some maybe some DGGers truly are Indian and English is their second language. So I need to draw a drawing for them to understand something real quick. So what Doobie has said repeatedly, and these red arrows are representative of violence. Okay? So what Doobie has said in text, what he said to me today, and what I'm assuming he's going to say again in the clip that has been submitted to me, is that Destiny has engaged in doxing. And doxing puts people at risk of violence. And just as an example, I'll use a very specific example. I am divorced. My wife no longer lives with me. My children only stay with me half the time. I'm a former Marine and a former law enforcement officer. and I have very violent friends. Okay? So if somebody kills me, I expect my friends to find the most likely culprits, and I'll just be real, I expect them to do some terms of service ass shit to whoever they think took me out. Okay? So I have not experienced a lot of violence. I just haven't. Not a lot of people have attacked me physically in real life. What Doobie is saying is that on the internet, he has done psyops against other people who are criminals and murderers who would want to go after his family. So as a result of Destiny attempting to dox him, he's putting Doobie's family, himself, his wife, and his children at risk of homicide. Now, he's saying descriptively, he has not doxed Nathan. He has not doxed Destiny. He has not done PII ops. He has not done any of that shit. But he thinks that if Destiny is going to be putting his family and Esports Batman's family and J-Stock's family and Queeman's family at risk of homicide, then what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And therefore, descriptively, people will dox and A-log Nathan and Destiny and put them at risk of homicide. It's literally descriptively that fucking simple. No, he justified it. I just justified it, you fucking idiot. I just said that what's good for the goose is good for the gander descriptively. How the fuck are you not understanding it? You literally take synonyms and you throw them at the chat in a word salad because you don't know what words mean. And I'm shocking you have the ability. I'm shocked that you don't have fucking Velcro shoes, you stupid fucks. Anyways, sorry for that, but I feel like sometimes I literally need to draw drawings for these stupid fucks. But they submit me a clip. So do you want to see a clip of you allegedly lying? Anyways.
And his mom. Like, he's around here making these arguments.
Permission structure. Permission structure for people to fuck with Nathan, to fuck with his mom. And I don't agree with that.
And his mom. Like, he's around here making these arguments.
Permission structure. Permission structure for people to fuck with Nathan, to fuck with his mom. And I don't agree with that, to be clear. Which is why I don't think any of it should be happening. But I just want to be clear. Like, if that is what the world that he is creating, like, I don't think he has any ground to complain about it.
Wait, so at first there's like two things here. It's just like whenever like we're talking about some like unhinged person's behavior, you're always pointing out like, well, but kind of like, but Destiny did this, and then it doesn't even seem that equivocal. Where did Destiny tell you it's okay to dox people's families, children, or any of that?
Okay, this is a retarded question, and I'm going to go ahead and react to it. Is if you dox somebody, if I live with my family, and you have my phone number, and you have a picture of my face, and you have my address, and you have my employer, how hard do you think it is to find extended family members? Sometimes it's as simple as white pages or yellow pages. It's literally not hard once you find one person to find their extended family members. And let's say that somebody wanted to come to my house in order to commit homicide. Well, sometimes my family is going to be present, don't you think?
Like, it's such a loose connection where this guy is like directly saying like, hey, it's okay to like, yeah, it's okay to like target if you get, or what you're saying is basically by Destiny standards, it's by Destiny standard, it is okay for people to attack his son because if you're like involved.
Yeah, correct. So everybody who docs Destiny also docs his entire extended family? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's true. Did Doobie do that? Did Queeman do that? Now, maybe J-Stock did. I don't fucking know. But that's why we want the logs, right? We want the logs because we want to know who's doing the doxing. So if somebody doxed Destiny, hear me when I say this, that is bad and evil, and it puts Nathan and Destiny and his entire family at risk. Of course, you fucking dipshits. And don't tell... Fuck you. Hold on, how about this? We got like 400 people in here. I'm literally just going to sit here for 30 fucking seconds because fuck you, that's why. Don't tell me how to stream, you cunts. Literally, let's start a fucking timer. Fuck you. I'll literally lose 100 of you pieces of shits. Timer. There you go. We'll literally just sit here and do nothing for 30 seconds because you're telling me how to fucking stream. How about that? We'll literally waste time because you're fucking bitching, you fucking loser. And if you bitch again, I'll literally add 30 seconds to the fucking clock. How about that shit? Suck my whole fucking cock.
Wow.
Yeah, there's 30 seconds. Tell me how to stream again, you fucking cunts. Anyways. Back to the clip.
That's my position on all that.
No, it seems
I
like
need to
your
run up,
position. All that's happened is you've reiterated your fucking position. So hold on. We still got a few minutes in the... We got 5 minutes total. Do you have 5 minutes? If you don't have 5 minutes to hang out and react, that's totally fine. I'm just...
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Or their people's peripheries.
Yeah, anybody
people who are
connected.
doxing each
Anybody
other.
connected to him.
That does not. There is a very, very like reasonable like assumption that doesn't mean like their 14-year-old kid or
Why?
anything like that.
Wait, why? So the issue is that he's putting these people in danger, right? So I'm
It's
sure
not
Esports
a-
Batman has a family. I'm sure JSOC has a family. Queeman has a family. He stalks both of them. I'm sure Wicked Supreme has a family. And any internet community is going to have crazy fucking people in it, right? And some of these people have reported that, you know, that they've been harassed at work.
No, they haven't. That's a fucking lie, and he knows it.
Employees have been called. Crazy. Batman has a family. I'm sure JSOC has a family. Queeman has a family. He stalks both of them. I'm sure Wicked Supreme has a family. And any internet community is going to have crazy fucking people in it, right? And some of these people have reported that, you know, that they've been harassed at work.
No, they haven't. That's a fucking lie, and he knows.
Hold up. Logically, I believe Dan could correct me. Dan Saltman's been harassed at work. I know he's retired, but people have gone out of his way to fuck with his businesses. I think they've gone out of his way to fuck with his family. So why is this true for Dan and Mutton, but it's not potentially true for J-Stock or Queeman? I don't understand the rationale behind this. So I would need evidence, or Wicked Supreme. What is the evidence that none of these people have experienced harassment at work? I'd love to know how you know that's a lie.
So Connor, I do need to run for like 20
You
minutes.
can go, man. I
can-
appreciate you coming on and yapping.
so,
If there's like
a-
another important point that you want to make, you're welcome back on. But I'm gonna watch this
No,
to
yes, like I said, I
catch
need to go
you
for
in
like
your
20
lie.
minutes. If they have any evidence, I encourage them to bring it up while I'm gone, so I can't defend myself. And I'll be back in like 20, 30 minutes, and I can hop back on if you want me to
All right.
answer for it. Okay,
Sounds
Talk to you
good.
later.
All right, we're gonna watch this clip and catch you in a lie. I'll see you later. All right, let's go.
Knows it.
Employees have been called. Their family members have been called. They've been tracked down on
This has all happened to me, by the way, and is still happening to me, by the way, but okay.
Facebook and fucked with their friends. Like in Destiny, by encouraging his community to target and attack those people in the real world, has made all that happen. I think he's encouraged this to happen, and he's even complained that this community hasn't gone further. So I don't understand why would say he's like somehow drawn some clear line around family members. He just hasn't. He said anybody connected to these people is fair game.
Anybody connected to these people, like the people that are actively involved in these servers that are harassing every single person, not their fucking children.
You don't get to draw that line. You don't get to draw that line. If you find me, which is very easy, I'm easy to find. That's a deep cut clip. But if you find me, you find everybody around me. So saying, oh yeah, we just have this like moral line where we only find the people criticizing us, but we don't find their extended family members, that's not up to you. That's obviously not up to you. I don't even know why we would pretend that's up to you. We're just pretending like every single fucking DGGer has the exact same morality. We're just pretending that they're like lockstep soldiers with an escalation of force and rules of engagement. That's not how anything works.
Well, aren't you like making the same point? It's just like, well, if you're going to be like involved in
There's like 30 seconds left of this.
these like doxing wars or anything like that, then you're fair game as well. Like,
Correct. If you engage in doxing, you can be doxed. Even if you're not engaged in doxing, you're likely to get doxed.
No,
that's the same thing.
no. My position is that if this is the world he's creating, like what
the world he's creating.
Also, listen.
DGD doesn't do stupid shit? Really? You've never done stupid shit in your entire fucking life? That's a bold fucking stance to take. You think you're batting 1,000? That's impressive. Delusional, but impressive.
They're doing the child adult thing again as well, right? Where they have no choice but to react this way. Maybe they're just going to dox my child and his mom, and that's all they can do. But like all of the agencies somehow on my end. Keep in mind also that this whole thing is a one-sided obsession. The microsecond these people stop obsessively talking about me, like it's done. I don't care. Like what? Like I'm not going to spend all my
That's the part that I'll agree with. That's the part I'll agree with. Do you have any evidence? Where's your evidence that DGG did any doxing? Didn't Destiny himself dox J-Stock? Didn't Destiny himself dox Esports Batman? What do you mean DGG hasn't doxed anyone? If I just called Destiny right now and I said, hey, did you dox Esports Batman? And he says yes. What's your follow-up argument? What's your source? My source is Destiny. What are you talking about? If I ask the head of a community if he's doxed someone, and he's done too, and he's encouraged the doxing of other people, the evidence would be him saying it. Are you guys retarded? Dude, I am so, dude, you guys are making it so, like, dude, all you've done is clarified how happy I am with my own community. That's all that's happened today. To be clear, like 100 fucking snarkers have come in order to sweep for the snarkers, and 100 fucking DGG or cultist fucking F-slurs have come in order to fucking dick suck Destiny, and you guys have the worst arguments. You guys are truly some of the dumbest fuckers in YouTube politics. It's actually impressive. How can you watch Destiny every single day, a clearly intelligent motherfucker who is capable of articulating pretty complex arguments, and none of that's rubbed off on you? You haven't gained an IQ point or two just off of osmosis? Because some of you are the stupidest motherfuckers in the entire space. And you shouldn't even be typing, okay? Like, that is too much. That is too, you should be going and contacting the government to go get a fucking home healthcare worker. I don't even know why you're bothering with online politics. You are too dumb for online politics. You actually need to go call whatever state you live in and go get a home health care worker. You are some of the dumbest motherfuckers in Twitch and YouTube politics. Holy shit. Do I have evidence? Yes. Destiny is the head of a community called DGG. Destiny has doxed 2 people. If I ask Destiny if he doxed 2 people, he's going to say yes. Ergo, DGG has doxed people. Additionally, Destiny has called for the doxing of people, and you guys are cultist fucking F-slurs. You have no evidence except for the word of the head of the community. Who are you? Who are you? Oh, yeah, you're gone. You're gone. Let me find you. You are gone. You are Austin Tibbs. Austin Tibbets. You are the dumbest motherfucker in my chat. Which is impressive. Because I got 50 to 150 motherfuckers who are already in my community who are dumb. Well, I would say 50 of them are fucking brilliant. 100 of them are dumb as fuck. You are dumber than my community, the Snarker community, and the DGG community. You are the dumbest motherfucker in 3 communities. All right.
On my stream digging through these fucking servers and going through all these psychotic people. Like, I don't care. I don't need to. I don't want to. I don't want anything to do with this. So like, all of this is on them.
That's what I can agree to, is that J-Stock and Creeman have a unilateral fucking obsession with Destiny, creates the stochastic environment in which people will be digitally harassing Steven's family. That's descriptively true. I can agree to that. I can't agree to Doobie lying. Where's the lie? Doobie literally repeated himself. Oh, this is boring? Oh, okay. Well, then you don't need to watch, do you? Bye. Fuck you. Slap yourself in the fucking ass on your way out, you fucking loser. Oh. Anyways, so you didn't prove Doobie lied. Doobie literally repeated the same fucking argumentation that he's repeated in front of me. The same argumentation that he said here. The same argumentation that he said to Nick. He literally said the same thing. So where's the fucking lie? Tell me where the lie is, you fucking losers. Still got 20 seconds left.
Doxing is off limits. It's like a taboo. You don't do it, and if you do it, you get like ostracized.
Except clearly that wasn't the case. But
it was back in the day.
Yeah. The and his mom.
Okay, so you didn't prove he lied. Kill yourself. Fucking losers. All right. Pay attention to your most loyal cogger. No, dude. I don't. You don't need to defend our honor. All right. You don't need to defend our honor. You can start banning fucking F slurs. That's what you can do. Make a line in Discord and debate us. A lot of us DGG people care about you and y'all's relationship, but like, bro, you're being dumb. Sure. No, I'll get too angry. I'll get too angry. I will get way too angry. All terms of service. Destiny debates claims of keeping CSAM doxing and harassment. Watch this whole thing. If you can't see what Doobie is doing, then I don't know how I still like you, though. Yeah, that fucking argument was gay as shit. Why are you falling for gay ops? Because I have 2 communities gay opping me. There's literally fucking... There's literally 2 communities in here that are not my own. Oh, okay. Bye. 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 Let's go! All right, mods. It's time. This was a trap. Okay? This was a trap. Start twisting dicks. All 500 of these cunts that are in our fucking chat right now. If they say something lame, twist their dick. Give them a perma. Get them. Attack. Cogger mods attack. Kill the snarkers. Kill the DGG simps. Kill them all. Twist their dicks. All right. All right. So anyways, I'm going to engage with Super Chats real quick. To be honest, that was the content. That was the content. So fuck off. Fuck off. All you fucking losers. Anybody who wants to give me cash, you are more than welcome to give me cash. Anybody who enjoys the stream, you are welcome to come back at 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Monday through Friday on Valor Media Network. Anybody who wants to check me out on Tuesdays, you can do so at Counterpoints Politics. I'm going to engage with chat, and I'm going to engage with Super Chats. So if you want to say something infuriating and or insightful to me, you may do so now. But just bear in mind, my mods are cleared hot. anybody who says something, if you're a fucking snarker who's justifying doxing Destiny and his family or anybody around him, I want my mods to twist your dick. If you're a fucking DGGer who literally doesn't understand words, then I want my mods to twist your dick. Mods, fucking open fire. Digitally, of course. So, I just have to thank dollar amounts real quick. So, Vazraka gifted, Fashion 40 gifted, Officer Nasty 5, Fire Rat 5, Horse God 5, Hedonic Samuel with the renewal, Fell Runner with the renewal, Horse God with the 2, Tag Op with the 5, Silver with the 5, Vedsunil with the 10, Tallybots with the 5, Tribe with the 5, Tallybots with the 2, Unork with the 5, Fell Runner with the 5. Who the fuck is this? Is this Airborne Kite? Airborne Kite with the 10, Doobie with the 10, Doobie with the 10, Doobie with the 10. Who is this? Let me go full screen. Doobie with the 10. Captain Dan the Fireman with the 10. I'll read your super chats at the end, but I want to engage with chat real quick and give them an opportunity to get their fucking dicks twisted. Anonymous chat with the 50. Some of them might be into it. Captain Dan the Fireman with the 10. Patriarch with the 10 gifted. Thank you for the oil king. Envoy Snark with the 5. Doobie with the 10. Doobie with the 10. Captain Dan with the 5. Anonymous chatter with the 2. Sir Rab with the 5. Fighting Milk with the 5. What is that? Crow Milk? Anonymous chatter with the 20. Fashion 40 with the 5. Officer Nasty with the 2. AK Batusai with the 10. Big Leafy Tree with the 14. Jeb Kush with the renewal. Everybody is Dirty 5. Kilotonics with the 5. There were not enough MS Paint diagrams in the stream. Do better. I'll work on it, buddy. All right, anyway, so if you have something infuriating, I demand time to address the cog. Let me address chat first, and then literally start twisting dicks. So, start twisting dicks. Mod should revolt. He doesn't respect you guys. Enjoy that. Big Leafy Tree says, also, how does Destiny doing something indict all of DGG, but Snarkers are only responsible for everything they've individually done? When the fuck did I say that all of you should be doxxed and harassed for the actions of Destiny? That's never fucking happened. You're too stupid to understand words. Stop it. Always 82 140 said something lame. Perfect. Officer Nasty got banned. That's funny. Pickles Nathan. We call that a ditch-tiny. Well, don't get them if they're saying things that are funny. If they're funny, don't twist their dicks. All doxing is banned, true. Brain penetrated fully, true. If they say something funny, bro's cortisol is through the roof, true. That's just funny. Why are you banning people who are being funny? Don't ban the funny ones. God, you guys are so mean. I need to be more clear with like rules of engagement. My own moderators have just massacred a bunch of civilians. Old doxing is banned except in snarker circles where it's celebrated and encouraged, but only a few of them do it, so the rest get to smugly laugh and say in Moral Frog about how evil doxing is. That wasn't even that bad. Why'd you ban him that? Damn, you guys opened fire and you massacred a bunch of fucking civilians. Holy shit. I need to rein in my own armed forces. Crazy how talking to snarkers is fine, but talking to DGGers will make you too angry because the DGG cultists who don't understand words are just as fucking dumb as the snarkers. Are we going to ignore your snarker mod or... Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Or you can rape them. I don't care. Cool Snip says, no more viewers, lol. It happens. It happens. Doobie should rope. That's terms of service. Very rude. Very rude. Again, Destiny used the exact justification after Hassan sent the pic of homemade guns to a Republican. I don't remember what you're talking about, but that's okay. Connor Legit just basically said Destiny is allowed to be doxxed because he doxed. You're retarded. How do you not know the difference between descriptive and prescriptive? You should probably go ask Destiny about this. Because Destiny used to be really, really, really good at helping people formulate arguments. And what he said is, when you're being descriptive, you are describing the world as it is. You are describing what is happening. Whereas when you're being prescriptive, you're saying what you want someone, something, or some institution to do. You're saying the world as it should be. Doobie, in 3 separate times, did not make a prescription. As a matter of fact, he made the opposite of the prescription that you guys are saying he prescribed. You guys are saying that he said that he was a liar because he endorsed and justified the doxing and harassment of Nathan. Whereas what Doobie said is he does not like doxing at all. He doesn't like when Destiny does it. He doesn't like when the Snarkers do it. But Destiny, through doxing people and putting people's families at risk, is creating the kind of world where this behavior becomes normalized. Ergo, he is putting himself and Nathan at risk. Do you understand descriptive versus prescriptive now? Because frankly, you're too stupid to watch Destiny. I would truly go try to read middle school young adventure books. That's more your speed. Gonza, damn, your view count tanked just like your marriage. Well, turns out there's a bunch of fucking F slurs in Twitch and YouTube politics. And they are only here for the DDG fucking traffic helicopter. Let's see. How many did we lose? Taking a look. We're still at 449. We lost 50 people. So I'm assuming 50 people are still waiting for Doobie to come back or something. Or just for me to talk shit in a funny way. I just want to say, I think you're wrong on all this, and I have questions. That doesn't mean that I think you're an awful person and I love your content. Thank you, Elikanos. That's the kind of person that I would talk with. You would have to tell me how I'm wrong. How about Pisco versus Taftage? Maybe. Because I do love your content. Well, thank you, Elikanos. What did Queeman say? Queeman? Why did you rape Queeman? Why is Queeman getting raped? Did he say something rude? I'd suggest that you're moments away from a full Benoit, but well, that's rude. That is rude. You deserve to have your dick twisted. Connor will not invite chatters to argue, just lives in his own reality. Correct. Fuck off. Fuck off. How's that? When will you stop sweeping for who? I've been accused of sweeping for both sides, so which one? Which one are you complaining about? Which side am I sweeping for? Collins? No. I'm good. I think I come away from a lot of these interviews with those accused of doxing is that they haven't seen the reported behavior, but I feel like when the truth comes out, they will have a new excuse. I would love it. Give me the evidence. I fucking love evidence. But so far, DGG is batting for they're batting 0. They told me that fucking Doobie lied, and then they gave me a link of a video where Doobie said exactly what he said today. Can he write me a prescription for Vyvanse? That wasn't that bad. Why'd you twist his dick for that one? That doesn't make sense. I don't know if what you're looking for, but there's a combo with Doobie talking to Wick about some guy A-logging Nathan in your DMs with me. Demon King Drago? Yeah, but didn't we just have fucking 5 minutes of that shit? I think we just had 5 minutes of that shit. You would have to do the pre-work on that and find me the lie. So if you want to go listen to that, you go listen to that, but I'm not listening to that again. Anonymous says, sorry for being squirrely. We didn't get much attention. We don't get much action. Yeah. Why? You twist too many dicks? You starting to feel bad now? No idea what the drama is about, but Doobie goes looking for CSAM. That's not cool. Yep, you missed the conversation. Weren't paying attention. The thing I don't understand is this. Doxing indirectly creates a threat to those close to you, so in turn it's theoretically justified directly to go after those close to you? Correct. In a descriptive sense. But what Doobie said... Because, okay, hold on. Now I got to pull up my reciprocal violence fucking chart. Because, dude, Destiny needs to do this is my biggest criticism of Destiny right now. Is that he has allowed truly stupid motherfuckers into his community. That is my biggest criticism of Destiny right now. Is that he used to go over argumentation, how to debate, rhetoric, how shit works, you know, like how to line up evidence in reference to arguments. And it seems that we are just working exclusively with the dumbest DGGers, which I can only presume has occurred due to a lack of policing on Destiny's behalf. So I'm not even criticizing him for the doxing at this point. I'm criticizing him for attracting and maintaining some of the stupidest motherfuckers on the internet. Where's my violence chart? I want my violence chart. I have a judgment, or I have a description about how violence works. Where's my barbarian retributive violence? Some of these drawings are fucking awesome. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, here we go. Found it. All right. So here's where we're at in reference to violence, is that I'm a cultural Christian. I don't believe Christ is the Messiah, but I think that the New Testament philosophy in reference to morality is based, and society is better when we follow it. And one of the things that Christ said that I think is based is, when somebody strikes you on the cheek, offer him your other one. And when he asks for your cloak, give him your jacket as well. And when he asks you to walk 1 mile with him, walk with him too. And what he's talking about is not only be reciprocal, be unendingly graceful in your interactions with other human beings, because we are all flawed and fucked up. And the truth is, when you turn the other cheek, oftentimes it will convince your opponent that they're not having very much fun fighting you, and therefore they'll give up. Now, clearly this doesn't apply specifically to violence. I think that you should be, if somebody is engaging in violence against you, you should engage in reciprocal violence. But as far as like relationships, I think that's pretty fucking good. Now, what Destiny says he's engaged in is tit for tat with 10% turn the other cheek, which is actually the gamified best reciprocal social game that you can play. Which is that you do something bad to me, I do something bad to you that is equal in impact, but not necessarily the equal tactic. And therefore, I hopefully teach you not to fuck with me. But then 10% of the time, I turn the other cheek. That way, maybe you're not going to want to fuck with me in the future. We can forgive each other our flaws as long as when I turn the other cheek, you and I build a reciprocal and collaborative relationship. But if I turn the other cheek and you strike me again, then it's time for me to go back to tit for tat. And that's what Destiny says he's doing, but that's not what he's doing. Eye for an eye means that if you poke out my eye with a stick, I am entitled to poke out your eye with a stick, and or I'm due some kind of financial or material restitution from you. And arguably, what Doobie is stating is eye for an eye. Okay? Destiny doxes Doobie. Therefore, in a hypothetical world, Doobie, and that puts Doobie's family at risk, hypothetically, Doobie is entitled to doxing Destiny's family. Now, he said that he hasn't, that he won't, that he thinks it's bad, and he wants everybody to chill the fuck out while he still thinks that Destiny is a pretty bad guy worthy of criticism. That's what he's claimed. If you want to show me evidence that he's lying and that he has doxed Nathan, that he has doxed Destiny, that he has doxed Mutton or Dan Saltman or anybody, I am open to the fucking evidence. Okay? And if he's lying to me, that will be the end of Doobie and my relationship. I'll tell you right now, DGG, you want me to get rid of Doobie? Prove to me that he's lying. Show me a clip of something he articulated today. Show me him doing the opposite or articulating the opposite to someone else, not 3 years ago, but within the past couple of weeks or month. Okay? Show me that. And I will, not only will I not have Doobie as a part of my chat. I won't even talk to Doobie anymore because I'll be like, hey, man, we talked about some pretty serious shit. I needed you to be truthful to me. You told me a lie. I can't work with you anymore. I'm sorry. And that'll be the end of our relationship. So DGG, you want me to end my relationship with Doobie? You have a perfect opportunity to do so. So anyways, so Doobie was describing eye for an eye, which is a moral system of the world that is broadly accepted. Now, what I would argue is that Destiny is engaged in barbarian retributive violence. That means you poke out my eye and I burn your fucking village to the ground. I kill your men, I enslave your women and children, and your women are sold to my warriors. That's barbarian retributive violence. And what I would say is, Esports Batman, as an example, he gave legal feedback to one of Destiny's enemies. That's what Esports Batman is entitled to. And so what Destiny would be entitled to, under eye for an eye or tit for tat, is he would be able to help one of Esports Batman's enemies in order to hurt Esports Batman. That's what would be due to Destiny based off of these moral systems. But Destiny didn't do that. He used total warfare and he engaged in barbarian retributive violence. You helped out my enemy, I'm putting your personal identifying information on the internet. Tell me where I'm wrong. The thing I don't understand is this. Doxing indirectly creates a threat to those close to you, so in turn theoretically justified to go directly after those close to you. Correct. So if you dox someone and you put their family in danger, in that hypothetical scenario, based off of tit for tat and eye for an eye morality, your family can likewise be put in danger. That's negative reciprocity. All the smart people left DGG a long time ago. That's fucking sad, man. Why the fuck are you talking to Doobie, taking Doobie's words on anything? Fuck you, you fucking dipshit. That's not an argument. How about that, Thomas Martinson? How about you come to me with a fucking argument instead of being a fucking dipshit? Here's 24 hours. Eat a dick. Wow, I'm impressed. Thank you. It's a complete fucking opposite. You're framing this as if Destiny docs first. Stop doing the prescriptive, descriptive philosophy shit and think about it for a second. No, you're a fucking retard. You are truly a dumb fuck. You truly don't know what the fuck is going on. Even my line of argumentation right here with moral philosophy completely rebuts what the fuck you said. Too stupid. Take a fucking lap. Matter of fact, that's what I'm going to do. Mods, ceasefire. Mods, ceasefire, show clear. I'm going to scroll through chat, and if these people are too fucking stupid, they're getting a 24-hour at minimum. And if they're truly stupid, I'm giving them a perma. Connor becomes so much cooler when he got divorced. Thank you. I try. There was a firefight. True. We probably banned all the lost viewers. Lol. Maybe. I love you. That's why. Thank you. That's how many got banned. Damn. Strong work, mods. Good. It's okay. Connor Queeman will deposit 50 snark coins in your Palestinian bank account. Well, he doesn't want to call me right now. Should I call him right now? Should we put a cherry on top? Queeman, are you available now, or are we talking later? Question mark. We'll see if we can get a Queeman cherry on this R slur Sunday. Please tell me she's not MAGA. The specific issue was a claim that Destiny greenlit going after people's family, changing the language anyone connected to them, but that citation was not in reference to people's family. Okay, you think... let me put... Okay, no problem. You think that... So let's say that you dox me. This is what... Tyler, I'll try to engage with you in good faith. If you dox me, are you putting my family in danger? The clear answer is yes. The obvious answer is yes. So I don't even know what the fuck you're arguing. You don't have to go after my family in order to put me in danger. You can go after me and put my family in danger. Obviously. So I think that's a very weak argument. Hey, stop twisting dicks. Stop twisting dicks. Ceasefire. Hey, mods, ceasefire, show clear. Oh, so it's Destiny's fault? Everything? All of it? That's crazy. Nobody said that, you dipshit. You're getting a fucking perma. You're getting a perma. You are too stupid You are too stupid to be in Twitch YouTube politics. You, bearded pinecone, need to call your local state representative in order to find a home health care worker. You need to shift from laced shoes to Velcro shoes. You need to shift from forks and knives to fucking sporks. You are too stupid to be here. Vazraka, thank you for the 10. Fashion 40 says, Connor, a lot of us don't fuck with Queeman. He's only tolerated for you. Thank you. Mod ceasefire show clear. I will read these comments and I will dick twist as necessary. I don't like Queeman, but not because of some snarker crap, but because he's a femboy. Well, there you go. I'm behind in the VOD like 2 hours. God damn it. Just fucking jumped. It's fine. Let me find the super chat. Let me find my most recent super chat. Was that it? No. There we go. It's Fazraka. There we go. That's not nice. True. No, they've always been like this, Connor. That's sad. Indians don't even get like this, Connor. That's sad. Nope, this is all the people he has left, the smart ones left. That's sad. What are we going to do if Destiny makes you pick between him or Doobie? I'm not making that choice. He can come with me with evidence that fucking Doobie is Viet Cong and not a Viet Cong proselytizer, and then I'll fucking kill Doobie myself. How about that? How are you going to thank Doobie at all for being a vigilante and looking at CSAM to protect you in all of Discord? This is a real non-rhetorical question. Let me read it again. Are you going to thank Doobie at all for being a vigilante and looking at CSAM to protect you and all of Discord? This is a non-rhetorical question. No, I'm not going to. I think that's cringe. I think vigilanteism is cringe, and it's putting his family at risk. Now, if he wants to engage in it because he's passionate about the topic, go for it. But I strongly recommend that he take a look at the argumentation that we did, where if there's a live link, you're supposed to give it to the federal cyber tip line. And if it's a forum, then you're supposed to contact your local law enforcement and give them the hyperlink to join the forum in order to infiltrate it and criminally investigate and incarcerate people. That's my recommendation. I don't think that you should like if you're worried that material is going to get downloaded, I understand the alleged impetus of screenshotting it and maintaining it in order to give sufficient evidence for law enforcement to take action, but I think he's taken an unnecessary risk and he should probably stop doing it. Larry Hutchinson for 5 says, I know it's not you, but didn't Tiny show proof of Wick being doxxed by them to Wick? Yes. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He's under pressure because of self-inflicted court case problems. He can't afford to chase away the idiots, apparently. Rally says, is that really a stupid comment? Lol, I thought that was a fair question. I forget which one it is. All of these dumb DGGers are honestly people, these snarkers LARPing as DGG? Maybe. Maybe. There's a lot of gay apps going on. I'm not going to hold Destiny accountable for how stupid some members of his fucking audience are. Who is this? I Stan says, Connor, AL stopped showing up on Destiny stream years ago because DGG is so much dumber than D is. It's not a new thing. I'm a libertarian DGGer. Okay, fair enough. DEI, give all them Hodors a sword to fight for the realm. True. This is the Israeli-Palestine videos all over again. He just needs to drop the manifesto to clear things up. Maybe. Connor didn't see it, so it doesn't count. He has to see it. What do I have to see? And what has that got him? Banned on Twitch, his friends and family's docs, every new contact he makes getting brigaded and warned to excommunicate him. I don't think he cares about proper etiquette. Okay. You're not denying the bad behavior. You're justifying it. So, okay. Just don't say it's not happening. There's two arguments in reference to bad behavior. It's not happening, and it's good that it's happening. If you are jumping from it's not happening to it's good that it's happening, you're a stupid asshole, and you need to pick one line of argumentation. So anyways. Okay, and why should anyone believe that? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Use proper nouns, dipshit. Rita doxing Wick 8 months after Destiny started doxing doesn't really prove who started it. Okay, Rita's a fucking asshole, and Rita is excommunicated from my community. If Rita's in our Discord, eliminate them, please. I'm not stating for a fact Dan paid an Indian call center to dick ride for DGG, but I can't disprove it either. Well, that sounds like a libelous rumor. You son of a bitch. Amplifox. Gelatinous Rue pretends says, let's talk Little St. Jeff the next time files drop. Don't let these people hold these threats over your community or they will not stop. Well, they're not going to. To whoever's left, you know, we stopped the content a moment ago, but whoever's left in the chat, I'm just going through chat, addressing your comments and arguments, and then fuck you, you know? You know? It's 1:09. Normally I'm out of here, but I don't have a text message from Dan Pace, so I think we're on our own today. Blah, 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 blah. Not unless it's over 1 million. This is my childhood home. Unfortunately, I'm in a very nice neighborhood with a very nice, you know, public school nearby. And so I get text messages a few times a week where they're like, hey, do you want to sell? 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 And I basically tell them like 40% above market value or else I'm not interested because this is unironically my childhood home. Giga Chad Redfish says, how are you any different from Hassan at this moment? You are only engaging with your own misinterpretation of chat comments and then you refuse to engage anyone in VC. You could Giga Chad Redfish. If you truly thought there was some like deeper argumentation, here's a Discord link that I'm missing. That I'm not missing. How do I phrase this? I'm going to share a Discord link. If somebody is truly passionate and they're like, Connor, you have missed this evidence that should reorient your argumentation, you can DM me on Discord and I will respond based off of your level of sociopathy. Oh, Doobie wants back on. Let me see if Doobie has some other things he wants to address. Fellrunner says, drag me in now.
Hello.
I have the prescriptions for the cog. Hello. Let me pop you out real quick.
You pulled me in that Fellrunner. So
You want Fellrunner in too?
No, I don't care. I don't know if you want to talk to him first or me first. Either way, I don't really care.
Okay. Yeah, hit me with, let me go ahead and do the Destiny, or not Destiny. Let me do the React thing so people can see you. I'm going to keep scrolling through chat and I'm going to listen to what you're saying.
That'd help you.
What's
I don't
that?
know if the frog helps. Do you want the frog? Would that help?
No, I don't give a shit.
Okay. So yeah, I was just gonna say like a couple things that I wanted to bring up because like there's this perception that he's putting out that I'm giving you money to like warp your perception and to like win you over or some shit. And
Can
I think
ask
anybody
you, from your perception, has that worked at all?
absolutely not. I don't think that's what I'm doing at all. I give you $500 to watch a fucking grill video. Like
Right.
like to put into perspective, like I give like $100 to listen to a song that I like. Like I think the vast majority of my super chats to you are me shit talking you what you believe, right? Like
Yeah.
I'm not trying to win you over. I'm literally just arguing with you through super chat. Like that's literally what it is, and 99% of the time, right? We rarely agree on things when I'm super chatting. So the idea that I'm like trying to win you over or something, like it's so silly. Yeah, I'm trying to win you over with like arguments, sure, but it's not tied to you agreeing with me at all. You disagreeing with me is much more likely to get me to like super chat. And I said this to Wig too. Like if he wants me to super chat more, he just needs to have Tallybots on because when she's on, I want to shit talk her constantly because I think she's fucking stupid. So I super chat a ton just to shit talk her. That's literally what it is.
Right.
So like, has nothing to do with like, oh, you have to, if you agree with me, I want to pay you more or some shit like this. Nothing to do with that. Like Wick and I have had massive disagreements. Fucking heated disagreements where he like rage quits and like kicks me out of the call and calls me an anti-Semite, right? Like that kind of shit has probably done more to like push me away from like donating or whatever than anything else, right? But
oh yeah,
even
that was
is, like,
super fucking heated too. That was crazy pants.
Yeah, and that's like the second or third time we have had a conversation like that, like a huge disagreement. That's nothing to fucking do with Destiny at all, right? So, I don't donate to people because they agree with me. I'm more likely to donate if they disagree with me. Actually, what I've said is if he's on a stream, I'm probably not going to donate to the stream if he's on. That's it. I'm like I'm not going to watch, and I'm not going to donate if he's on. That's it. If you hated Nick Fuentes and you didn't want to donate to a stream that had Nick Fuentes on, it'd be totally reasonable for you to make that decision. Like it's not like I owe you guys money or something. like it's so silly. Like this idea that it's like a manipulation thing. In fact, because like I said, in fact, you're much more likely to have me donate if you disagree with me. But that aside, really quickly, and I mean, unless you disagree with that, because I think that
No,
anybody who's in your chat
I think
regularly
that what's
knows that
funny.
when we're talking, your super chats, it's like I'm one guying you by we're disagreeing about the who's.
No, I'm not. I'm
There's nothing to
literally
do with
not
destiny.
trying to self-sweep, but I will agree with you. Basically, what happens is we're talking about a topic that Doobie is passionate about. Normally, Israel-Palestine. Sometimes it's something else. And then every 20 minutes, every 30 minutes, I get a $10 super chat from Doobie, effectively trying to articulate why I'm wrong. And then I fight him on the $10 super chat, which spawns another $10 super chat 30 minutes later. I would have to say probably 70% of your donations were that. It wasn't you pay me $10 and then I fucking flip my perspective. That never fucking happened.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And if you want to say it's like a form of manipulation, because like Wick says it's like a sanction or a boycott, sure, you can call it a boycott. That's fair, right? I don't mind that.
Yeah.
I just think that, you know, I just don't take it as like a manipulation tactic. It seems strange. But that aside, really quickly, I just want to bring up like a couple of things. I mentioned this earlier, but I just really want to hit on it because I think it's really funny. Because I keep seeing it in the chat. So like he received CSAM material. It's like jerk off material. He jerked off to it, right? Then held it to find a sex trafficking victim. I turned it over to the authorities to protect the victim and get the predator arrested. Like we're not the same. So this attempt to like flatten the moral playing field is fucking ridiculous. Like I don't understand. Like
Well, I
why
didn't
you
agree
get
with
this
the.
work.
Did you hear the grooming accusation against Saiba?
Yeah, also ridiculous.
Do we have any evidence that Saiba tried to sexually interact with Kelly Jean or Rose after spotting their alleged CSAM? Did he leverage this for sexual favors with
Not
any
that I
of
know
his
of at all.
accused grooming victims?
No, not that I know of at all. In fact, so
I need to see. And sorry, this is more to DGG who are still in my chat or whatever. If you want me to agree with Destiny's characterization that Saiba was grooming Kelly Jean, an adult, weird, or grooming Rose, a 19 or 20-year-old, or maybe even a 22-year-old by the time he found out her age, by locating underage sexual pictures of said person in order to curry favor with some person, you're going to have to show me some kind of benefit that he extracted from that interaction. And if you can't show me a benefit that they extracted from the interaction, then I think that's like some of the wildest fucking shit I've ever heard in my entire life. But sorry, continue.
Yeah, and again, I didn't dig deeply into the cyber stuff because I don't know the guy. I wasn't paying that close attention to any of that shit. But my understanding is that like she even thanked him, like responded positively to him helping her get the shit taken down, and he did report it, right? So it's not like he was just like creeping around and like she was like telling him to leave her alone. And so sometimes at some point she like stopped responding. At that point, I think he went too far by like looking for her friends or family or whatever the fuck. Absolutely, I agree with that. But initially, apparently, she like responded favorably. You can say he's still touching the shit. I'd agree with you that he probably shouldn't have done that in the first place. But you know, whatever. I don't think it's that big a deal. Like at least in the initial interaction. That being said, uh, I just want to point out again. So the idea that I'm manipulating people by donating, like this pressure thing that Destiny's doing right now, he's blacklisting you if you have me in your community. And I'm sorry I hurt him that much that he just can't stand to be around in a community where I'm criticizing him. But that is absolutely a manipulation tactic or a pressure tactic, far worse than me donating to shit talk Connor. like just be real. Like I feel like you guys are not thinking through what the fuck is happening right now. And the third thing, unless you want to respond to that.
Sure. Well, no, I don't have a response. As a matter of fact, I have a response to a chat guy. Rap Scallywagus says, I have evidence that Doobie lied about Hutch. Yeah, here's the Discord. Here's the Discord link. Do you remember what he's referencing or no? Because that's very
It's probably the
generic.
the sister thing. So Hutch was saying, did we talk about this or did I talk about this with Wick? So Hutch said that Ogre Boy was like posting, or no, it was you actually, where he said that Ogre Boy didn't go to the Discord and ask if it was someone in there, and he was saying that people in there were supporting it and yada yada. Do you remember that conversation we had?
I do. I
said that Hutch was lying because there's screenshots of Ogre Boy doing exactly what he said. Like going to the Discord saying, "Hey,
yeah,
this is
I didn't.
guys.
Did we talk about this or did I talk about this with somebody else?
I think it was you and me. because you said that you had to go back and like look at the clip to make sure that he said that Ogre Boy was lying about that specifically.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Just because I've seen that content a few times, but I haven't gone back and looked at it, my assertion is that Hutch believed that Ogre Boy was exaggerating the criticism and concern with which he returned to the Discord, and that was a lie. But I think that your counterpoint was that, sorry for burping in your ear, he did go into the Discord and inquire as to who was doing the brigading.
Yeah. And I think the perception that Hutch was given that in the Discord is that people were like cheering it on and shit, which I think is not true.
Or at least I think I actually wrote down that needs to be evidenced. Number one, I don't even think that was the part that I needed evidenced. I didn't need the cheering on evidenced. I needed evidence that it came from that Discord at all.
Yeah, so since then, I've seen a screenshot from like, I think like 2 weeks prior or some shit, where a guy says, I changed my mind, Hutch's sister is fair game now, but there's no surrounding context. The one thing to be aware of, right, if you get a screenshot and it doesn't show any of the surrounding conversation, it's probably out of context. There's a reason they're only showing you that snippet, right? So this is why I want people who posted that to just show the surrounding context. How did people respond to that? Was it a joke? Was it something people said, "Oh, fuck you, you're going too far," whatever the fuck? Like, show the surrounding context.
JStock too, or was JStock posting that?
No, it was some. I don't know if JStock showed that clip, that screenshot, but I don't. It wasn't JStock who said that. It was some other guy in the server, and this was like apparently 12 days before. But so far as I've seen, there's nothing the day that happened on Live and Learn, and Ogre Boy was asking about it in the Discord. There's nothing there where people were supporting it. So I haven't seen it at all. Again, that's why I said if Hutch isn't lying, he should show the fucking screenshots and show that they're lying, because they claim there's nothing supporting that. So because he hasn't done that, my belief is that he's lying. Like I feel like it's pretty reasonable.
I think we've discussed this, and I have more charity towards Hutch than you do, but obviously evidence is going to dictate how we perceive this stuff once it's released. I'm going to address something from chat real quick and then allow you to continue. So BRC says, does that mean wait, hold on. That's not the one. Somebody asked in chat, basically like, oh, if someone commits an act of war upon you, is it immoral to respond? Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. But I'll tell you what is immoral. What is immoral is knowingly targeting civilians, people who are not engaged in war against you, but targeting them because they are vocally supportive of your enemies. So, for instance, like somebody commits an act of war against us. Who is it? Like the precursors to Hezbollah did the Beirut, Lebanon bombing, and Hassan Piker tacitly or openly cheers on Hezbollah. Am I allowed to attack Hassan Piker physically because he vocally cheers for enemies of the United States? No, that's legally prohibited. So if we're analogizing this into our space, I don't think I'll just keep using Esports Batman as an example. In order to be okay with on a moral basis from an eye or tit for tat perspective, I would need to know what crime Esports Batman has committed that warrants him being doxxed. Otherwise, I think that's an immoral action. And sorry, Doobie, back to you.
No, it's okay. And another thing to keep in mind, because I just want to be clear about like the kind of environment that I'm talking about. So I think it was yesterday I saw Destiny like justifying. He was asked what justified doxing Esports Batman, and he said that if somebody's given their credentials in the space while discussing something related to their credentials, i.e., law with Esports Batman, he's a lawyer, my understanding is, and he uses that to like support his arguments or positions on court cases or whatever that he's reading, right? Which many lawyers in the space do this. Pisco does this. That fucking what's the guy's name? The guy that goes on Wix sometimes. There's like a few lawyers that go on Wix sometimes. They say, "Hey, I'm a lawyer."
Dude, Ryan Mullally, Pisco, Esports Batman, Kafka Esquire.
Exactly.
Weirdly enough, there's a lot of like LawTube and newly employed lawyers who enjoy this space. They enjoy the argumentation.
So like he's using that to justify doxing Esports Batman. That justifies doxing all those people.
Well,
So,
yeah,
like,
doesn't that
that's fucking
justify
ridiculous.
doxing Kafka?
Absolutely, it does. It's
Because
ridiculous. It's just
Kafka's
stupid
come on
stand-
stream and provided material support to DGG by providing legal consultation. So does that morally justify doxing Kafka? That's obviously like morally inferenceable. I don't think that's a word, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. So like this is what I'm talking about, the environment that he's creating. So him going to his retarded audience and making these arguments to justify his behavior is putting all those other fucking people at risk. This is what I'm talking about. He needs to stop doing that shit. It's so he's breaking the taboo. That's why I said he's breaking the taboo in ways that I just haven't seen before, right? And he needs to fucking stop it. Everybody needs to stop.
Can I have you articulate your position one more time? Even though
Sure.
I think I understand it perfectly, and I feel like I've just heard you articulate it 3 times. So I'm going to state it, and then I want you to argue with it if you think I'm incorrect. So you're stating that Destiny, by doxing people who have families and not knowing the level of threat that faces the people that he's doxed, is putting their families at risk. Therefore, descriptively, he is putting himself and his family in the line of fire from a moral perspective. However, from a prescriptive perspective, you don't like that, and you haven't and will not do that yourself.
Yes. So basically, so you had your drawing up earlier.
Yes.
What I'm doing is turning the other cheek. What I've said is, even if he does it to me, I don't think it's justified to do to him. I would not do it to him. Right.
Right.
So even if he doxes me, right, I might get emotional and do something crazy. But when I'm thinking rationally, I would not think it's justified or okay to go after his son, his family, him, person, like in any kind of like way that puts any of them in like actual danger. Like I would not do that. And I don't think it's justified. I just think because the space is full of fucking crazy people, you can't know who you're talking to. So when he says, hey, if you are in the space using your credentials to support your positions on things, then you should be unmasked. He doesn't know who the fuck is in the space. He knows like there are hundreds, tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people that are going to see that. And then I think, oh, actually true. This fucking LawTuber guy that I disagree with, he uses his credentials to back up his positions. So I can dox this guy. I don't think that's okay. Like I think it's fucking ridiculous. So this is what I'm saying. He needs to stop this, right? Everybody needs to stop, but he especially, because he has such a large community, he needs to fucking stop. Like the damage he's doing is crazy.
Yeah. Well, and I think that he would even accept the moralization, or excuse me, that he was normalizing it within the space. I think when I talked to him about this in person, I was like, hey man, you doxing people in the community is pretty fucking bad, huh? And he's like, yeah, it is bad. I am making the space a worse place, but I feel like these motherfuckers are trying to ruin my life, and I feel like I needed to defend myself. Therefore, I'm going to keep doing it. But as long as people are fucking trying to milk my life and destroy me, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, fuck them. I'm going scorched earth. And what I said is, I understand, but I think it's bad. So I think he's engaged in barbarian retributive violence. And until proven otherwise, what sins esports Batman has committed that made him deserve doxing. And by the way, I haven't heard this one before, so I actually don't know the truth of it. But somebody in chat was saying that Wicked Supreme was likewise doxed. So by DGG or by Destiny. So I would need to know what crime Wicked Supreme has allegedly committed. Well, number one, I need to know if he was doxed. Number two, I need to know what crime he committed that justifies his doxing.
Yeah, like do you remember when President Sunday doxed Kyla? Like when all that shit happened?
I do.
Destiny's position now said that was justified because she used her credentials to support her positions on things related to psychology. So now he should think that was justified. I think it's fucking crazy. Right?
That is crazy.
And
that opened up a can of worms that resulted. That opened up a can of worms that resulted in her getting harassed via immigration and naturalization services. And I think that's a horrible precedent to set.
So that's what I'm saying about that. I think this is the environment that currently exists. It should not exist. And for it to not exist anymore, we need to start ostracizing anybody who does this. I'm not telling you not to talk to Destiny anymore. I'm just saying his community should say, hey, stop fucking doing this shit. And anybody in the Snark community, though, from what I've seen, when somebody has been doxxed or something, and they find it, they ban the person who did that, and they say it's not allowed, yada yada. So, and everybody involved, that needs to be like a red line, I think, because you just don't know who the fuck you're talking to on the internet. There's lots of fucking crazy people on here.
Well, and then, sorry, I'm going to make this argument because I think it's true. Let's say that doxing is a red line. Let's say that harassing people's family members is a red line. Let's say making fun of dead people's family members is a red line. If I were to cut off, let's say based off of that information, or hyperbolic criticism is a red line. If those red lines are true, and I, based off of those moral prescriptions, I was supposed to cut off you, Queeman, and J-Stock from any conversation in the future, how is it not easily inferable that I should likewise cut off Destiny based off of the same standard? And should have a year ago, should have 2 years ago. Because while he's getting swatted, doxed, and harassed, I can't prove that it's Doobie, J-Stock, or Queeman doing it, whereas Destiny is openly claiming to have done so. So why shouldn't I have cut it off 2 years ago? And matter of fact, pretty sure you and J-Stock and Queeman and other people were making the argument, you should. You should have cut him off earlier.
Not me. I think when I asked you about this directly. So it wasn't that. I think holding to the moral like lines people said they had, they probably should have. But I would never say, "Oh, you need to do this," or "I'm not going to talk to you anymore." You know, like that's silly.
Yeah.
Right? I talked to lots of fucked up people over the years. I still talk to lots of fucked up people. I'm not going to say, "Oh, you can't talk to Destiny because he did something I disagree with." Like that's no. And clearly you've still been friendly with him. I still donate to shit talk you, just like I always have. Like nothing has changed. So, you know, whatever.
Well, at the risk of cutting you off because people are like, "Oh, Doobie's just self-sweeping his own rep." What else do you have that you want to communicate to the audience that we do have? Or me?
I would just ask them to ask for fucking evidence, I guess, of all these claims, right? Whether it's from J-Stock or whether it's from Destiny, just ask if there's something that's being used to justify some kind of bad behavior. Ask for evidence of that thing and then actually engage with it, right? Like
I see one in
turn
chat.
off your food. Go for it.
So and I think you would address this with Tallybots, by the way. But I'll have you restate it anyways. How is telling Wick that you will not donate while Destiny is on not an attempt to leverage your influence over Wick? I think I know the answer, but
Again,
I want to hear your answer.
Again, I think like you could say that it's like a boycott, right? And if you want to say that that might influence him in some way, sure, that's fine. I'm sure there are plenty of people in DGG who have Wick had on one of Destiny's like enemies or whatever, or some like just morally reprehensible person. They will not want to support that content, right? That's all it is. I don't think that's crazy. That's not unusual. People typically don't pay to support content they dislike, or they think is like doing something harmful to the world. I think him expanding his reach or whatever is bad. I think he's become very toxic to the space, and I think until he stops being toxic to the space, I do think it's bad to like have him on your stream like a normal person. To be honest with you, but I'm not gonna like punish you for having him on. Like I'm not gonna like totally blacklist you or whatever the fuck. I just want support when he's on. That's it. Like that's not crazy. Right?
Well, and I do think that
whatever.
I think the substantive difference that I want to drag up Kafka next. I don't think I have any DMs with. Oh shit, I do have DMs with Kafka. What? Sorry. So hello? Are you trying to come on, or is my chat memeing? That's funny. I literally said like I don't have any DMs from Kafka, and then I fucking checked my pending, and I think I had old pending from Kafka because this one is from November. I think he got lost in my like pending DMs. Whoops, my bad. Bring on Kafka for the fucking follow-up meme. But hold on. So I wanted to articulate this other thing too. If you said you were going to boycott the channel in its entirety, you have Destiny on. He's a morally reprehensible figure. I am an oiler in your community. Therefore, I will no longer pay you at all. Then I would view that as you trying to leverage influence over the community. Versus, I think Destiny is a vile figure. Therefore, during segments in which you have him on, even though that's a high viewership profitable segment, you will not be profiting from me because I think that this is morally objectionable, or he's a morally objectionable figure.
Yeah, and Destiny has a large community. If they want to support that content, they can do that. Like, it's not my business, right?
Yeah.
So,
Mushroom
whatever.
Tip says, Connor, really proving why having somebody like Doobie in your ear is a terrible thing. Literally prove where he's lying. Please give me the evidence that Doobie is a vile, manipulative, Machiavellian, CSAM consuming, lying piece of shit who is throwing his money around in order to purchase influence in Destiny's orbiters so that he might peel them away from Destiny's influence in order to destroy Destiny's career as a part of this Machiavellian takedown plan headed by J-Stock and Queeman to ruin Destiny's life. Please show me that he's lying. Give me the evidence, you sons of bitches.
Yeah, and if Kafka wants to come out and he thinks he's the one to like confront me and whatever, that's fine too. I don't mind talking to him or anybody. Like, I just feel like I'm being pretty like, open. I don't think I have anything to hide. I don't think I've done anything wrong. So like, if there is something that would justify doxing me or whatever, or all these fucking wild claims that he's made about me, show me, like, tell me, and I'll answer for it right here. Like, I don't mind, publicly.
Okay.
So whatever. So was it one more thing? I guess I have a couple more things, but I don't want to take up all your time.
Let's do a
so I
couple
don't
more
mind talking as
things.
long as you
I'm
want.
figuring out if Kafka wants to come on, and basically, honestly, after that, I normally wrap up at 1, so I can do Valor Reacts. Well, it's not a big deal, but I'm just saying, having 500 peak in your chat, 2 different communities fighting for your soul, shit-talking you and shit-talking the people on screen, it's a little bit of an intense live streaming experience. Normally,
Yeah,
I
that's
just
why
fucking...
I left Vix. Like, I didn't want to, like,
Yeah, normally I just
wouldn't be
fucking shit talk somebody else's video to 50 to 150 people. It's not a big deal. I'm not like fucking pressed or anything, but like, it makes your brain fire on all cylinders and you get tired eventually. So, anyways. Sorry, hit me with your extra couple of points.
Sure. And I just want to be clear about a couple more things. I said this already about Wick server. So Wick isn't in his voice channels often. So I think he has the perception that when I'm in there, I got to be talking about Destiny, right? But you can ask any of the regulars in there. It's just not true. Like, we talk about all kinds of shit. We argue about lots of shit. And when Destiny does come up, because he's like a relevant big political figure in the space, he's gonna come up. Like, just like a song comes up, like this happens. Yeah, if I agree with him, I say I agree with him. If I disagree with him, which I likely do, or usually do, I say I disagree, and I say why, and then we start talking back and forth and yada yada, right? And because he has defenders in that server too, who are also regulars, like Generic or like Metra, like, we just disagree with each other, so we will argue about him, right? So like, sometimes these conversations go on for an hour or 2, or even like 3 hours if it's like really intense, which happens in any fucking server where you're talking about fucking anything, right? You disagree. So it is not like, we're in there and I just come in and, oh guys, I didn't Destiny's so bad, and I just like manipulate them all to think that Destiny's bad for 3 hours. That's not what it is. But I think that Wick has that impression because Destiny just says it. Now, in your server, go ahead.
I was going to say, somebody says, oh, so him donating money has no influence? Nobody fucking said that shit. But he's making a moral judgment that he does not want to support content while Destiny is present because he thinks he's a reprehensible character. Is he compelled to always support Wick no matter what Wick does? I thought we worked at a fucking free market here. He's allowed to fucking donate when he feels like he wants to donate. And if he thinks that Wick is profiting from a figure that he doesn't like, is he compelled to keep donating? That's not what he's doing? Okay, well, no offense, DGG, but you haven't been able to articulate very good arguments for a while now. So, do you have anything else before I bring in... apparently, Fellrunner wanted to defend...
Sure.
the honor of the cog, but I think he might have wanted to do it with you here.
I can be here. That's fine.
Okay.
I've got like another hour or two.
Okay.
like
Which one should I do? Should I do Comrade, Esoteric, or 8008?
It's the Comrade one. While you're doing that, I guess this will probably like back up what Foul Runner says, so I'm gonna like wait for him.
All right, I'm gonna create a group message actually, and then call on that.
Okay.
All right, and Foul Runner, you've been complaining to come on. You better be fucking ready.
Hey everybody, I'm doing live. Hi, that's me.
Oh, you handsome, beautiful son of a bitch! I
Hey,
didn't know
I'm
you
up-
were this handsome. That works. What's
Yeah.
up,
Fuck you,
buddy?
I'm gonna turn off. I'm trying to walk around.
What's that?
All right. I'm sorry, I'm a
Okay.
boomer. Okay, guys.
Fuck you.
So Connor, I need a visual aid. I need you to bring up the meme of the guy who's hitting the bong while the girls are fighting.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Actually, it's
Okay.
useful to have Valor here for my manipulation tactic. So whenever he's on, I'll reference him. What I said.
Quiet. Shush.
Well,
All right.
Fel, I thought you were
So-
coming up to defend the honor of the cog that we didn't have
I am.
fucking
I am. I'm
Doobie
here to defend the
ear.
honor of the cog. I don't need Doobie's input yet. So if we're looking at the meme, okay? This has been cog forever, in my opinion. We are the guy hitting the bong, okay? We're not in the dirt. We're not pulling hair. We're not cheering on which girl needs to win the fight. We are enjoying the party, and we're just having a grill time, okay? That's cog. Right now, what I see is cog is being dragged through the fucking mud by certain people, and I don't like it because cog does not act the way certain people who hang out in cog and talk to coggers and donate to Connor.
Yep.
It doesn't mean that cog acts this way. We do not act this way, okay? Despite whatever officer thinks about North and his actions, cog does not A-log, cog does not track people, cog does not sit there gossiping about the personal details of anybody. That's not how cog operates. So I'm highly insulted that anyone would suggest that we would let Doobie or anyone like Doobie come into cog and hang out and talk shit about anybody or any country without being challenged to his fucking face, which we do on a regular basis. You can go into our Discord. It's all there, okay? Check it out. You guys can attest whether or not we host Doobie and whether or not we host snarker, gene stealer cult fucking rallies in COG, because we don't. And I'm offended by the very fucking idea. And that's it. That was all I wanted to say about COG. That's all I wanted to say to
Can I
Doobie
ask you a
about
question,
COG.
Mr. Foul Runner?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
So what I was going to say is, and this is true of Wix server, but it's also true of Connor server, right? There's this impression that I'm in the voice channels preaching at people all day. It's just not true. In fact, you're one of the people that I communicate most with in a Connor server, and we're always arguing about shit. And it's rarely about Destiny. It has to do with like Israel primarily, right? And I still need to respond to you about the fucking South Lebanon thing. So that's I'm not in. We're not preaching in there. I'm not in there being, oh God, guys, I didn't know Destiny's so evil, and everybody like agrees with me. Like I talk about it when it comes up, sure, but we're usually talking about other shit. He's not that interesting to me, really. He's a fucking creep on the internet displaying it though. So like,
So I mean, I would say that you've proven to everybody that's not true based on your donation records. I think it's clear that you've donated to Connor to shit talk Destiny and his court case out of turn for no fucking reason because Connor was covering the drama one time. I think that's unhinged. I think that's anti-grill hottest behavior. I think it's antithetical to the COG. And you're free to do it because you're a fucking free human being, and this is a free fucking country. You know what I mean? There's a balance to this, and I think COG can remain balanced here. I think that we shouldn't sit here letting Doobie run on claiming innocence because no one can produce a smoking gun to defeat him. As if Al Capone got taken down by the smokingest of guns for his worst crimes that he was accused of. That's
we
not
would
the
even
case.
take tax evasion. Do you have tax evasion? Like if we
and
can't
don't,
prove,
and we don't. But listen, Connor, look at the meme. We
Which
are
one?
the smoking. We are the meme of the smoking child. We are the smoking child. Okay,
I think
we are
that's
not the
I think
girls.
you're the
We're
guy
not
grilling
fighting.
himself.
We're not in the dirt. We're the smoking child. We don't really need to care if Doobie has proof of any of his bullshit, and we don't really need to care if Destiny can prove any of his bullshit. What we need to do is judge these people based on their actions and how anti-grill hottest they are, and whether or not they are dragging COG's name through the fucking mud with their anti-grill hottest activity. I'm ready to ban Doobie on principle alone based on his own behavior towards people in my community, towards people in Kalinda's community. I've had plenty of private people accuse Doobie of plenty of things. I can't prove any of it. So I'm not going to sit here wasting time trying to prove that Doobie's a bad person. I'm just going to base it on the reputation the man has grown himself over the last however many fucking years. If I could challenge Doobie to anything right now, just off of all the most wildest accusations that I've heard of him, I would ask him, Doobie, have you ever been a member of the Atomwaffen Discord at any time in your life? And if the answer is yes, then I fucking will ban you, because the Atomwaffen Discord is a fucking hate
You need to
group.
listen.
That's
You need
my
to listen.
point.
Oh, God.
That's my point. I don't care if you're Batman.
We
I don't
need
care
to,
if you're
number one,
detective. That's my personal opinion. I'm not going to
I
go
would
against
like
Connor.
to, hold up.
I'm not going to ban Doobie until Connor tells me to, but that's my personal opinion.
That's
what I'm saying. We should judge grill hottest and how they act.
True.
Not grill hottest. We should judge people based on their grill hottest.
I would like an
Connor,
opportunity
can I clarify
to speak.
the Atomwaffen Discord thing?
So, well, I'm probably going to say it for you in a second. So, Destiny wants to do a 3-way, me, Doobie, me and Doobie and Destiny. So we're probably going to move to that if Doobie is okay with it. Love you, Fel. But and you can stay out for this explanation as well. Infiltrating Atomwaffen, joining it, LARPing as a Nazi, and then turning over the records to law enforcement is not the same as being fucking Atomwaffen. I think it's vigilante behavior that's risky and stupid, but I think that Doobie would even admit to that. But I'm not going to treat somebody who tries to infiltrate hate groups to report them to law enforcement the same as a member of being a part of that hate group.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did. They were trying to dox my mom.
Okay, so anyway, listen to what I just want to say. Listen, I just want to point this out. Everything Doobie says, he cannot exactly prove in any of the same way that we can't prove that he's a bad guy. I don't even like this game where we're sitting here trying to attest to how awesome Doobie is as a person. I think Doobie's expressed plenty of unhinged opinions and behaviors that make him a piece of shit, despite how long he spent undercover as a Nazi and then exposed the Nazi group. Like, I don't really care. He's exposed himself to me as an anti-grill hottest. I think he's antithetical to our community, and I would ban him based on that behavior. But I feel like Doobie gets a special pass right now because of his money and because of the clout that he may or may not command and because of all of the dumb fucking bullshit that's surrounded this whole thing. I think Connor's been put into an unfair judgmental position where he has to make a judgment call that's going to be judged against him by one side or the other. If he bans Doobie, he's being targeted by the snarkers as a terrible, like, I don't know, thought policeman. And if he bans Destiny or whatever it is, if he goes the other side, right, we lose any support from a possible Destiny crossover and future kind of collaboration. I think that's unfair for Connor, personally. Okay, I think that we should look at communities and we should judge the communities. And I think that you can judge COG and you can see that COG is a clean community.
Yes.
We should not be held accountable.
I appreciate you. I'm gonna create the group message and start that one up. All right. Oh my God. Never ends. Here we go. Waiting on Stephen Bennell. Fel's my my chief mod. But I'm also not going to treat
I actually like
infiltrating an Atomwaffen group and being Atomwaffen as the same thing. I think that's crazy pants. We did just call Destiny. We didn't. He didn't pick up. Hello?
Boy, what's up, buddy?
Hey,
what's up?
Just milking the content. How you doing?
Doing great. What are we talking about in here today?
Yeah, let me show you a picture. Topic. Well, this is I think actually incredibly pertinent to the conversation. So let me go ahead and pull this up here. Let me go ahead and share it with you guys. So
Is my mic bad? I have a Shure mic, but I don't want to use it because I'm lazy. I can do it if you guys want me to. I don't really give a fuck.
to do what?
I'm asking if my mic is bad. So I have like
No,
a
you're-
okay.
Sounds like a fucking Blue Yeti. No problems on my end. So,
Okay.
what I started this morning stream with is the reasonable ask that I heard you articulate that I'm okay with is, do not allow snarkers into your community to endlessly talk shit about me, or I will no longer associate, fraternize, debate, or talk with you, which I think that's reasonable because we haven't done that. We don't have 6-hour anti-Destiny hate rallies in our VC or text thing. And so if you prohibit it from that...
Wait a second. Can I ask a quick question on this just to check?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
And I'm asking from a total place of ignorance. So if I were to go around and ask, there has not a single time in the past 6 months been a 1+ hour voice call with Doobie in here talking about how I'm a pedophile or anything? That would be true?
And Connor,
I would have to
Actually, I don't think I've ever called you a pedophile. Wait, no, I think I did once as a meme, but I think
Doobie,
Connor
shut the
was
fuck
down
up.
for the panel. You shut the
Okay,
fuck up.
let's
I think
get
Connor's
play-
server, they can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've ever had that conversation. In
Let's try to play nice just so we can get through the substance. And then if we want to be mean
Yes, sir.
after the substance, then we can be mean after the substance. To my
Has
knowledge...
Doobie ever VC'd in here at all?
I think he's VC'd in here.
Yeah, a few times.
And I've never been a subject of that conversation if I were to run around and ask people. I've never been a thing that he's been in. Nobody's ever been in here, for instance, and I've been brought up, and then somebody's like, we need to get Doobie in here to talk about Destiny.
You would
I'm not
have
asking
to. You
Doobie,
would have
you're
to
a
talk
self-admitted
to. Hold on.
pedophile.
Can
I'm
I
not talking
answer?
to you right now. Doobie, I don't care. No, I don't care.
There's a
I don't care what
freeway.
you're going to say, Doobie. I'm asking you, Connor.
Yes.
If I were to ask your server, if I were to go and poll your server, none of these people would say, "Oh no, we've never heard somebody say, quick, grab Doobie. Destiny is the topic of the conversation for Doobie to come in and do all of the ordinary smears," right?
I would appreciate 30 seconds to answer. To my knowledge, the answer is no. The people that I would ask if this had ever happened in the past 6 months are Taze, who's my former editor and former chief mod, Fellrunner, who's my current chief mod, and I would ask them if they'd ever seen anything like that.
Can you drag one of them in here and ask them?
Yeah, sure. Fell was on here 30 seconds ago. Do you...
Yeah, drag him
well,
in.
hold on, real quick. Before I create like another chat, I suppose, I just want to ask a quick question. Destiny, do you have anything that you want to say to Doobie, or you want feedback from Doobie on? And Doobie, do you have anything that you want to say to Destiny or give him feedback on? Because if you guys don't have
Why would I
anything
have
for
a
each
mutual
other-
one-on-one? Doobie's goal is to destroy my life, Connor. You're fucking
It's just
retarded.
not
That was the
true.
dumbest
You're, like,
question you've
you're
ever asked in your
delusional.
entire
You're delusional.
your
That's
entire
not
life.
true. It's just
Okay,
not true.
so,
But I
so
do want
do you
to say
have
one thing,
anything
though.
that
Let's
you
think
want to
about
talk to him about? Yes or no?
Well, I mean, we
I
could
do
do.
wanna
I
say
mean, we
one
could
thing.
run this. We could run this one thing, Connor. Do you find his arguments for why it's acceptable to dox my kid and his mom, who live in a separate state from me? Do you find those arguments compelling?
As a description, yes.
So you think that if you dox a person, then it is the equivalent to dox the other person's every single unrelated family member, because the one person who got doxed might have a family member that lives with them?
Yeah, sure. Let me go ahead and ask you a question.
Okay.
Doobie, can I kick you? Can I kick
anything
you?
else. I just wanted to hear that. I just want to hear that. That's okay. We don't have to
Doobie,
run
can
down
I
that,
kick you so Destiny and
thing.
I can just hash this?
No. I don't, Connor. I'm not gonna have that conversation with you. I don't give a fuck, honestly.
Yeah, I think-
the second question is.
I give a fuck.
The second question.
I give a fuck because I think. Hold on. If we are, I know the thumbnail was a meme, but I think that this situation is actually quite serious, and you are thinking about like complete disassociation from me and Wick. So
It's
if
not serious, Connor. This is not a serious conversation, and I'm not. I won't understand. I'll just hang out. I'm sorry. I'm being honest. Like that opinion is so immediately stupid. I'm not even going to pretend to have a conversation with you unless. There would have to be to remove all the financial incentive.
So yeah, Doobie, sorry, I'm gonna kick
It's such
you,
a
okay?
stupid fucking opinion. No, wait.
That's fine.
Hold on, wait. There were like two other things related to. Oh
No.
fuck.
No.
Wait.
If you're
You just let this guy.
going to say, hold on.
You just let this guy talk unchallenged for 4 fucking hours. Apparently, you're doing fucking the same racist memes against my community scouts, and now he gets to leave right away because you want to.
You want me to call him back? I'll literally call him back. But I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. I'll literally call him back in the next 30 seconds. I'll bring Fel on in order to ask the exact questions what you want to ask. But what I'm not going to do, and I'll tell you right now, is I'm not going to have you say that after you and I have had a 5 going on 6-year relationship, that you get to deem a topic undeserving of your time, attention, or conversation. That's not happening. So if you want to have a conversation about whether or not doxing an individual is equivalent to doxing their family, we can have that conversation. If you want to talk to Doobie, we can talk to Doobie.
Do it real quick. Do it. Run it down. Go ahead.
So, okay. So if I get doxed, my name, phone number, and address are located, how hard do you think it is to find my extended family members?
What? I don't know. Depends on where they live. Could be pretty easy, I guess.
It's sometimes it's as easy as a white pages or yellow pages Google search. So now I have to wonder whether or not because you didn't even want to talk about this topic. Now that we're talking about it and I ask you a pretty simple and direct question, you're saying, I don't know. I think you know.
The problem, Connor, the reason why this is the most retarded topic in the world is because you're talking about using theoretical collateral damage to make a direct target of somebody else's family member. Do you know if any of the people that I've doxed even have family members that live with them or even have children at all?
No, I don't.
No,
but at the same time, don't you think it's a logical inference?
Hold on, wait. But Doobie is running around here dozens of times making these arguments in these weird fucking whatever the fuck 6-hour VCs on all these servers, arguing that my kid and his mom are fair game. Are you fucking crazy, Connor?
Sure. Let's go ahead and address that. So let's say hypothetically, Doobie's actually, we don't even have to treat it as a hypothetical. We could treat this as a real thing.
Let's talk about, there you go, yes.
Yeah, let's talk about real things. So Doobie does have a family. Have you called for his docs in the past? Excuse me?
Doobie has not been doxed.
Have you called for his docs in the past? I'm pretty sure we had a conversation about it in person.
I've tried to find it, yeah, but I don't have it.
Okay, so if you had found it, would you have published it?
Almost certainly, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
He has a family. So his argument is you don't know what's going on in people's lives. And when you expose their PII, you don't know if most of the time it's going to be fine. But you don't know whether or not you're going to put them in direct harm. Correct?
I mean, that's kind of the point of doxing, yeah?
Right. So if Doobie was, we're not even engaging in hypotheticals. We're engaging in a real example. So if you had doxed Doobie, let's say you just found his PII, you publish it to the internet, and let's say that he is the internet vigilante that he claims to be, and then Adam off and finds his house and kills him and kills his fucking family. Aren't you partially responsible for that behavior?
You possibly could be, but
no,
do you think that it would be the same?
Give me that bullshit.
Let me ask you one question. This is what we're talking about.
You know that you are.
Connor, you don't have to talk to me about this because this has been my life for the last year. You fucking
Absolutely.
retard. Okay? So hold on. So shut the fuck up. Let's say that I were to find fucking Doobie's information, and then I found the information of his kid, and I started posting his kid's docs. Do you think that's the same thing?
No.
Thank you. Then you agree with me. Then move on to another topic because this is fucking retarded.
No. I won't. Because it's quite clear. So let's say that you had posted his PII and then he'd gotten swatted and his dogs had gotten shot. Or his kids had gotten injured in the thing. You're partially responsible, yeah?
Sure.
And then inversely,
Connor, it's still not the same as posting his children's docs.
I don't think that's even the argument that he made.
That is the argument. He's saying that it is okay to A-log my minor child, and that it would be fine to post my kids and my kids'
Do you have a clip,
dogs.
or do you have somebody that could give me that clip?
Bring him in here. He'll argue it.
Okay. We understand because, seriously, some DGG chatters were some of the dumbest motherfuckers who jumped in
DGG chatters or DG Jeets, Connor?
What?
DGG chatters or DG Jeets, Connor?
I wasn't going to say Jeets. I'm not anti-Indian.
Okay.
Buttered chicken and fucking naan bread is fucking fire. All right, give me a second. DGG Jeets. Jesus Christ. All right, hold up. Let me go into Discord. Let me make a new one. Destiny.
What do you mean make a new one? He can't just join this one again?
Doobie, if you can hear this, can you join back up? Or
Oh,
can
no,
I
you
click the
removed him from the
call
group.
button again? And should I hang up and call again? I'll hang up and call again and see if that works. 1 second. Let me go here. Lost people. I want the convo. I'm not doing this whole, like, fucking, it's too sensitive to fucking talk about thing. I need to fucking go play video games and fucking jerk off. I'm not doing that. That's not happening. At here, rejoin. Please. Oh, shit. No, I need to make a new one. I need to make a new one because I removed him from the group. All right. Let me add Destiny and create group message and let me call everybody. Okay, should be good.
Hello.
All right, Doobie. So the accusation is that you are saying that A-logging Nathan and doxing Nathan is greenlit through Destiny's behavior. And no offense, Destiny, but I'm just going to say it.
He's gone.
Was that on purpose? No. Hello?
No, I died.
Okay.
Destiny, are you with us?
I'm here. Dooby, did you say that it was acceptable to A-log my son and use and save the information until he's an adult to send it to somebody later on in the goal of getting him fired from a job or kicked out of school?
No, I said the opposite.
What did you say?
Okay, so I'll just lay it out for you, right? And you can tell me why you disagree with this.
You got to make him answer faster, bro. I don't because he's gonna say he has to.
It's
After
literally
ram-
descriptive versus prescriptive, Steven. You used
Connor,
to be
shut
the
the fuck up.
master
You're
of this
so fucking
argumentation.
retarded.
Don't tell me
Holy
to
shit.
force him to answer the
Oh my
question
God,
quicker
you're
and
so
then tell me to
fucking
shut the
retarded.
fuck up. That doesn't make
shit.
sense.
I'm losing my mind. It's all good. Don't worry. I just woke up. So my fuse
You
is
don't have
low.
anything else to do, motherfucker. You gonna jerk off, go
Oh
bang a
my
Tinder
God.
chick?
I have a million other things to do, and jerking off and begging a Tinder chick would be infinitely more entertaining than listening to the same guy that was slobbering and crying about food shops being hosted by my stream at night make justifications for why guys who are spending hours every day, why they get doxed my
You
fucking family,
freak.
why they should be
Most people
allowed,
don't
why
want
they
to
should be
hang
allowed
out
in your
with pedophiles,
server.
Steven. That's a normal opinion. It's a
Connor,
normal
Doobie is in here.
opinion to
Doobie
not
is
want to
literally-
hang out with pedophiles.
Doobie is in here. I don't hang out with these people. And Doobie's in here begging little girls for their fucking nudes and DMs to see if they've sent them to other guys
you
on
hung
their
with
server.
for
He's
6
literally
years,
bragging
you
about
lucky
this, dude.
motherfucker.
You're
You
fucking
hung with
retarded,
Doobie
Connor.
for 6 years.
Let him do the next one. You what?
You hung out with Doobie the same as me for 6 fucking years. Don't tell me you don't hang out with these motherfuckers. That's a lie.
Wait, hold on. To be clear, I'm not a pedophile.
That's a lie.
When do I hang out with Doobie?
Wait, hold on. To be clear, I'm not a pedophile.
Prime
Fuck you.
time panels,
Doobie, if you're not a
Dylan
pedophile,
Burns
I'm gonna laugh
panels,
trying, okay?
fucking the entire goddamn panel scene where I met you too, by the way. Fuck out of here.
I'm sorry, are we saying hang out is when on panels together? In that case, fine. I guess I hang out with Vivian,
Our
MX Wolf,
relationship
and all
was
these
based
other
off
people
of
too.
panels for the first 3 years of our friendship, you motherfucker. So yeah,
Okay.
don't get all fucking dismissive about the fucking panel
just
scene all of a
Connor,
sudden.
everything you're saying is the most. You think that the friendship
No,
that we have
it's
right now
not.
is the same as
No, it's not. You're just fucking
Okay, yeah,
pissed
so-
off, and you know a bunch of fucking
yes, I am
sycophants
pissed
will
off.
jerk you
Yes.
off, and I'm not gonna do it.
Sycophants? My sycophants? You're so
Yes.
how many?
Yes.
Doobie, I'm curious. Doobie, if you had to guess, how many side splinter discords can I open right now that are cheering on Connor for standing up to the evil, horrible, terrible Destiny? How many do you think I can open up right now?
Stand
You're
up
talking
to
about
me
sycophants.
on
don't
something
fucking
that's
know. I mean,
real.
hold on, I can tell-
You're so fucking retarded. Sorry, no. Doobie, go ahead and justify why you can A-log my 15-year-old kid. Go.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'll lay it out for you again, like I did to Connor. So there are lots of crazy people online. When you encourage doxing of other people in the space, you don't know what the fuck, who you're talking to, right? There could be some fucking lunatic in your community that sees
Make it
us,
briefer.
and thinks, sure, that sees me, believes everything you say about me, and thinks that I'm trying to take you down, and thinks it's justified to attack me physically, to attack my family physically. There could be people that I have unrelated beef with, right? And I do. That might say, hey, we have Doobie's address now. Let's go fucking kill him. So I'm not saying that you personally would be doxing my son, but you doxing me, given that I live with my fucking son, would put my entire fucking family at risk. That is just a reality. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I don't accept it. I would not do that to you or your son ever. I would never support that ever. What I'm telling you is just you need to stop creating this environment where that's going to be normalized.
Just curious, Connor, did you hear an explanation there, or is that?
I did, and I've been linked clips where people have said his description, like what he's saying right now, is a lie. And then when I get linked the clips, he's saying the exact same thing. So, if you want to show him being a liar, give me the clip. I would love it.
What he has said is that right now, based on the rules that I've created, A-logging my child would be fair game. Right, Doobie?
Correct, because you put his child at risk.
Okay, so these are morally equivalent actions in your eyes is stalking a 15-year-old child until they're 18 to turn in whatever you manage to collect to their future employer, whatever. That is the morally equivalent action to posting the name and address of somebody and then maybe having family members that live with them. These two things are morally equivalent to you.
If you are risking his child of homicide, why wouldn't he be allowed to A-log and dox your child?
Okay, so then just to be clear,
answer that.
I agree with you. I agree with you. No. Okay, I agree with you. It's fair game right now. If I find the dox of any of Doobie's family members, it's fair game for me to post them, right?
Has he doxed you?
No, but he's made the argument that it's fair game to go after my family, so I should be able to go after his, right?
Is he being descriptive or prescriptive?
I'm being descriptive. I'm just saying it would be, right? Like, he wouldn't be able to complain about it.
But
Descriptively, Connor.
Hold on. I know.
Connor, I'm just describing.
I know you know this, which is why this conversation is so frustrating.
Connor,
if I'm describing, because you've talked about tit for tat. You've talked about eye for an eye.
Connor, right? I'm describing right now. Connor, I'm only describing.
Excuse me?
I'm only describing. I didn't say I would do it. I didn't say I should do it. I'm just saying that if I did, he wouldn't be able to complain about it.
You don't think that's a substantive difference?
I never said I should do it. I'm just saying he wouldn't be able to complain about it. Like, I could do it and I would have justification, but that's it. I'm not saying I should.
So hold on. Let's
go. So you agree with it. Just agree.
Stop talking.
Oh my God.
So if Doobie doxed you first and he put your child at risk based off of an eye for an eye morality, you would be entitled to doxing his family and putting his family at risk. That's descriptively true. Where
the
is that
description
wrong?
The description that Doobie was making was that some crazy person might find a dox to do something horrible to his family and blah, 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 blah. My argument would be some crazy person, and by crazy person, I mean the people that are already stalking, doxing, and harassing me and calling swats on my family members. They might see Doobie's argument and go, oh, Doobie's actually spitting fire here. We should actually try to swat and murder his fucking family. I have way more evidence on my side for this.
That's not what's happening.
So you're retarded. Okay, that's fine. Then what's the next argument I have? Doobie is making those arguments in Discord.
You can't describe something inaccurately, declare victory, and walk away. That's not how.
What do you mean? What am I describing inaccurately? Doobie is making a description.
You're trying to move on because you cannot. Okay,
I'm not trying to move on.
Hold on. Let me answer this directly. Answer this directly. I want you to answer this directly.
Yeah.
If Doobie doxed you and put your child at risk, would you not be descriptively entitled to doxing him and putting his children at risk?
The goal of doxing is not putting their children
That's not
at risk.
an answer.
If that happens, it's collateral. Sure. If somebody doxes somebody, I think you can dox them. Yeah, sure.
Don't it? Oh, okay. So the answer is yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So 6 months to a year ago, you were calling for Doobie to be doxed. He has children, and so you put his family at risk. So descriptively, he's saying you are creating a world in which it is okay for him to do the same to you, but he's not going to.
He doesn't have to. He's out here in Discords doing the equivalent of calling for it. When you're out here saying, Destiny wouldn't be able to complain if people doxed his whole family because he's created the world for it, and that's the world we live in now, that's the argument he's making. If he's going to say that there's a chance that a crazy person in my community, of which this has never happened, by the way, is going to go and find his family members and cause damage to his family, why is it not the same on his side when people have done this to my family?
Okay, so hold on. Let's go ahead and follow that. So based off of that, you're saying that he's creating the stochastic permission structure through which you can be doxed and harassed. And since you're being doxed and harassed, you have the right to dox him.
No, hold on. I don't care about me being doxed and
That's what you
harassed.
just
As you're
said.
proving here, I'm barely fucking human to you guys anyway, so I don't care about me. What I'm saying
You're
is
human
that
to me, you cunt. I'm your fucking
What I'm
friend.
saying is that.
But
what
guess
I'm
what?
saying is that,
Your friends don't just let you
God.
do whatever the
Oh
fuck you
my
want. They
God.
call you
Yeah.
out when you're doing something
Yeah,
stupid.
call me out. Oh my God. You guys are so entitled. It drives me fucking insane, but that's fine.
Oh,
It's okay.
I'm
Connor.
sorry.
My question.
I'm sorry. I think you're doing something
Is Doobie
cringe and
not-
gay. And I'm entitled because I'm saying you're doing something cringe and gay?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh,
you
fuck
are.
you. So you do want to tongue up your ass.
So yeah, dude, that's me. You totally figured it out, bro. Not the guy that's in here donating. What was it, $10,000 to streamers for the past 18 months to try to hold on to fucking friendships so they didn't go into Discords and talk about me non-fucking stop for a year? Not that guy. I'm the one who wants the special treatment. Wasn't your mod just in here earlier telling you that people like Doobie were a fucking cancer? Maybe he wants to tongue up his ass too. Who's that fucking stuck-up loser? What was his name? Fells? What'd you call him?
Don't be mean to Fellrunner. Fellrunner likes you.
I just want to know who else wants to tongue up their ass because they don't want people that are gossiping, calling them pedophiles, and taking part actively in communities that have been doxing, swatting, making bomb threats to his fucking family for the past 2 years. I don't know who else is like a spoiled fuck like that.
Okay.
So
my
my simple
on.
question.
Uh-huh.
Fuck.
Go ahead.
My simple question is how is Doobie running around all these VCs making the argument that, well, according to Destiny, it should be okay to A-log his child and his family members and dox them? How is that not also creating an environment where crazies can, find or think that they have some justification in doing this?
Because if you actually watch the clips in their entirety, immediately after he gets done saying that in descriptive nature, he says, I wish everybody would stop doing this shit so we could return to what Twitch and YouTube politics was 2 years ago, where doxing was not something that we would tolerate. It was a taboo.
Which side do you think contributes to it, Connor?
Which side do I think contributes to the normalization of doxing and harassment?
Let me ask you this question. If I were to drop all of my aggression towards these communities, do you think that they would still continue to dox, swat, harass, inject themselves into my life in as many ways as possible?
I think yes.
Okay. And if they were to stop, do you think that I would be, for months, years after, be like, guys, we still got to go after Doobie. We got to get this guy. We got to fight. Do you think that I would continue on?
No.
If they were to stop? Okay, so it's them. I don't know why you're making this a both sides thing. It's them. You understand
Because I can articulate this. Because you are engaged in total warfare. You are going scorched earth. If we were to analogize this to Vietnam, you are dropping fucking napalm. You're burning thatched houses. You're executing civilians who are sympathetic to the fucking Viet Cong.
Hold on. What is the most scorched earth thing that I've done?
Doxing esports Batman. And doxing Wicked Supreme.
I wish I lived.
And calling for myself.
I wish I lived in a world where that was like the scorched earth, because holy fuck, that sounds like heaven to me.
Is that
I
morally
can't even
justified?
believe. I'm not talking about morally justified. I'm just saying that your portrayal of this is scorched earth, when I have a community of people who are weaponizing mentally ill women to try to destroy my fucking life in court, when I got people calling bomb threats in on my apartment, my parents' apartment, you're like, the worst thing ever, Destiny, you're going scorched earth because you doxed a few of the most active members of these communities, Destiny, that's fucking scorched earth. By the way, just curious, what has happened to any of these people? Have any of them been swatted? Has anybody showed up at any of their places of work? Has anybody sued any of these people? Has anything happened to any of these people at all?
I'll ask you a question. Was it moral or just to do what you did?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah. Self-defense and accountability.
Wait.
If Doobie doesn't like the idea, that him running around saying insane shit about me 24/7 all this time, if he thinks that his real life name being attached to that would make him act significantly different, maybe he should reconsider the things that he says or does. The reason why when I post stuff, I post it on my name, in my chat, under my account, is because I will take accountability for the things that I say. Easy, full stop. You know my full name. You know my fucking address, because Pixie loves to fucking come all over it every 2 weeks at a court filing. So if you want to talk to me or do anything to me, you can show up to my fucking apartment. Laura De La Gouda gave you the fucking floor to take the elevator up on. Meanwhile, Doobie wants to run around and talk the weirdest fucking pedo shit about me 24/7 while he's jerking off over his mountains of child porn that he claims he's hoarding for the FBI. He wants to talk to me every single day. And he's like, well, I think that I should be able to do this anonymously and nobody should know about it. And if people even knew my name, they would come into my family. Maybe that's an indictment on his behavior more than mine.
Okay. So let's go for Wicked. So let's ignore Doobie for a second. Esports Batman. gave legal consultation to J-Stock, one of your principled haters in the nexus of your, whatever you want to call it, your fucking haters, your snarkers. So, in your mind, doxing him was justified.
When you say legal consult, what do you mean?
Wasn't his crime or alleged crime giving legalistic feedback to J-Stock in reference to your court case?
Esports Batman credentials himself as a lawyer and is literally creating a permission structure in their Discord for a way through which they can misinterpret or whatever interpret, however you want to call it, every fucking court filing I have. He's like their on-call legal guy. Anytime you hear Doobie or any other fucking retard be like, oh, well, lawyers have told me this, they're talking about Esports Batman. I think that if you're going to put your credentials out there, if somebody thinks that I think that Kafka coming on as the legal person or Destiny Stream and this is who he is or whatever, I think it's fair. There's a reason why, by the way, most lawyers are really reluctant to show up and like give a whole bunch of legal advice or give a whole bunch of stuff on fucking streams or YouTubes, because when you credential yourself, that's kind of a thing. But I will say there is a substantial difference between Kafka coming on and talking about like random fucking Supreme Court rulings or whatever else, and Esports Batman being the personal on-call snarker lawyer to give all the bullshit interpretations of all the legal shit in the same servers where people are reaching out to and harassing witnesses in my case. I think those are substantially different. I know you're going to treat them the same. Go ahead.
I'm going someplace. So Kafka has talked about your court case on stream, right?
Sure.
Okay. So since he's giving you feedback in reference to your court
it's the
case,
exact same, Connor. Yes, you're a genius. Yes.
So okay, so he should be doxxed, right? Because he's enabling the infinite rape machine.
If I found out that Kafka was in a server where they were trying to reach out to,
I don't want you to change it. I want you to answer the question.
I'm not changing it. I'm making it 1-to-1. I'm not watering it down like your dumbass just did. If Kafka was in a Discord server where people were reaching out to and harassing family and friends of J-Stock or trying to harass witnesses to bring into the case, and Kafka's in the back there saying like, oh, well, look at these legal filings. Yeah, I think, this is actually fine. And I think actually this is totally permissible, blah, blah, blah. And fucking Jistical doxed Kafka, I'd be like, oh, fuck it, Kafka, what the fuck do you think would happen, dipshit? I'm the king of fuck around and find out. When the fuck have I ever looked at a situation like that and be like, wow, I can't believe this guy did this thing. It's fucking retarded. Of course I would understand it. But for you to compare Kafka coming onto my public stream and like talking sometimes, and now more towards the end of the beginning about court filings, and to say that that's the same as Esports Batman, who exists at a server where they are reaching out to and harassing fucking witnesses in my case, and he's sitting there creating the permission structure for it by credentialing himself as a lawyer and then giving retarded feedback on every fucking court filing, you're fucking retarded. But I know in your mind you're going to find a way to make that equivalent. That's fine.
Well, okay, so hold on. So you've acknowledged descriptively, while adding 10,000 fucking qualifiers, that Kafka is coming on in order to
real quick. Case. You can acknowledge just real quick all the 10,000 fucking qualifiers added. Those are all the ones that apply to Esports Batman, right?
That
he lives in a Discord server where people are harassing witnesses in my case, and then he's giving legal.
We're talking about Saiba there, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to go down this because then I have to bring up your equivalent and then you have to tell me how it's not equivalent. So
what's my equivalent? Sure, what's my equivalent?
Wouldn't it be attempting to dox Rose?
What?
After your homemade pornography, I'll articulate it. You said what with an exclamation point and a question mark. I would like the opportunity to explain.
I know. I understand what you're saying. I just have to catch up sometimes. I don't know how mind raped you are by the fucking retards in your fucking DMs, okay? So I understand what you're saying now.
There's nobody in my fucking DMs. You think
Connor, you are fully raped. Connor, you are fully raped. Connor, you are. I'm sorry. So let me just, I know exactly what you're saying. You're saying that, didn't Destiny dox Rose, right? Why did I dox Rose? Why did I want to find out who Rose was?
Because she leaked your homemade pornography to the internet.
Do you think it's fair for me to want to know who that person is?
Yes.
Do you think that is at all equivalent to them reaching out and harassing a person because they're trying to fucking out me as a pedophile in a fucking court case that she doesn't want to be involved in?
Okay, hold on. We're going to do an experiment in empathy, and you need to slow down a little bit. Okay? So, do you think that people could earnestly hate you for the way that you've conducted yourself on the internet for the past 3 to 5 years?
That has nothing to do with this, and I'm not answering such a broadly retarded fucking question.
100% does.
What the fuck does that have to do with what we're talking about here?
Because
Actually,
it's the
you know what?
motivations of the people.
No,
It's the
actually,
motivations of the people
hold
that
on.
you're talking about.
No, I would say no, Connor. No, there is no reason. No. Give me one.
Sorry,
Give me one, you fat fuck. Tell me one. Give me one fucking reason.
Did you call me a fat fuck? You haven't lifted a weight in 5 goddamn years, you piece of shit. Shut the fuck up.
I know.
Calling
That's why
me
I'm telling
fat.
you you're a fat fuck. If you
Calling
walk
me
next to me,
fat.
your
Fuck
gravity
you.
would kill me. I wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure, Connor. Tell me
That's
right now.
funny.
What is one valid reason why these people could hate me for my behavior over the past 5 years? Tell me.
Well, hold on. I'll give you the general reasons for why people hate you.
I know.
Number one. No. You asked. I'm going to answer. You asked. I'm going to
my
answer. You
God.
asked. I'm going to answer.
The king
So how about
of
that? How about that
evasion.
time? How about that time that you posted a Minecraft character destroying a holy site in Islam? Do you think you got a few death threats from that?
I didn't know Gisticle was fucking Muslim. That would explain so
No.
much.
Don't isolate.
Oh my
Don't
God.
isolate.
I
asked you a question. Don't isolate. I asked you a question. Do you think that people could earnestly fucking hate you and want you dead on the internet? And then you sarcastically said no.
Zoom out to the every fucking thing. My bad. Yeah, sure. Go
Well,
ahead, Connor.
if you already know your chronology of sins, then you already know there's 10,000 reasons why people could earnestly fucking hate you and want you dead.
None of that has anything to do with this situation at all.
So hold on. You think J-Stock, Queeman, Esports Batman, they all hate you for delusional or non-serious reasons?
Yes.
That's crazy.
That's why when I asked you for one, the only thing you could name was the fucking Kaba Minecraft shit. Because you know that's fucking
you don't think that
You're
they
raped,
could,
Connor.
dude,
You're
I could
mind
come
raped.
up with
I'm
a
sorry,
dozen
you are.
reasons to hate you off the top of
Give me
my
one.
head.
Give me one. Give me one from their perspective. Go. Just
Well,
one.
they think that you
dozens,
fucking
hundreds.
use your sexual power and clout and influence and money in order to rape mentally retarded women.
Give me one example.
Anavar.
Anavar reached out to me. Anavar wanted to meet me.
Is she
Anavar's talked to me
retarded?
for 2 or 3 years. Is she more or less retarded than Cherry?
Cherry's also retarded. That's not a good point.
Didn't Gisticle fly her out to Canada, commit her for 3 days, continue to bring her on to stream to milk her and farm her for fucking content?
She's
While she's trying
retarded.
to fucking kill herself? Hold on. So how the fuck could there be any hatred of me when I hooked up with this girl one time, by the way, when she pursued me over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, by the way, when there's not a single example of me leveraging my power dynamics to do anything to her, by the way? How
All
the
right,
fuck is that
hold
comparable?
on. Let's isolate this variable. Let's isolate this variable. Do you think? Hold on. Sorry, I want to isolate this variable because I think Steven needs to hear this. So sorry. Do you or do you not think that people could rightfully criticize you for repeatedly engaging with mentally ill women?
Repeatedly engaging with mentally ill women. If your first go-to example is Anne of War, I just want to tell you, buddy, in the real world, I know you've been mind-rotted by this online shit. Apparently, I'm the only one that's fucking touched grass before. Nobody would give a fuck about a 30-year-old woman hooking up with a 32-year-old guy who goes online to talk about him obsessively for the next fucking year and say, wow, that guy is a horrible, evil fucking person.
So the answer is no. You actually don't think it's a valid criticism to say Steven has used money, power, clout, and influence in order to routinely engage in promiscuous behavior with mentally ill women.
No, if you honestly
I
believe that, you are mind raped. Okay, that's fine, Connor.
I believe that.
No, Connor.
I believe that since I've known you.
You can believe that. That's fine. Are there any other things you want to go over? Because this is probably done.
Okay. Well, no. If you gotta fucking go, dude. I'm not doing this thing.
Good luck.
I'm not doing this thing where you pretend. Yeah. See, this is so fucking.
So wait, hold on.
gay.
I didn't even get to talk.
So
He's running away
gay.
from me?
No. This is gay. And DGG, take this fucking clip. Take it back to your fucking dad. He wants to go jerk off and fucking watch video games. He wants to go fucking half-ass watch bullshit. He wants to go half-ass do fucking tepid fucking commentary. Get the fuck out of here. He doesn't have anything better to do. He has nothing better to do. Get the fuck out of here. That was the weakest shit. That was the weakest shit that's ever fucking happened. Fuck.
Wait, he said he wanted me in here to talk to me and confront me. Like, I didn't even get to talk. Like, I'm more than willing to talk to the guy if he's not running away. Like,
well, next time.
If he wants to come back, I'm here. But I want to point something out, Connor, because you didn't bring this up, but
Sure.
it's fucking crazy. So with the Anna Navarre thing, after he knew she was fucking crazy and having like all these mental
Oh, hold
breakdowns on
on.
the street
No,
for a year,
Doobie, I'll
he
ask you a
fucking
question
doxed
that
her.
is
He
exactly
directed this
pertinent.
community to her fucking kiwi
List the
farm.
reasons why you hate Destiny, please. List the reasons.
Oh, so initially I just thought what he did was disgusting, and I thought him not taking accountability was disgusting. And that's
Sorry,
what
in reference
initially
to whom? I'm literally going to write them
to
down.
the nude sharing thing. I think the way that he handled that initially was gross. I just
Okay.
totally was disgusted by it. So that's what led me to pull away initially and start criticizing him. Since
Okay.
then, with a ton of political disagreements about the way that he's behaved, like Republicans and Trump, and normalizing like a violent threats and shit, so that Republicans should be afraid to like go to rallies and shit. The jokes he made about those children that were drowned in Texas, I just think the way that he's been interacting with the political environment in general is extremely fucking toxic and counterproductive. And then the way that he's behaving towards online communities that I've been in for fucking years. That I've been in this community for fucking years.
Yes.
Like, way before any of this fucking drama, right? So the way that he's interacting with these people and the way he's victimizing these people, much smaller streamers, I take it as like a massive fucking bully sitting on his fucking mountain, throwing rocks at people who dare to criticize him. That's what it looks like to me. So that's also fucking disgusting. So these are reasons that I criticize him when he comes up and I disagree with something he's done. I will talk about it, yes. Oh, because I fucking think he's doing disgusting shit and I think he should stop. That's it. Like it's not that complicated. It's not because
Okay.
I have like some obsession
So-
with him. I criticize lots of people because I'm a politically interested person in the space, like lots of other people.
Okay. So I'm just going to add one more to your list, and I'm going to read them back real quick. So, in reference to the Anna Navarre drama, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but Anna Navarre was repeatedly threatening to leak their relationship details, and in response to that, he said that if you do that, then I might leak our nudes. Right?
Yeah.
Then
And I don't even have an issue with that threat, to be clear. Like
Okay.
I think it's gross, but I don't have an
Then-
issue with the threat.
then sweeping with the, or not sweeping, but joking about, hyperbolizing, et cetera, a whole bunch of rhetoric that would normalize political violence. The most recent quote, I think, being the, I really wish these people would stop trying to assassinate Trump. And he said, like, I've never agreed with a statement more in my life. Funny joke. Love the joke. Okay? Still normalizing violence within politics. The drowned children joke, I objected to that. I thought that was fucked up. The online community doxing, basically harassing online communities that he says are harassing him. You think he's a powerful person who's throwing rocks at people who can't throw shit back. I know that I don't know how you feel about Israel. I know you're quite passionately in the Palestinian camp, but obviously Destiny has expanded upon some pro-Israeli talking points. And then also,
Connor, like I disagree with you about that, and we talk about all the time.
Yeah, but we don't have to hate him. But I'm just saying there are some people who do hate him for that reason.
Fuck you for this opinion, but whatever. I still like it.
There are some people who do hate him for the way that he's engaged with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I don't.
Yeah,
you might not.
I can agree with that.
But there are other people who do. And then finally, the way that he's conducted himself since the Pixie leaks. So yeah. So I mean, dude, that's he said there's no reasons for anybody to fucking hate him. And we have 8 off the top of our head the second he leaves. So.
Yeah.
Hey.
And I don't think you heard me.
Raw rule. Sleeping? Oh, don't worry. You don't need to watch. There you go. Bye. Go fuck yourself.
So I don't need to. So I think you missed this earlier when I said it, but after all the Anna shit, this is another thing that really I think is disgusting. So another thing that people might hate him for, right? I don't hate him for this. I just think it's fucking gross. Is after the Anna Navarre shit, when everybody knew, you could tell just looking at this girl, talking to this girl, that she was having some kind of mental problem. She was having some kind of spiraling mental breakdown for a long fucking time, which I agree with him. That's fucking awful to deal with, right? So I hate that he had to deal with that. But, you can tell there's something going on there. When she was being doxxed on Kiwi Farms, her full name was in the fucking title of the thread. He posted the thread in his chat, and then on his fucking stream to thousands of people, when his community fucking hated her, directed them to that fucking thread and told them to go talk about her there. So I think that kind of behavior, when he knew at the time, and he knows now that Kiwi Farms is a fucking place where these kind of crazy people that we're talking about that would go much further than criticism, that might dox you and swat you and this kind of shit, they're on Kiwi Farms. So him directing those people to that thread while all the shit is going on with Anna and while she's being doxxed on there, it's fucking disgusting. It's totally indefensible.
Sorry, I'm a little distracted, so I don't know if I can sign on to everything you just stated. Okay. But what I will say what I will say is that I've criticized Steven to his face for fucking the way he interacts with mentally ill women. So
just FYI, so Wick wants to come on.
Sure.
He said he will steal Man Destiny and confront me. And I'm like I said, I have maybe 40 minutes or so left.
Sure.
Really depends how
I need
how
a
long my
potty
sensei's
break
asleep.
anyways. So
Sure.
I'll create a group chat with Wick.
Yeah, but when he's done with his manic episode, I'm more than willing to talk to Destiny. Like, it's fine.
Yeah,
Again,
insane.
just really it's when my son wakes up, obviously I'm gonna have to go. But I can be around till then, probably I'm guessing 40 minutes or so.
Same. I'm not bridge burning. Anyways, one second. Let me create a group. Doobie. Wick. Create a group. Call.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
You guys have fun. I need some Tums.
Well, I needed to talk to you.
We can wait for him. I don't care.
Counterpoints?
I'll be right back.
So while he's gone,
Talk to
Wick, I can
Doobie.
talk to you about something else really quick.
Quickly.
So I just want to clarify why I left your server. Right? It's not because I have an issue with you or anything like that, or I feel like I'm being pressured out. I just don't think it's fair to you and the community for all that pressure and all this shit to be happening there because I'm there. So that's why I left. So that's all it is.
The issue I have, right, is I feel like I went to bat for you. I did. I went to bat for you, and Destiny was saying, "I'm going to blacklist anyone with Doobie in the community," and I was like, "Doobie's my community member. I'm not gonna ban him. So I'm gonna make a compromise." And I think the compromise was reasonable. And I don't know, you kind of threw some shit at me, man.
You didn't like the
It's not
tweet.
okay.
I thought this tweet was funny. I'm sorry, but to be clear, let me express why I thought it was okay to retweet the thing, right? And why
I mean, it's
do have some
okay to
criticism.
criticize me. It absolutely is. But I'm just
Okay.
saying, man, like doing that after I had risked something for you, it's kind of shitty.
Sure, I can take that criticism. I just thought the meme was funny, so I retweeted it.
Sure.
But just really quick, so maybe I can express. I'm sure you've heard this all day yesterday, right? But express why I think people might still have criticisms of you, even if you went to bat for me. Maybe I can just explain that if you'd like.
Go ahead. We're waiting.
Okay.
So why not?
So
My issue is no one's giving me charity on this, and it's funny because DGG, I see you. You guys were kind of mean to me too, just asking for a fucking compromise. But yeah, my community was like, "You sell out, you dick suck," and all these things. I think I have been very reasonable. I think I have been very, um, I don't know, man. Like I'm going through it. I'm trying to make the best of things. I'm trying to thread the needle. Um, I don't know, man. It feels kind of shitty. So go ahead.
I get it. And like I said, if you want to say it was unfair to criticize you in that way or to retweet it, like I get it. Like really, maybe I'm just a bit jaded and I'm not going through this directly as you. You just found out you were doxxed. And when I found out, obviously I had no idea. And I told you in DMs when they made that claim that I'd find it for you if you could tell me where it was. I had no fucking idea, and I don't support that, of course. I never support that. So
Yeah, but
maybe I just wasn't appreciating how fucked things were for you at the time. So yeah.
That's one of the issues I'm having now is I was assured over and over and over again by people who were anti-Destiny, or pro Snark server even, that doxing wasn't happening in the Snark server. And I was like, okay,
Right.
well, I don't know. I haven't seen anything. And Destiny and others were saying, yeah, some fucky wucky shit was going on in there. And I didn't know who to believe because I didn't see any evidence. So then I see evidence, and I didn't, to be clear, the evidence I saw, I don't know where that was from, right? But then
Right.
after I see the evidence, the Snark server puts out a tweet saying, yeah, we had some doxers in our server. There was some doxing that went on that, oops, we missed. I don't know, man. The credibility of Destiny and the people saying it was happening has shot up in my mind, and the credibility of those saying it wasn't happening has gone down.
Yeah, I totally get that. And I was one of those people telling you that there's no doxing happening in there.
Yep,
Right?
that's why That's why I now have questions, right? And
again, I
don't
totally
know.
understand
I
that.
don't know. To be clear, I
I get
didn't see your name, but yeah,
Yeah, I'm not saying that's unreasonable at all. I think that is reasonable. So, but I can just give you my perspective on that. So like I said, I was added to the server in September. I think around the time it was created. And I didn't check it very much. And I have so when I have checked it over the last like 8 months or whatever, it just hasn't had that kind of shit. And to be clear, when I got this account, I didn't bother to rejoin it because I just never checked the thing anyway. So I rejoined it a couple of days ago when people reminded me of it. And I looked at it, I didn't see any of that stuff. But also they cleared the chat from like May 11th back. So it's possible it's in there. I just have not seen it. And if I had seen it, I would tell you. And I would tell, I don't support that kind of shit at all, ever.
Yeah, I understand,
It's
but
possible they
this
could
is
have like
this
some
is what
secret
you guys
channel.
said before, and then I saw evidence that that was not true, and it's possible. It's
Wait, but
very
what, that
possible you
screenshot?
just missed it, but
Yeah, so my understanding is that screenshot was it was Rita is what I think, and it was like last year, and they're saying that that's the only time it happened, and they missed it at the time. And I know it's running a Discord server. It's possible to miss things. I don't know if it's true that they miss it. It could be that they were just okay with it at the time. But I'm telling you that I didn't see it, and if I'd seen it, I would call it out. And it could be the case that they have like some secret room in there, a secret channel that I don't have access to, or they're just doxing everybody. I just have not seen anything like that. And if I had seen it, I would tell you. I would tell anybody they're doing that too.
okay.
So all I can tell you is what I've seen and what I would
guess
do.
we'll wait for the rest of the evidence because, like,
Yeah.
again, at this point, I just don't trust. I don't trust that. And I'm sorry, but I just don't. Just to clarify a few things that since Connor's back that I wanted to talk about. And Connor, you are
Sure.
frustrating the fuck out of me because I don't think you're listening, and I want to make sure that you actually understand what's being argued here and what's being talked about.
Okay.
When we're talking about the accusation that Doobie was justifying a-logging Nathan, right? That happened on my stream, right? We had a gentleman call in by the name of Gawk, and Gawk decided to he had made a tweet that he was going to log every single thing Nathan said and keep it on hand. And anytime Nathan would try to get a job in the future, he would send that information to his employers and potential employers and keep him from getting a job till he was like 30 or some shit. It was fucked up and it was gross. And when asked why, like, hey, Gawk, why do you think this is okay? He's like, well, Destiny's a bad person and he deserves to be punished. And so we're going to target his child. Directly after that conversation, Doobie does come in to, in my opinion, and Doobie will probably disagree with my characterization, but run a soft defense for that, saying things like, well, I don't personally agree with it, but I can understand why someone might do such a thing. And this kind of language and this kind of discussion does kind of give a soft defense for that kind of behavior in a way that kind of washes your hands, right? Like saying, well, I'd never do it. But I get it. I can kind of understand. And it's the problem with it is, yeah, that could be an actual argument and fair enough, but in the context of all that's going on, in the context of Doobie's hate for Destiny, it does take on a different connotation, does it not?
Sure. But allow me to articulate something.
Go ahead.
I don't believe this. I am articulating this because I'm trying to understand my rivals and enemies. Okay? What my rivals and enemies have articulated to me in the past is that they do not like me associating with Steven because they believe that Steven uses clout, money, power, and influence in order to attract mentally ill women, engage with them in promiscuous behavior, and then use his platform to harass them off of being interested in him whenever they become inconvenient to his life.
Do you
think
you agree with that characterization?
What's that?
Do you agree with that characterization? Do you think that
No, I think he engages with mentally ill women, but mentally ill women still have agency. So
No,
I don't have like this white knight complex where I think just because a woman is crazy, she doesn't have any capacity for culpability or thought. But hold on.
That's just how this is addressing the issue that we are talking about.
I'll get. Please indulge me. Just another 30 seconds. So basically, In this scenario, you would believe, and they've articulated, that he is a digital rapist. I do not agree with this characterization. But in their worldview, they believe Stephen is a uniquely Machiavellian and evil character who is using power to gain sexual access and then emotionally abuse women, and he will not stop until he is fucked over by his own behavior. And so once again, I do not have this perspective.
I get it.
But if you believed this to be true, would it not be a moral good to destroy this person's career?
Okay, it might, but we aren't talking about that.
Yes, we
talking
are.
about going after
J-Stock and fucking Queeman's motivation
why are
and their
we-
community motivation
Sure,
is
sure,
that
no, but
Destiny
that's-
is a
that's
uniquely evil
another-
character.
Sure, that's another argument that we aren't
No, it's
having
not.
right now. Okay, well, let me just ask you. If I thought that you were an evil Machiavellian rapist who was bringing on e-girls to rape them and then bully them off the internet, would it be justified to go after your child?
I don't think so.
Okay,
But they do.
right? That's what was happening, though, right? We don't have to go hypothetical. That's what this man was doing.
They
right?
do think that. I don't think that. They think that.
Okay, I don't care if they think that. They're just obviously wrong.
How so?
If I were to kill someone's child, it is not justice for someone to kill my child in response. That is by no means
That's because
fair.
you have
That is
Christian
by no means
morality.
justice. I think that this is a correct morality. Right?
I
My
agree with you.
morality is simply better than theirs.
Weirdly
frankly.
enough,
I do not-
Doobie, don't you agree with Wick?
Yeah, I said even if they did it to him, I'm sorry, even if he did it to them, I don't think it's justified to do it to him. My
Okay, but
prescription
So we
is that
all
nobody should be
agree.
doing any of this shit.
We all have Christian morality. We all
you're
agree with
dodging.
tit for tat with
Y'all are
10%
dodging.
and or turning the other cheek.
Y'all are dodging. This is a thing where, like, well, I wouldn't do it, but their
Correct.
morality, I can understand.
I'm saying no one should do it.
Well, hold on.
I'm saying no
I
one
can
should
get
do
more
it.
descriptive, and I can get more descriptive
Justification.
because I think Wick will be able to understand this fairly quickly. So, just because we, as a collective in this voice chat, all agree, doesn't mean that everybody does. So, for instance, there are other moral systems, eye for an eye, and also what I call barbarian retributive violence. So, barbarian retributive violence is exactly what it sounds like. You come over here and you kill my child. Well, I go to your tribe and I kill all the men, I enslave all the women, enslave all the children, and I kill your child. That's barbarian retributive violence. And up until 3,000 years ago, that's the way that the world worked. Okay?
I understand.
And then the
might
Jews.
make right thing. I get it. Right.
Okay.
But
Hold on. I'm
one
almost
of
done,
the
though. I
things-
promise.
One of my frustrations with you, Connor, right now, and
Why?
Doobie as well.
I
Is
mean, my
we do
frustration
this
is I
thing-
wasn't able to articulate eye for an eye, but go ahead.
Do you not think I'm aware of what the argument for eye for an eye is?
No, you might be, but you're kind of saying that, like, nobody can have eye for an eye morality, but Stephen himself engages in eye for an eye and
I
and
do
arguably
not think
barbarian
of-
retributive violence.
I do not think how Destiny is acting is entirely appropriate. However, given the evidence that I have seen, and now the knowledge that not only am I a target, but I wouldn't say everyone, but people who have come on my show are getting targeted, then I can
Sure.
see where he is correct that these people are behaving badly. And I don't agree necessarily, nor would I respond to it in the same way, but I am more open to what he is doing now. Does that make sense?
Hey,
But he
hold
is
on.
not, to my knowledge, just real quick, he is not, to my knowledge, and where I would say, okay, I just don't think it's okay to do this. He's not going after anyone's family directly.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
I will address. I will address that.
Okay.
Give me 1 second, though. If you don't like the way I'm talking about this, fuck off. Okay?
Me?
No, my chat.
Oh, okay, I was like,
I
I've been
like
very-
to
Okay.
yap. I like to go into theory. I like to talk about deeper concepts. If you don't like it, leave. It's that simple. I don't want you here. Okay? All right. So, you articulated that. Now, here's a point that I want to make to you, though. You're saying that they are engaged in barbarian retributive violence. They are not just fucking over Destiny. They are fucking over... they're fucking over you. They're fucking over Hutch. They might be fucking over me at some point, right?
I can't speak to that. I don't know.
Well,
I've
been doxxed, but that was bad empanada more than anybody else.
In this
but anyways,
in this group, they have doxed me, and I don't know if it's this group, but people who have been on my show have told me, and I believe them, because I've seen some evidence of it as well. They have also been doxed. So, like, it's not just a hypothetical. It's not just a maybe. It's not just a, well, would you think if in this case? No, it's actually happening.
This is why I wanted you to allow me to articulate eye for an eye.
Yeah.
So with eye for an eye, if you poke out my eye, I am entitled to poke out your eye, or I am entitled to some kind of compensation that is about the equivalent of my eye. And so Esports Batman has been doxed, and Esports Batman Sin, as far as I can tell, is providing legal feedback to the tribe that is allegedly engaged in barbarian retributive violence against Destiny. So and here's the thing, that's not eye for an eye. Destiny could have provided aid to somebody who was internet enemies with Esports Batman, and that would have been tit for tat. Or he could, well, I mean, actually, I think that might even be eye for an eye as well. But that's not what he did. He doxed him, which is barbarian retributive violence. So if Steven himself is engaged in barbarian retributive violence, and you are viewed as a tribal member of Destiny's tribe, why wouldn't barbarian retributive violence be visited upon you? Just logically, descriptively.
If we're talking, this is kind of an is-ought thing. Is it going to happen? Well, it is. It is happening. Should it? No. And I'm telling you right now, even if one country,
Doobie, do you disagree with what Wick just said?
Or one tribe, can I finish, please? Just one tribe, one group, one country is engaged in this kind of warfare, it does not justify engaging in that kind of warfare back. And there is a argument to be had about who fired the first shot here, and that does play into how we should weight these people in their actions. If, as I now believe, the snarkers, I know I'm being very broad with this because I don't know individual names besides like maybe one or two, right? And so I'm not going to make any kind of sweeping accusations here, right? But the snarkers as a community are engaged in this behavior, and they have been coming after Destiny for over a year and doing all the things that he has claimed that they are doing, which again, I am giving more credibility now than I did a week ago, because I've seen direct evidence that he is correct and the other people had been lying to me, or at least grossly negligently mistaken, right? I'm giving the best charity to them in that case, right? Then, if he's correct about this, he might be correct about the rest of it as well. And so if that is happening, I'm weighting the morality here different, right? Because he's not going after Esports Batman's kid, is he?
No.
Okay. So when people come in and go after his child, and then justify even softly going after his child, I think that's fucked up. And I think that Doobie,
it is fucked up,
specifically has soft justified it.
May I respond?
But yeah, I was about to say, Doobie, do you even disagree with Wick's opening that descriptively this is going to happen, but prescriptively it is bad?
No. So when you say self-justifying, I'm not justifying it. I've said it's not justified repeatedly. What I'm saying is that the reality is, given the space we're in, given the way that these kind of streamer communities behave, and given that there are crazy-ass super fans of them who might go too far, when you encourage doxing of all these people that he's encouraged doxing of, or just outright doxed, like Wicked Supreme, like Esports Batman, etc. When you do this, the reality is you're putting everybody around this person at risk. That is a reality. I understand that like expressing that reality makes it seem more real, but it was always real. This was always the case.
It
This is
does.
Wick. This is
That
Wick. This is
argument, that one
why.
argument, even if
This
you
is why
preface
the
it
with
with like,
oh
well,
God.
it doesn't justify it. It does justify it.
No, it doesn't, Wick. What I'm saying, this is why. What this justifies actually is you and Connor and everybody in the space saying this is too far. This is a red line. Everybody, including fucking Destiny, needs to stop, and this needs to be a red line again. That's what I'm saying is justified. I don't. That's my prescription actually. Is we need to stop everybody involved, whether it's Snarker people, Destiny people, everybody needs to stop crossing the red line. Because the reality is we are putting people in danger when we do that kind of shit. So we should not do that kind of shit.
I agree with you, but again, every time Destiny points out that this is what is happening, right? Everyone's like, well, he's doing it too, right?
Yeah, can I respond to that too?
What do you think people hear when you continue to say that?
Okay, so
Regardless
I'd
of
like
whether
to.
you intend to communicate it or not, what do you think people hear when they continue? When every time anything that is done to Destiny or to me
Can
or
both
to
of y'all
or to
pause
his
real quick?
orbiters, right, is said, right? When you say every time that happens, they're like, well, Destiny did X, Y, and Z. What do
Okay,
people
can
hear?
both of y'all pause real quick just because fucking DGG is not sending their best. They're fucking retarded, and I need to explain something that I already explained multiple times. Give me a second. So, no, you fucking F-slurs. Wish I could call you F-slurs. You're saying unilateral disarmament? No, you dipshits. Counterinsurgency warfare, which means that you properly separate civilians from your enemy and you only kill your enemy. It's literally that fucking simple. And if you want me, I'm not even going to bother explaining this again because you guys are going to fucking piss me the fuck off. Rewind 5 hours and watch the content. If you say the words unilateral disarmament in my chat again, perma. Fuck you. You're too stupid for this conversation. Go get Velcro shoes. Call the state. Get a home health care worker. Fuck off. Twitch and YouTube politics are not for you.
Actually, this is helpful. You just reminded me of something, Connor, because you are both Zion Nazis. So maybe this will be more helpful for you guys. So after October 7th, right? I think we all saw crazy shit being said by Israelis, by people who just hated Palestinians for whatever, saying that they're all Hamas or whatever the fuck. And I think in the immediate aftermath, it's reasonable to expect that some people are going to be so emotional, so angry, they're going to say shit they don't mean. They might, and if they're a soldier and you're in Gaza, you might go way out of bounds and do something that you shouldn't. You might kill a child because you're that fucking angry. I think describing that reality is not the same as justifying that reality, which is why the rules are important, which is why we need to make sure the red lines stay the red lines.
In certain contexts, you would be correct, but in the context of what's happening here, I don't think you are. If you are constantly, if you're aware and active in spaces that are actively engaged in hunting down anyone who isn't sufficiently anti-Destiny, and then you start making these arguments, that is a different thing than just making these arguments in a more intellectual space without this background.
That's DGG. So what you're doing right now is justifying doxing everybody in DGG because
who
they're
has
in the
DGG doxed?
What? Okay. What do you mean?
Okay, I understand that Destiny has doxed people. He has admitted it. But
when he's doxed people, you think they've done nothing with that information? Hold on, and not only that.
Hold on, what have they done? You say, do I think they've done nothing with that information? What have they done?
Hold on, didn't someone go to Rouse? Actually, I know people have said, I can't verify any of this, of course, just like Destiny can't verify that people are like swatting his community or whatever. But I know people have said that they've had their employers called, they've had people throw shit at their house, they've had their family fucked with on Facebook. People have said this in JSOC's community because Destiny has said that anybody in JSOC's server is fair game. Anybody. So when you say shit like this, you're putting all those people at risk.
Of this?
Okay, this is my problem, right? So when Destiny makes claims like this, do you ask him for evidence that people are going after his community?
Yes, and he provided me evidence.
Hey, Melcanth, Crazy to think Tiny's kids and wife are fair game. Fucking retarded, Connor. Time to find another Warhammer creator. You're genuinely too stupid for politics. You still haven't understood descriptive versus prescriptive. We've gone over it 3 times. Go find something else to do. You are genuinely too fucking dumb for online politics. Fuck off.
Evidence
I agree.
in 4K with citations and all these sources for anything that goes against your argument. But when anyone says anything that agrees with your argument, you're simply, oh, okay, well, I just believe you. Right?
I agree. I agree with that.
That's just not a standard that we should set. So again, I have been provided evidence. Again, I was neutral before on this because I didn't fucking know. I am no longer neutral because I have seen evidence. I asked for evidence. I was provided evidence. So now I'm asking you, can you provide me evidence that anyone in the DGG space has harassed, called the employers of, threw shit at these people's houses, anything? And I will give you
but here's what I'm talking about.
I'll do this. I'll give you the same deal I gave Destiny. I will not reveal that evidence. All you have to do is show me personally, and I can say, oh shit, yes. And then I won't share it. I won't show it. I will just stake my honor and reputation and say, oh, yes, I saw this and I can confirm. I think
Okay,
that's
so to be
fair.
clear,
I think that's
okay.
normal. Right?
I'd like to respond. So to be clear, what Destiny showed you isn't just evidence of somebody posting that filing thing, right? It was evidence of people being swatted, harassed at home, their employers called, their family members fucked with on Facebook. It was that kind of evidence.
Hold on. He said that I was doxxed or people were doxxed, and then he showed me that I was doxxed. That was his claim, and then he
Okay.
backed up his claim. I don't think he claimed that any of us were being swatted, did he?
Yeah, he's claimed that his community was being targeted. Anybody in his community, anybody close to him was being targeted, fucked with in real life. Yes, he has
Okay.
claimed that.
I've been targeted, and he showed me the evidence of me being targeted because they got my docs.
Okay, but Wick, this is why this new like stance you have right now doesn't make any sense because I can show you right now. Please let me get there. I can show you right now. Destiny and DGG posting people's docs information. So I tell you, hey, he's docs people. His community is docs people. I can show you
Yes.
that. And then hold on. What I'm
already,
asking is when that happens, Wick, will you then switch sides again? Will you
hold
then
on.
go from go back to neutral?
I have seen evidence that Destiny is docs people. What I'm asking now is, has DGG?
Sorry, my wife was talking to me for a second.
Okay, I understand. J-Stock's giving him his orders right now in the DMs. Right. Furiously typing.
I fucking muted in order to tell chatter to go fuck themselves, and now they're bitching about it. But it did result in $100 from Zonia. Love you, Zonia. But if y'all keep bitching about it again, I'll literally fucking mute him again. Sick of this shit. Fucking DGG's filled with fucking F slurs, dude.
Yeah, sorry, I'm back. So if those people who made those claims, right, that they've been fucked with, families been fucked with, if they feel comfortable sending me that information, I will make sure your info is scrubbed and show Wick. Okay.
Then
I can verify these
then
claims.
I will confirm that I've been seeing that information. And there,
So I can verify
and
these
then,
claims
yes,
on.
and I can confirm what you are saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
So because I can verify these claims on either side, right? Obviously, people who've been fucked with in that way typically don't want to show it, right? Which is totally reasonable.
Why I don't want to show you guys the evidence I've been provided.
Totally
I get
reasonable.
it. Yes.
It's totally reasonable. So my issue is that I think that the entire environment is fucked, right? And because I think Destiny and others, to be clear, has contributed to making this environment where people feel way more comfortable openly calling for people to be doxxed, openly doxing people, and doing all this shit for the last like fucking over a year now. More of the shit is going to happen, and it needs to stop. This is why we need to pull back the red line. And just really quickly,
okay,
Wick.
I agree
Wait,
with this.
Wick, really
Hold on,
quick.
hold on,
Please.
stop,
Oh, God.
please.
Go.
Please. I agree with the argument in any other context by any other source, then it would be a fine argument. But the problem is you are making this argument in order to, right, kind of place blame on DGG and Destiny and excuse the blame from the other side. That's what's happening right now. And so when you're saying that this needs to stop, I agree. But in order for it to stop, the people who have instigated this, who I've seen evidence that that's the case, need to stop. And once they stop, then the onus is on Destiny to also stop. And if Destiny does not stop, then I switch sides. Then I
Yeah.
switch.
So wait. So really quickly.
But until that happens, like this can't. It's like when Russia invaded Ukraine, the war could end if Russia fucking leaves. They
Okay.
could
So
end
wait.
the war right now.
Okay. So wait. Really quick. So my understanding is that the screenshot you were shown was from September. Destiny had already called for me to be doxxed before September. He'd already been saying that anybody in JSOC's community is fair game before September. So if you're saying that you were doxxed after that, right? If your information was posted after that, I think this is maybe a result of him normalizing his behavior. Now, to be clear, to be fair to Destiny, he's been doxxed for years. People have been after him for fucking years, from Kiwi farms to other communities, and I think this is a risk you run as a political streamer, of course, right? There are some people who hate what you say so much, they're going to try to take you down, they're going to try to attack you. So to be fair to Destiny, it might be difficult for him to separate that kind of doxing, that shit that's been happening to him for years, from this new snarkers or criticism people who are attacking him. So I feel like he's like blurred the lines there, and now it's like, okay, because these people have always attacked me, and these attacks are still happening, and now these other people are criticizing me. The people criticizing me are just like the people who have always been doxing me in my community, and I
So
don't. I think
simply
those lines
because
need to be
my docs
unblurred.
was specifically in time, and I'm just gonna believe you. I'd have to go back and like I'd have to go back and
Yeah,
check.
I can show
I
you.
don't know
I
off
can
the
I
top
can send you a
of my
video if
head
you'd like
when,
to
but
show.
just to get my argument how like if it's happened to me, it's probably also happening to others, and I know it's happening to others because other people like Stardust have told me it's happening to them and has happened to them. Stardust DM'd me and said I could use her name specifically, but it's not just her. To be clear, there are others who have DM'd me, who have talked to me about it, and we've had discussions, right? If it happened to me, it's probably happening to others. It is happening to others. So simply because mine happened then does not mean that others have not happened earlier. And again, I'm more inclined now to believe Destiny's side of the argument because A, he has provided me evidence, and B, he has been shown to be correct in a claim when the people against him were shown to be either A, lying, or B, in the most charitable interpretation, just grossly negligently wrong.
Okay, so Wick, I'll ask you. I have a direct
What's
thing that
wrong with anything I just said? What is
nothing.
incorrect?
No, hold
What
on,
is
nothing. But
something
I
that
can.
is unreasonable about anything
Okay,
what I just said?
yeah. So nothing, which is why I have some evidence for you that I'd like you to look at. Okay, let me just make sure that this is blurred out properly. So are you aware of JSOC participating in doxing or encouraging doxing of Destiny or anybody else before, actually ever, but let's say before January 1st, 2026?
I am not personally aware. I've not seen JStock's name specifically in any of the evidence that I have seen. But again, it's a credibility thing. Before, I was entirely neutral and somewhat skeptical of these claims by Destiny because we had two competing claims. One
Right.
was, but now one has been proven to be one interlocutor have been proven to be more truthful than the other. And so, hey, this guy has told the truth in this case. The other guy has lied. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to be all the time, right? But I am much more willing to give credit to say, oh, if he was right in this case, he might be right in this case. So I'm now still waiting for direct evidence, but I'm more
Yeah.
open to be like, oh, okay, he's probably telling the truth here.
Yeah. So this is a member of Destiny's community. Last year, August of last year, doxing JStock. And I'll send it to you right now, really quickly.
It just
Find
damaged
my
me.
fucking. And to be clear, I've erased his name because I don't want that to be public, obviously.
Okay.
Second.
Take your time, man. If you don't feel comfortable doing
Okay.
this live, we can do this
No, it's okay. I just sent it to you. I just wanted to make sure it's fully covered. So apparently that's been deleted, but that was up for a year apparently, and Mr. Mutton was just messaged about it today.
Okay, give me a sec to look.
Sure.
Okay.
And that blanked out portion
Mm.
has his full name and then like hashtags and then JSOC or
Okay,
brackets.
and well, the time. I wish you hadn't blurred out the date here. So the claim
I don't
here
think I
is that
did.
this was up for a year.
Yeah. So if you look at the bottom of the image, it's an X tweet from August 14th, 2025.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not aware of JSOC ever doxing Destiny or encouraging doxing. Definitely not, and not now, but definitely not back then. So if the JSOC's claim is, hey, this guy's been trying to get people to dox me for a fucking year, and I haven't done that to him, well, now that I can see that, right? Or at least his community has done that to him for the last year, and I think that's been further normalized by Destiny's behavior in the last year and a half or so.
Hold on, I'm reading this. Give me a second. I don't want to show it or reveal it or anything. I'm trying to understand this.
That's fine.
So
I'll
repeat your
just send a
claim.
shit. I'll just send a shit ton more. So, yeah. So again, my claim is that with that specific thing, it's just that I've never heard of JSOC doxing him or anybody else. That JSOC claims or being involved with any of it, right, or encouraging it. That's from last year, from August of last year. Somebody in Destiny's community doxing JSOC on Twitter.
Okay, if this is accurate, then yes, that happened. But
And
it
I have
also
more.
shows that when it is given, and do you have evidence of it being shown earlier to the person it was shown to? Because just to be clear,
What do you
like
mean the
the
person?
person who was shown to,
Oh, no, I don't know. No, I mean my understanding is that
Ooh.
was the first time he saw it, but it was up for a
Okay,
year
but
before that.
they did
Yes.
moderate it immediately. Well, as
Yeah.
soon
So
as it
just
was
like in your case, like so when they saw it, it was deleted. When this guy saw it, he deleted it. So that's
Fair.
good.
No,
I'm just saying,
again, I'll have to say if this is portraying to me accurately, then yes, this person did dox this person. Yes,
and I have
that's true.
a lot
That's true.
more, like a lot more that people just sent me. It's going to be difficult for me to blur out in real time.
No,
But
that's fine. But that was enough. Then yes, in that case, with that specific person, yes, that person did dox that other person. The other claim that's
yeah,
being made, though, is that these people are coming to their house, calling their family, calling their friends, all these things.
yeah,
Do you have evidence of that?
no, not right now. But I
Okay.
don't. But I haven't seen any of the evidence of that from the DGG side. And to be clear, no matter who's fucking doing it, it's all bad. Nobody should be doing that. And people who are doing that, who are swatting people, whatever, should be prosecuted. That's fucking disgusting. So, which is my claim, like overall claim is this is the environment that currently exists and it's being normalized by Destiny, definitely, maybe by JSOC. I haven't seen evidence of that, but definitely Destiny, and it needs to stop. Like, so Wick, you're saying that I'm like soft justifying
Yes.
going after his kid, right? I don't agree with that. I think I'm just describing reality, and if that's just a soft justification, okay. But Destiny was on here justifying doxing people for talking about their credentials in relation to stream topics. That's fucking crazy.
I don't
So like,
agree with
I understand you
Destiny
don't agree
on
with
this
that.
topic.
I,
Yes, but
I understand you don't agree with that.
you're
But I'm
right.
saying that like,
If your argument is that Destiny has behaved badly in certain ways and immorally in certain ways, I would agree with you. My problem here is there are two competing claims on who is
yeah,
instigating this and who is doing it more. And from the evidence I have seen, it is absolutely going one direction quite a bit. Look, and this is it. If just like Russia and Ukraine, if Russia leaves, it stops. If JStalk, the snarkers, whoever is actually doing this, whatever communities are actually engaged in this behavior, if they stop, then Destiny will stop and DGG will stop.
but wouldn't we need to see proof that they started it? Because his claim is he's made a retaliation. I just haven't seen that. He's been doxing Kiwi Farms for years, so maybe he
Again,
like
yeah,
can
I understand. But like I said, and I haven't seen specifically evidence of this, but as this is what I'm basing it on. One group lied about a thing, the other group told the truth. I'm believing the group who told the truth about that thing at this point in time. That's it.
Yeah, again, I get that, and I misspoke. I said started it. My understanding is that JSOC has never done it at all, and I just been sent a picture of someone in DGG posting a photo of JSOC on Twitter in response to a Destiny post where Destiny's doxing Wicked Supreme. So Destiny doxes Wicked Supreme, and under that post, one of his followers posts JSOC's like photo. Like this is totally, and to be clear, if his argument is that JSOC has like doxed me or whatever, if he thinks he has evidence of that, show it. But I don't think he would even make that claim about Wicked Supreme or about Esports Batman or about me. And he's doxed those two. His community continues to fuck with those two, and he's encouraging them to dox me. So like it's all, none of it makes any fucking sense. Like it's not retaliation. He's the one, at least in our
Hold
cases,
up.
he's the one throwing the first stone,
hold
and
on,
we're
but
not even
that's his
throwing stones
claim.
back.
It is in
Guys, hold up.
retaliation.
So show me.
Guys,
Like,
guys. My show. I could literally fucking
I
end
apologize.
this goddamn autism. So Destiny says, just a heads up. I do not support anyone going after Connor's family, but since Connor is defending people who are making arguments about going after my family, and some people might act on that, if tomorrow someone did go after Connor's family, I think they could see that as fully justified, by the way.
You know
Except
what
for
he's
I haven't
doing here?
hold on, shut up. I haven't doxed anyone. I haven't done PII ops. I haven't done gay ops. I haven't done any of this shit.
Okay, but you autistic fuck. This is the argument he's saying that Doobie is making. He's using that as an example of, you see that argument and you think, oh shit, that's fucked up to say. His point in putting that out there is to showcase you that's what Doobie's saying.
Agree with the point.
Okay.
Every time we've made the point to you, you've agreed with it. You're just upset that you are getting targeted and that Destiny is getting descriptively. But that doesn't mean you don't agree with what the fuck we've said. We've said descriptively. Hold on. Go ahead. Tell me where you disagree.
The problem is that you are missing my
So you
broader
don't
point,
disagree.
Okay. Do you understand that when something's said in certain contexts, it can change a meaning, even if the words and the argumentation is the exact same?
Doobie, are you trying to provide rhetorical and stochastic cover so people can fucking molest and fucking harass Nathan? Or are you being descriptive about Twitch and YouTube politics?
I'm being descriptive. I'm saying this is the environment that currently exists in it.
So hold on. Because this is what Wick is accusing you of directly to your fucking face. So I'll say it. You want Nathan dead, raped, and in a ditch, right?
No.
You fucking hate Destiny's family, right? You want them fucking murdered, right?
No, I don't even hate Destiny. I just think he's like he's turned into a fucking cringe locale.
Oh,
like,
no, you hate Destiny.
I don't hate
think
Destiny.
it would be
I don't hate Destiny.
wild to claim that you do not.
I do not hate Destiny. There are people
You
in
do
the space
not
that
hate
I dislike. No,
Well, this is a problem. It's
no, I dislike. Hold on, I
versus
dislike. I like.
words,
Okay, I
brother.
dislike Destiny as much as some of you guys dislike Hassan. I don't think you hate Hassan. You just have big
There are a
disagreements.
lot of people
I
who
do hate
fucking hate
Hassan.
Hassan.
Oh, I don't hate Destiny as much as you
Okay,
hate Hassan.
look, the deeds, not words, man. Like, I can say all day, I'm not doing a thing. Like, I'm not murdering this guy, and then the whole time I'm stabbing him over and over. It doesn't matter how many times I say I'm not doing this. It's being done, obviously.
Wait, hold on. You think my criticism of him is hate? Like Wick,
I
you and
think
I. Wait, hold on, Wick. You and I have
I
had
think that your
massive
behavior
arguments.
comes from a place of
Really
hate,
quickly,
yes.
Wick. You and I have had massive arguments where you're screaming at me, red faced. We just huge disagreements. Same with Connor. Connor and I have had these.
Okay,
The
you're
first
all,
time I met
like,
Connor.
I wish Destiny,
please.
can you just jump in? Like,
Hold
you're
on,
both
hold on,
giving
really
me
quickly.
1,000 things.
Really quickly. So Connor,
Okay.
one of the first times we ever spoke, I made you so angry about the Goon Squad thing that you said you wanted to like rape me with a broom or something.
I said I was going to sodomize Doobie with a broom.
Yeah. And even then,
That's how I started my Twitch and YouTube political career.
Debate bros arguing about shit. Like, this is not.
That's my point, because in the context of knowing who and how Connor communicates when he says, I'm going to sodomize you with a broom, it is much different than a known rapist and broom sodomizer coming up to you and saying, I'm going to sodomize you with a broom.
Am
In
I a
one
known
place,
rapist
I'm
and
like,
broom sodomizer?
The context showcases, ha, funny joke. In the other case, it's like, oh no, pucker my asshole, the broom's coming in, right? The context changes.
Guys,
the meaning.
Stardust.
So again, am I a known rapist?
I got limited time. So Stardust wants to come in. I want her to fucking say whatever she wants to say. Does Destiny want to come in, or is he just talking shit in your DMs?
I don't know. You have to ask Destiny.
It's all right. If we need a cooling off period, that's fine. But I'm gonna create a group chat and call you guys back. 1 second.
Good God.
Oh my God. No, come on. Fuck. Add friends to group. Why can't I just add
Do you not know how to... This also is triggering me, that you don't know how to run a fucking group chat. Hold on. I will add all these people. Well, I can't because I don't... Yes, I can.
No, well, Stardust is saying, no, I can wait. I can't. I got shit to do today.
Adam, am I talking to Stardust right now?
Stardust added, and if Destiny wants, I'll just add it, and he can say no if he wants. Okay, both people are added, and you can they can join the call. That's how you run a fucking group chat, Connor. Do I have to? The fact that I am teaching you how to use Discord tech.
The person who runs a fucking panel. You run Discord panels.
I do, and so you should know these things. But I'm also horrible at tech. Okay, Destiny. Yeah,
Wait, just real quick, Doobie, why were you denying a few nights ago that Wick was doxxed in that server by somebody posting his
I
dox?
wasn't. Wick, you can verify this. Like
Okay,
what I
Wick,
said to you in
by
DMs.
the way, Wick, can you check your DMs and verify what I just said? Does it look like I'm lying about the characterization of those messages?
Give me a second. Yeah, you said most of the claims in that stream were total lies. I don't think any of these peoples are doxers or whatever. I'm in that Snark Left server. It's absolutely not a doxing server.
Well, I didn't want you to read them out loud, but yeah, because yeah, now Doobie will. This guy's fucked. But yeah, so Doobie, you were.
I've been saying that in public. Yeah, what are you talking about? I just repeated all that. That when I was there, I didn't say any of that shit. And when you guys made the claim to Wick that he was doxed,
stop.
wait, stop.
Continue reading.
I
Wick,
DM'd
continue
Wick.
reading.
Hold on.
Wick, continue reading.
Wick, didn't I DM you?
No.
Didn't I DM you the moment that they said this?
Okay, so
that last message is that one user was banned. It was from the PV filing last September that Hassan showed on stream. Where isn't that what you said, Doobie? Was that what was posted in that server?
That's my current understanding. Yes, and I told
Wick
that too.
No, no.
To be clear, what I saw was not the PV docs. I want to.
Oh, then I don't know. So again, my understanding is.
Hey, wait, hold on. Wait, can we get Connor the dipshit in here to talk about
stop talking? Stop talking. Let me respond to Wick. Let me respond to Wick. Oh my God, please.
It was just an accident.
Please stop talking.
What I saw was not.
Please stop talking.
Now it's very likely that they got it from there.
I'm still upset that you called me fucking fat, even though you don't lift weights. I'm still upset about that.
So Wick, again, I haven't seen it. So I obviously haven't seen the image. I know that it was like I know which user it was. I don't know if you want me to say that. But this is according to them. I haven't seen any of it, right? So like. But you can verify that when they said this, I messaged
why
you.
the fuck are you defending it?
Hold on, what I was defending is what I've seen. Wait, hold on. So Destiny, can you tell me right now? Destiny, can you tell me right now that nobody has ever posted dox shit in your server?
I wouldn't defend it if somebody had.
Hold on, what I was defending is what I've seen the server to be and what I've seen allowed in the server. I have not seen this allowed in the server. It is not a doxing server. It is a fucking clipping server. So it's true that about a year ago, someone posted something that they shouldn't have. I don't agree with that.
Keep filibustering.
You're interrupting me. I'm trying to fucking respond, you dumb bitch. Let me respond, and then you can go on your fucking manic rant again. It's fine.
Go for it, Doobie. Keep going, Doobie.
Go ahead, Wick. Go ahead.
Okay.
Wick, just to be clear, that's what Doobie said.
Here he goes
was
again.
wrong.
Wick, please verify what I told you.
That's all I wanted.
Can we go one at a time?
Stop. You both didn't start with the Destiny is correct that what you said in those things was incorrect. It was wrong. It was wrong. Now, I will agree with Doobie. When it happened on stream, Doobie did DM me and says, I would never dox you. If you show me it, I will find the people who did it and get it removed and all that.
And then Wick, I understand. Even you, Wick, and I love you. I know you're all mind raped, and I blame myself for this largely. Okay, but I'm sorry, Wick. You understand that when he says that, he's just trying to find the leak, right?
I understand.
When he goes through and he says, "Wick, if you tell me exactly where that came from, because you see how all these guys have been squirming around."
I have spent the whole time
so ridiculous.
saying that I am much more likely to believe you because you told me the truth, and Doobie lied to me.
I know.
Or
I'm
was
just saying that
wrong.
When Doobie says that, they're just trying to find the leak, right?
I understand.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
For the lie that Doobie is trying to spin right now in person, and again, the reason why most of these pedophile fucks won't talk to me is because they can't spin these lies in person because they're lying so much. What Doobie just said was he didn't know what it was exactly. Now, I think that would be fair. That's not what Doobie said in that DM, though, was it? Doobie didn't say, well, I don't know what was posted. I don't know. Doobie lied and said, that was just when Hassan posted this PV stuff, blah, blah, blah. How the fuck would he even know that unless he's seen something himself? And if he hadn't seen the actual docs, which, Wick, you yourself say he hasn't, it means he got the talking point mentally fucked into his small fucking brain by Gisticle or Ryle Kittenhouse or fucking any of these other fucking losers. That's exactly what happened.
Okay, so he's on this delusional manic rant again. Wick, I'd like to respond.
What I said was what I saw was not the PV docs, and yes, in the DMs I was sent or the messages I was sent, I don't know if they're DMs. Doobie did say that it was a PV docs. Now, whether he lied or he was just grossly wrong, I can't say. I can't speak to that.
Yeah.
Where did you get the idea that it was the PV docs?
Let me respond. That's fine. So, Wick, to be clear, when I messed this up, so Wick, when they said this to you, I asked you what it was, where it was, or who said it, so that I could try to find their history on the server to figure out if it was in there, if the user was in there, etc. Right? Or if I think I asked you which server it was in, because we know that the leaks, quote unquote, are coming from
Again,
that
I can't
server.
Not
confirm what
responsive,
server
not
it was in,
responsive.
Rick,
that
that's
the,
fine.
the, what
That's
I
fine.
Why
read
did you say it was the
fake.
PV
Wait,
docs?
please stop.
Doobie,
Please stop
why
talking.
did you say it was the PV docs?
Because that's what I thought. I'm not
That's what you
aware of
thought?
any
Why did you
doc.
think
Please
that?
stop
Why'd you think
talking.
that?
Stop talking. I can tell you why. Okay. Because my understanding is that that's the only time Wix information has ever been put out. I'm not aware of him eating docs any other time ever. So
So
when
you're
when I
saying
was
that
told,
you decided to put your
please stop.
reputation out there as the
Please
runner of
stop.
the largest,
Please
apparently
stop. Please
CSAM
stop.
collecting Discord on the internet.
Please stop
You
talking.
decided to
Stop
lend
the
your
stupid
reputation to
filibuster.
defend these
I
people.
know you're
by
really
claiming that it
afraid of
was
what I'm going to
a
say.
dox that
Please
was
stop
unrelated.
talking.
I'm
I'm not
just
listening
curious.
to anything
Would
you're
that
saying right
even
now. I'm
would
just
that
waiting for you
even
to ramble
matter
on,
if they
and then I'm
reposted
going to
Wix
respond to
docs
Wick.
in that
I'm
server?
not
Would
going
that
to
even
listen to
matter?
any of this
No
random shit that you're
filibuster.
fucking saying right
Keep
now.
rambling. Keep
Okay.
rambling.
Okay. Thank you. So Wick, what I think with the wording, Wick, and Wick, I'm totally fine with you showing those DMs, like if you want to, like so you can see people can see exactly what I fucking said, right? So or any of our DMs, like I don't have anything to hide in there. So um so what I said is I haven't seen them post anything near doxing there. When you come up, it's typically memes about eating noodles or some shit. I wouldn't tolerate people doxing you. And then I said, just figured out where it came from if you want to know, right? Because at that point, they were talking about it in the server, and they'd figured out that it was like posted in like last September, right? And I thought it was a PV
Holy
docs.
waste
That's
of
what I thought.
time.
But they
Do
didn't.
you
Hold on. When
always
they
do this
found it,
to
they didn't
Doobie?
post it. They
You
just
just
banned the
yap
person that did it,
for.
right?
Oh
When they
my
found it, they
god.
didn't post it. They just banned the person that did it. My understanding was it was that.
So,
That's
but
it.
Doobie, you understand that Destiny's argument is that you were doing this in order to kind of triangulate who is
No.
leaking these things.
So
That's his
this is why that
argument.
doesn't make any sense. I know it's stupid, but let me tell you why it doesn't make any sense. So if I take a screenshot of a Discord server and then send it to you, unless my username is in the side chat or I'm replying to something, how the fuck are we gonna know which user that came from?
Then
So-
why were you saying it was a PV docs if you had no fucking
Hold
idea?
on.
I just told you.
Hey, everybody shut the fuck up. So I'm going to make this point with Destiny here because Destiny says, lol, maybe Connor's kids could get doxxed based off of this rationale.
Whoa, I was only
I
being
haven't
descriptive,
doxed
not
anyone.
prescriptive. I know, but I was just being descriptive, not prescriptive, Connor.
Okay, but I
You
haven't
understand
doxed
that, right?
anyone, have I?
I know, but I was just being descriptive, not prescriptive.
What are
okay?
you being descriptive about, Destiny? Go ahead.
I'm just saying that you're creating an environment that could facilitate harassment towards unrelated third parties by.
But I'm
having
not for
somebody
this
here-
environment. I've criticized this
say you were.
environment.
I-
I'm
you might not be
criticizing
for it.
you
You
for
were just
helping to
describing it.
foster
No,
this environment.
I know that you're not for. You were just describing it, and I'm just describing your description. That's it.
Correct,
It's okay, dude.
correct.
Yeah,
But
that's
hold
correct. I
on.
agree, so we're all on the same
But
page. Yeah, we're good. We're good,
But
Connor.
you are actively engaged in doxing people. We know that those people and their families could get hurt as a result of those reactions if you're not fucking retarded. And I'm criticizing you for doing that. So am I not trying to get away from that environment?
No, you fucking retard. What a stupid if you were trying to get away from it, you would probably disassociate yourself completely from all these people if you were a good faith actor. But seeing as how this guy has anally fucked you with $5,000 or whatever the past 6 months, I don't know what your incentive is right now. It's really fucking weird, by the way, that I'm arguing with two people that this weirdo on disability, child porn consuming dipshit is literally funding. It's kind of a strange
On
fucking argument to
disability.
have.
Hold on. Let's go ahead and do this. This isn't your show, Wick. Shut the fuck up.
Connor, if you don't want to be associated with it, you wouldn't be associated with it.
No.
You wouldn't
Hold
have
on.
this guy
Let's
for
go ahead and do this. Let's see
hours
if you're
taking
capable of being
uninterrupted
honest.
fucking
Let's see if you're
propaganda for him
capable of
stopping his
being honest.
community.
Let's see if you're
Also,
capable of being honest.
notice
Let's
that
see if
Doobie
you're
is
capable of
avoided
being
answering
honest.
the question completely.
Can
Nice.
you steel
Keep
man?
pivoting.
Can you steel man why Doobie said that he used child abuse material? Can you
Have seen the movie
articulate it
Casino?
without trying to
Have you seen
castigate
the
him as a
movie? Have you
pedophile?
ever seen the movie? Have you seen the movie Casino?
I asked you a question.
I'll answer if you answer that question.
Yes, I've seen Casino and I love it.
I would rather put my balls in the vice that they used to pop that dude's eyes out of his head and crush them than steelman anything this pedophile,
You're being a
harassing,
pussy.
A-logging stalker fuck has ever done. No, I'm not going to steelman
You're being a
any of
pussy.
their perspectives. I'm not being a pussy.
You
I'm
jerked
just
off
being
to see
fucking
someone held
retarded.
onto it for a year. Like, who the fuck are you calling a pedophile?
Yeah, fuck
What are you
him.
talking about?
Nope.
Like,
I'll
dude,
cut the
you jerked off
content, I
to
don't
see
give a
Sam
shit.
and then held onto it for a year. Like, where do you think you have any ground to stand on calling anybody a fucking pedophile?
I already kicked him.
What do you say? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you
So
kicked
hold
him?
on.
Why?
Let me. No. Wick, my turn. Thank you. Destiny is bigger, has more viewers, has more money, has more clout, has more influence. But if he was a peer, if he was the same size, that's not how he would behave. If he was asked to steelman somebody else's position and he was a 50 viewer Andy or 150 viewer Andy, and Wick forced him to as a debate moderator, he would steelman the other person's position. And all he's trying to do is say, Doobie is my enemy right now, so I'm going to go ahead and paint him as a pedophile, and I am incapable of describing what he described in his argumentation. As, once again, I'll say this straight up. As Destiny's fellow content creator, thank you for the content. Love the content, love the money, thanks for the donations, thanks for the 1000K live. As your friend, you're being a cunt, and I'm tired of it. So I'm about to wrap in a second. So in 7 minutes, I'm going to go. So whatever your guys' final arguments are, please make them.
Doobie, do you want to go first? Do you want me to go first? One of the two.
I mean, again, I just really think I need to hammer this home. Like the whole thing is fucked on all sides, right? So people getting doxxed, people going after Wix, panelists and whatnot. None of that is acceptable ever, right? Not like this is all gross. I really think we need to turn down the fucking temperature, go back to like sanity, and there just need to be red lines that everybody involved needs to have. And when those red lines are crossed, the person who did it is ostracized forever. It's totally no tolerance for any of it. So that's all I'm saying we need to do. I think that's rational.
Okay. So I agree, but the way for this to actually happen is the side that is instigating it has to stop. The invaders have to stop. If Russia stops and leaves Ukraine, then the war's over. If the people, the communities who are coming after me, who are coming after my guests, who are coming after the people who haven't been sufficiently anti-Destiny, stop, this'll stop. That's it. That's simple.
Okay. And wait, to be clear, I did send you a bunch of evidence of Destiny and DGG doxing.
I'll review it later.
And wait, to be clear, going forward, so like I said, I did leave your server because I don't think the pressure on you is fair. But, and I know you're upset with me because of the tweet, which I still think is funny.
I think that you're being kind of a cunt to me. Okay, frankly.
I get it. So I'm not bashing you for that opinion. I get it. And again, you and I have had lots of disagreements about lots of things. We don't exactly have like a friendly rapport, right? But if you ever want me on the stream or whatever, for whatever reason, door's still open. I'm not like opposed to like having being around you. It's nothing like that. Just FYI.
Okay. Thanks for letting me bully my way into the conversation. Counterpoints.
No, it was not fun. It was fun. It was fun in a content way. It was not fun in a friend way. But it is what it is. At least we made some money and got some viewership. I got other shit to do today. And so, yeah, it is what it is. So I haven't seen anything. People have accused Doobie of lying, which in my opinion is not just being mistaken, nor is it, it's not just being mistaken, nor is it repeatedly restating the same things 4 different times. If you are incapable of understanding descriptive from prescriptive, you're a dumb cunt and you have no business in Twitch and YouTube politics. If you're saying that I betrayed my principles for my money, I'm sorry. Did I betray my principles for my money when I was accused of fucking sweeping for Destiny last year and the entire fucking internet was telling me to fucking torch him? Fuck you. You just don't like it that I'm not on your team. So if you're some fucking loser who doesn't understand words but engages in political tribalism, you can fucking TOS. So, anyways, I'm going to dip out. I'm going to read my super chats, and I'm going to wrap my stream. So, parasocial love, guys. Talk soon. All right. Anyways, let me thank the people who have donated. Did Destiny pay, lol? No. Destiny did not pay. I got shit to do. I got shit to do besides hang out with you cunts. Love you, hate you, everything in every regard. I have to answer all the fucking super chats before I get out of here. So, like the stream, share it with your friends, and engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships, you got them. I parasocially love most of you. And the snarkers who are being cunts and the DGGers who are being cunts can TOS. Vazraka, thank you for the gifted. Fashion 40, thank you for the gifted. Officer Nasty, my glorious overlord, my king. I will no longer behave in a way that upsets my emperor. All mud shall be God, inshallah. Thank you. Fire Rat, I know you need to rant and work on your mental map. Just can you add in what Destiny is supposed to do about being swatted and Dan's wife being doxxed? Engage in tit for tat. Engage in counterinsurgency warfare. identify the people who have doxed him, identify the people who have doxed and harassed him using IP tools. Doesn't Dan literally work in cybersecurity? Find the sloppy people and dox the sloppy people. Engage in gay ops. Send in some fucking Indian-ass DGGers to infiltrate fucking Queemans and JStock's Discord and pretend to be snarkers in order to identify the people who are actually engaged in doxing. There you go. Horse God says, it's so easy to laugh, it's so easy to hate. It takes strength to be gentle and kind, you dumb fucking idiots. I have never sympathized with the statement more in my life. Hedonic says, glad you finally did a Sarcasmatron reaction. Had to watch the VOD. Could have be there live, unfortunately. No problem. Judge Doobie and Officer Nasty on their anti-Grilhotism and implicating the COG and anti-Grilhotist behaviors. No. Everyone has a chance at redemption. Even those two cunts. This is the Lord of the Flies for Jamas Slop Autistics. Indeed it is. That's from Horse God. Tag Up says, is the problem that he used the phrase blacklist? Because I'm sure y'all can talk and still go shooting, but he won't deal with your community for his own mental health. I don't care. I stand by pretty much everything I said today. I think you would have to show me a clip today. And by the way, I'm not bridge burning. Or bridge burning. He can bridge burn. I'm not bridge burning. He can bridge burn. If he's so fucking upset that I'm using my reason to parse apart the arguments and evidence that's being presented to me, and he wants to burn the bridge over that, then fuck him. He can figure that shit out on his own. But I'm not going to hurt him. I'm not going to go out of my way to hurt him. Nor am I even going to fucking freak out about his whole thing like, oh, based off of this rationale, you could go after Connor's family. You know, fuck you for that. Obviously, that's rude as shit. But it is what it is. He's mad. He's sad. He's lashing out. It is what it is. Silver for 5 says the bannings will continue until donos improve. Indeed. Ved Sunil, thank you for the 10, King. Tallybots with the 5. How could you need any additional evidence of harassment? Who cares if they meet the legal definition of doxing? I don't even know if you know the evidence. Tallybots. How do I need additional evidence? Yet. If you're going to be doxing someone, you should know that that person specifically engaged in digital harassment. Is that so fucking hard? Like what do you want? You want me to say, oh yeah, like fucking JStock deserves to be raped, murdered, and dead in a ditch? That's what you want? You guys are fucking, you guys don't track words. You don't pay attention to what words mean, and it pisses me off. You literally just identify emotionally with the political tribe that aligns with your worldview, and then you post hoc rationalize whatever the fuck they said. And that's cringe, gay, and lame. And it's not COG behavior. Tribe for 5 says, there's something to be said about people being involved in the court case without putting their name on it. Doxing them seems pretty fair. Not gonna lie. Is it? And by that logic, should we dox Kafka? I don't think that's a good rationale at all. What the fuck? Connor is too pure and autistic for this world. Nothing truer has ever been said. Unoric says, pretty weird that snarkers seem to always try to fracture communities that care about liberalism and conservatism. We can't let them divide us. Well, we can temporarily. We can just call each other cunts, and then we can go get a beer later. Valrunner says, Doobie and Officer Nasty are not in our community without pushback. We do not allow either of them to run off without a challenge. You are welcome to check. Correct. So I think we were accused of something we don't do. Airborne Kite for 10. Remember the old internet where you could have a no atheism debates in here, or your community would just become an atheism fight club? It's like that, but instead of atheism is does destiny suck? I think that's a fair description. Captain Dan, the fireman with the $10 says, personally, this reeks of allowing Necrons to freely run within a human colony, and it sounds like you're saying, no, they don't want our biomass. Well, Necrons don't want our biomass. They don't. And there's allowing 2 of them to run amok. Dude, they're 2 scarabs. It's a scarab and a Necron. I'm trying to think of an analogy that this would work. It's not a warrior. It's, Doobie would be a little bit more salty than that. What would he be? He would be an immortal. Yeah, I have 1 pet Necron immortal and 1 pet Necron scarab. And we're keeping an eye on the scarab to make sure he doesn't replicate. Yeah, I'm not allowed to have a pet Necron? What the fuck? Thought this was America. Anonymous Chatter for 50 says, for the band Doobie Slush Fund, sincerely your third favorite Oiler. Well, thank you. Appreciate you. Captain Dan the Fireman for 10 says, ban the Gene Stealers and be done with it. No. And fuck you. Patriarch, thank you for the 10 gifted. Envoy Snark for 5. New allegations. Who or where is Wick accusing of doxing his guests? Don't know. We'll find out. Captain Dan the Fireman for 5 says, bullshit. Doobie was arguing that it was okay to call up Destiny's Son's future employers about him. Doobie is just a list? You guys don't know what words mean, but that's okay. Set a new goal, Booby Bear. Little late for that, Anonymous Chatter. Appreciate you. Sir Rab says, Doobie is bankrolling Destiny-adjacent streamers. Snarkers haven't targeted yet. Streamers are either bankrolled or attacked. Doobie is the payment side. I think thou dost presume too much. What if your friends that are going to do retributive violence on your behalf never get proof positive of who did it? Do you think they would do nothing? If not, isn't this Destiny's reasoning for going after his ops? If you kill me and then my friends kill a few innocent people, it is what it is. I'm dead. What do I care? Fashion 40 for 5 says, for the psychic damage, Booby Bear. Thank you. AK Batusai, thank you for the 10. Jeb Kush with the membership. Don't forget to like the stream before saying something dumb and get permabanned. True. True. Like the stream before I twist your dick. Kilo says there were not enough MS Paint diagrams this stream. Do better. True. Thank you. Anonymous for the 2 says, sorry for being squirrely. We don't get much attention. True. Buzz. Anonymous Chatter was fucking machine gunning civilians today. Good job. Whatever. It's funny. Buzz Rocka with the 10. Thank you. I know it's not, but didn't Tiny show proof of Wick being doxed by them to Wick? Sure, but I want to see the evidence myself, don't I? And I want to see the evidence of who did it, don't I? Bazraka, thank you for the 10. Larry Hutchinson, I know it's not you, but didn't. Tiny showed proof of Wick being doxed by them to Wick. I think I just read that one, sorry. Gelatinous Rube for 10 says, let's talk Little St. Jeff the next time the files drop. Don't let these people hold threats of your community or they will not stop. I'm not, by the way, guys, I don't know if you guys know what we're doing, but we're not becoming snarkers, nor are we becoming DGGers. We're not doing either, okay? And I'm not burning the bridge from my side. Destiny's welcome to do whatever the fuck he wants with his side of the bridge. I'm not burning my side. Destiny has been a ruthless, rude cunt to so many motherfuckers that if he was a ruthless, rude cunt to me, and I use that as an excuse to fuck him, or try to fuck him, then I would just be like everybody else. And I'm not going to. I'm not going to let his rage and anger and fucking... I'm not going to let his rage and anger affect the way that I conduct myself. I'm going to conduct myself the way that I've always conducted myself, which is I'm going to try to evaluate what's correct based off of the information that's in front of me. I am not particularly susceptible to leverage. And you're just going to have to fucking deal with it. Is what it is. Molly Kagan for 5 says, have you ever watched the Ken Burns Vietnam War documentary? It's excellent and a great soundtrack. No, I haven't, but thank you. Fashion 40 for 2 says, if Destiny led to you, would you burn the bridge? Lied to you? Nope. Nope. No offense. I feel like Destiny has, and Lauren Southern, by the way, I feel like they have lied by omission to me in the past, but I understood why they did so, because I think that they were worried that if I wasn't who I represented myself to be, then I would fuck them with the information that I gleaned from their friendship. And I want to be worthy of that trust. So, no. Lying through omission, or lying through commission for good reason will not be a reason why I burn the bridge. Gelatinous Rube, Doobie, just that tiny, standards apply to him too? Maybe. Minimum due for 2 says the circle jerk is under threat. Get him, Jannies. True. That's all that's happened today. We all agreed with Connor Have you seen chat, friend? Have you looked at chat? Machiko for 5. Flag, eagle, fire. Thank you. I know you have to go live on Valor today, but was it possible we should go live on your channel and charge people, come up and argue hashtag Big Bank or $ Big Bank? Probably, but the content goes where it goes. Molly Kagan for 5. Obviously, giving people money is kind of an influence, and threatening to withhold money in his attempt to leverage such influence. Sure. But I think that Doobie was saying, I'm not trying to influence Wick away from covering debates. I just don't want to incentivize Destiny being on your platform. Larry Hutchinson for 20, and I think that's his right as an American to do. Larry Hutchinson for 20 says, the risk of losing mod known, I can't be called a DGGer. This convo is kind of dubious, playing fast and loose with what he says, trying to self-sweep, and also everyone except the COG has dirt on them and has done dumb things. I don't know if I read that correctly, but I tried. Thank you for the 20. Doobie has the personality of a pea-soaked paper bag. That's very mean, and I disavow. Eli Gray for 2 says, you should play my new track at the end. I sent you. Where are you? Where are you, Eli? You're drowned in my DMs. Maybe I will. At the end of the day, Doobie has bad vibes. Bad vibes are anti-girl hottest. That's true. Infiltration of terror groups is a job for feds. Okay. At least we can all agree that Connor's biggest crime is being shitty at OBS. True. K for 14 bucks says, describing something over and over again as a way to promote it with plausible deniability. Okay. Does it make the statement untrue? If I dox you and I put your family at risk with a barbarian retributive mindset, or with an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth mindset, are you entitled to dox and harass my family? Descriptively, regardless of whether or not you like it, is yes. Obviously. Diminished Darknut with the 100. Thank you for the oil today, King. You call me Dad. I'm scared, but it's okay. Thank you for the oil. Hi, can we restart the entire conversation? I arrived a bit late. Nope, rewind the VOD. Hale says, Doobie, can I have mod and unban Terry for $5? Well, sorry that Doobie's gone. Real Sears for 100 says me right now, and the image, I'm not leaving YouTube to do this. Sorry, I'm not looking at it. Chibdo1. Cheeto? Cheeto. CHIDO-1 for 50 bucks. Thank you. Regardless of whether or not you love me or hate me today, I do think I feel like I brought the fucking content. Didn't want to bring the content, but I did. AK Batusai for 5, thank you. Airborne Kite for 2, they earnestly believe it matters if it's true. Of course it matters if it's true, but then you argue with them about whether or not it's true. Jesus. Real Serious says, this is kind of the reason why vigilante actions are gay, because no one person has the final say on guilt and culpability. We can understand that Nazis with this logic. So, correct. And I think Doobie's open position, even if he has some private nefarious position, is that he wants the snarkers to stop fucking doxing and harassing Destiny's family, and he wants Destiny to stop doxing and harassing the people who are criticizing him. SZ Robert F for 2000 HUF. Don't know what that is, but thank you. Doobie, didn't you just state that you will never stop going after Destiny until he learns his lesson? What red line are you willing to agree to? Interesting. Interesting. Did I hear that he's not gonna stop going after Destiny until he learns his lesson? I missed that part. Mr. Gene for 5 says, these people have proven the existence of smart, dumb ninjas, and it should be studied. True. Tallybots with the renewal, thank you. What an anniversary, indeed. Ranger Nation for the 5. Destiny. This ends is everyone leaves him alone. J-Stock will not stop snarking till Dan comes in and blanks me. Sweet. That's what needs to happen, for real, for real. Dan needs to go to J-Stock and have sex with him. Ranger Nation for $5 says, why did Hutch say this didn't affect him? Does he not know the demons I know and clearly work with? Laugh my ass off. This can't be real, y'all. Literally go check the earlier coverage. I went over that. Molly Kagan for 5 says, I think you should kick Doobie for calling Destiny a pedo without evidence. Well, Destiny was sexting a 17-and-a-half-year-old, allegedly, but was actually getting catfished by a 26-year-old, which does not make him a pedophile, nor does it make him evil. So, but Doobie getting, allegedly, of course, getting evidence of law enforcement shit, you know, and calling him a pedo, I don't think that's well evidenced either. But Doobie has been incredibly bad faith about everything with him. There's literally no difference down to posting and his KF. Dude, if you're going to call somebody a liar, please give me evidence of them actually lying. That feels like the most bare minimum of standards. If you're going to call someone a liar, give me a link to a stream that isn't identical to what they're telling me to my face. Should not be that hard. Jack Track 10. What exactly did Destiny do wrong? He fucked with Muslims in a way that he knew that he was going to get death threats. He had sex with crazy fucking women that he knew were going to destroy his life. He continued to fuck around with them after they started destroying his life. He sent pornography to somebody he just met. He sent homemade pornography to somebody he just met within 10 days. When the homemade pornography got leaked, he started being mean to all the people involved. Those are Destiny's sins. Yeah. Those are the main ones anyways for me. Descriptive is a weird thing because I could say Doobie has occasionally possessed CP in his vigilante arcs and he'd be right, but he wouldn't want that critique being spread for years. Sure. That's accurate. That's accurate. I actually can't disagree with what Tagop just said. Round says, fuck the haters, Connor. Jesse is going scorched on anyone who remotely criticizes him. It's fucked up and embarrassing. What are you going to do? Sometimes people are sometimes people are angry. Sometimes people are angry, sometimes people are assholes, some people get spun up, and sometimes they can't differentiate their friends from their enemies. It is what it is. So, anyways, I actually do think, believe it or not, I do think I'm doing my job, both as a creator and as Steven's friend. I'm doing my job as a creator because I'm calling balls and strikes as I see them. I think I'm doing my job as Destiny's friend when I tell him that he's fucking up. And I think he's fucking up. And so if, you know, sometimes he's mean. What do you want? You know, sometimes he's going to say mean shit. I will tell you, the two things that would have shocked me were Destiny, not Destiny, is... oh, you want to come and cry to me about associations in reference to food shops, but then you go and hang out with these fucking snarkers. That one shocked me. Then the other one that shocked me, that's probably a resentment that he's had in there for a while. And then the other one is, fuck you, you fat fuck. And it's like, bitch, I'm not going to make fun of your body right now, but you haven't picked up a weight in 2 fucking years. I lift 3 to 4 times a fucking week. Fuck you. Yeah, I might be 10 or 20 pounds overweight. Yeah, I got a little bit of a fucking beer gut, but I still lift weights. Fuck you. And then in reference to food shops, I'm just going to share this with DGG. Just between you, me, and the 500 to 1,000 people that are still left on this stream. If somebody says that they jerk off to cartoon kids, they're a fucking freak. And you shouldn't hang out with them. I know that's mind-blowing on Discord. I know that's mind-blowing in DGG. But if somebody jerks off to kids, you shouldn't hang out with them. That's a rule that I have. So, actually, I'm just going to be straight up here. J-Stock, being a psychotically obsessed freak, preying on Destiny's downfall, is not as bad as jerking off to kids. There you go. That whole exchange put me off of doing political streaming for years. Thanks for that. You're welcome, old school. Don't let the Disney bridge burn. Like I said, it's not burned from my side. Dodger says, love you, Connor, but Doo-Doo Head is untrustworthy. Sure. Who the fuck said that I trusted Doobie? it's just as likely that leagues could or logs could leak, excuse me, and then Doobie's the fucking mastermind. He could be writing into a chat right now, lol, I can't believe Connor is such a fucking dipshit. I can't believe he believes that I'm not actively doxing and swatting Nathan right now. What a fucking idiot. He could literally be typing that into a group chat right now, and I would have no fucking idea. Right? So it's entirely possible. Just because Doobie says descriptively, when you engage in scorched earth total warfare, it means that you yourself can be the victim of scorched earth total warfare, and that will be morally acceptable. And that is a descriptive truth. It doesn't mean that I trust him, right? No offense, Doobie. Jeb10 for 5 says, supporting the Doobie industrial complex. Love you, Connor. Glad to see you keeping it real with D. Good friends challenge bad behavior. That's my opinion. It's my opinion. If he doesn't want to be my friend and if he doesn't want to make material or collaborate in the future, I understand. Not a big deal. It is what it is. You know, he's a sensitive fella and lots of people are attacking him on the internet, so he wants his friends to have his back. But I showed you guys an orientation picture the other day of how you can orient towards principle, how you can orient towards, you know, the light, God, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Or you can become a cunt and you can roll around in the mud and the blood and that can be your entire life. And what I'm trying to do, failingly, is I'm trying to tell Destiny, yeah, sure, you're smart. You're a fucking millionaire. Congratulations. Get fuck hot women. Congratulations. You're doing bad shit. You could be better. And that's disappointing. And I'm not the only friend of Destiny's who has that opinion. I'm not going to throw the other friends under the bus, but I've heard that opinion from other people who love Steven. So, if he doesn't want to hear it, it is what it is. Not my problem. Not my cross. He has to carry his own cross. Diminished Darknut for 20 says, you are very handsome, Connor. Tiny is cute and all, but y'all, I do terrible things, not fat, very kingly and hunky. Well, thank you. I think you're a little bit, have too much of a gay crush on me, Diminished Darknut, just because I don't play for that team. I think you know that, though. So the chances of us ever having a homosexual relationship is very low. Just sharing. But I appreciate your oil and your compliments. So hold on. I have like 20 fucking people DMing me. I'm just going to engage with chat for a second. And then I'm going to play my friend's music. Because I like Eli. No more painting, please. Shut up, diluted Mel. I'll fucking find you and I'll twist your dick off like a fucking celery stalk. And throw it into tall grass. I really wish I knew who in DGG or the Discord ever doxed. Or anything like that. Anyone and didn't get banned. It's literally Destiny. Destiny's a member of DGG, don't you think? He's the leader of DGG. This is the equivalent of saying Trump didn't commit financial crimes because Michael Cohen did it instead. Doobie is the Trump. What the fuck? Prove it. Prove it. Prove it, you fucking nerd. Show me evidence. I fucking love evidence. I can't wait for the manifesto. I can't wait to eat humble pie. I can't wait until Destiny releases a 2-hour stream showing me Queeman, J-Stock, and Doobie being manipulative, lying, Machiavellian cunts who are playing everybody and doxing everybody. Can't wait. Can't wait for the evidence. It's a bit more than just being attacked on the internet. He gets swatted just about every month. Oh, that means he can abandon all principles. I'm sorry. Did his life get hard? Are people trying to hurt him? Are people trying to kill him? That means he can abandon all principles. I forgot about that. My bad. Principles are only for when your life is going well. That's the only time that you have to adhere to any kind of code of conduct. I didn't know that, until you reminded me just now. But when you have stated principles or a code of conduct, you only have to abide by them when it's convenient. My bad. Forgot about that rule. Cotter, doxing people, making legal fucking claims about you being a pedophile and watching your kid isn't being fucking emotional or going scorched earth enough. What is this false equivalence? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it fucking is. If he found that guy who said that he was gonna dox and A-log Nathan, and he doxed and A-logged that guy, he would have my full fucking endorsement. But he didn't do that. He doxed J-Stock, and he doxed Esports Batman, and he doxed Wicked Supreme. So if you want to go find the fucking guy, if you want to go find that fucking guy, find that guy with my blessing. Dark ROK says, when you said you use power, money, and influence to rape women, did you misspeak or do you mean that? I don't believe that. I was saying that the snarkers believe that. I think retarded women still have agency. I'm going to give you guys a really bold take in the liberal sphere. Women with mental disorders are still responsible for their behavior. Mind-blowing, I know. Anavar, still responsible for her behavior. Sherry, still responsible for her behavior. Melina, still responsible for her behavior. Lauren Southern, still responsible for her behavior. The fucking chick that I was talking to that DM'd me about the February incident, responsible for her behavior. They're all responsible for their own behavior. Just because you're mentally ill doesn't mean you're not responsible for your behavior. So I don't buy the narrative that just because they're attracted to Destiny's money, clout, and power, they become people without moral agency. They have moral agency. It's just more difficult for them to execute their moral agency, but they still have a moral responsibility to conduct themselves in a maximally moral way. Diluted Mel says, you know what, Connor? Fair enough, King. All right. Why did you say I would watch the greater courses? Because you said you fucking hated this content. Stop bitching to me about the fucking content and go fucking listen to the greater courses on audible.com. That's going to be my response. You and Patriarch and Arthur and all you fucking geopol and history cunts complaining that this is drama slop. Stop listening to my stream. Go to audible.com and start listening to Ivy League professors talk about their college courses extemporaneously for hours on end. I'm sick of it. When I'm doing politics, I'm doing politics. When I'm doing geopolitics, I'm doing geopolitics. When I'm doing history, I'm doing history. And when I'm doing slop, I'm doing slop. Like it or don't make it my fucking problem. Connor, Doobie mostly hates Destiny over Israel. Okay. Excuse me. AK Batusai, thank you for the 10. Happy Memorial Day. Thank you. And why are people sitting in Discord 24/7? Get a fucking life? True. I literally wrote the song for Twitch poll. Based. Oh, when are you going to do some domestic politics again? Tulsi Gabbard just resigned. Never. I'm not. This is it. This is my content for now on. I literally just argue with Destiny. I just argue with Destiny about his personal life. That's content until the stars burn out. It's crazy, you know, the manifesto is coming out, and yet you won't give your friend the benefit of the doubt, even when Wick and Lonerbox can vouch and Loner hates him. What the fuck? Yeah, you think it's making the claims that they're making? The claims that they're making and the claims that Dan and Destiny are making are not the same. What principle is he breaking? Being a cunt. Sad Connor was never Destiny's friend, only convenient. Are you saying convenient for me or convenient for him? Because I still think I'm trying to be Destiny's friend. It's hard. It's hard, but I'm trying. Weld for 20 says, formal request for salutes from COG. The Blue Angels just flew by. Indy 500. Oh, thank you, well, QC John. Thank you for touching grass and doing cool stuff. See, this is the one person. It could be sarcastic, but don't worry. I'll make you a moderator, and I'll ban you later if you end up being a piece of shit. But this is what I want to see. Joa C says, Connor is just completely right, and it's surprising how much disagreement there is here. That's the kind of chat comment I want. J-Stock definitely hasn't done any doxing or anything. Laugh my ass off. Show me the evidence. Should be easy. You're making an assertion. Show me the evidence. Should be easy. You just made a statement, a positive statement. You should have evidence that backs up your positive statement. Sorry that Destiny for years went over argumentative strategy, rhetoric, descriptive versus prescriptive, and evidence. For years. It was his bread and fucking butter. And now, no offense, DGG, but you are a shadow of what you were. It's sad. It's actually sad. You cunts repeat shit without actually understanding it. And it's sad. It's really, like honestly, I'm sad for you. I'm sad for you. That you people repeat arguments without understanding them. It's fucking sad. Swordfish says, you call his reaction emotional when your reaction for his turning on your rhetoric on you resulted as a far more emotional, immature outburst. I'm a sensitive guy. What the fuck you want? I don't pretend not to have emotions. I got plenty of emotions. I got so many fucking emotions. I'm a deeply feeling guy. So. Yeah, see, there you go. There's one of the people who thinks Destiny is a rapist. Intrapersonal. Intrapersonal said that Destiny's basically an emotional rapist. There you go. Go talk to that person. See why they hate Destiny. It's almost like Steven is mentally ill, and they called him out. It happens to the best of us. We're all mentally ill. Then you to defend the shootings in Minneapolis. Shouldn't we uphold Christian values even when it's difficult, as you say? Sure. But if you try to run me over with a car, I'm going to shoot you in the fucking face. How's about that? How's about that? He who lives by the car dies by the car. How about that? They would say the exact same thing about how never dox, but you won't. It's DGG. It's been here since 14 to 21. It's all you did. What? I don't know what you said. Fullman for 20 says, message deleted by anonymous chatter. Why was this deleted? He paid money for me to see his thoughts, and he paid $20. I should be able to see his thoughts, even if it hurts my feelings. Can I go into the fan funding channel and see it? You're allowed to hurt my feelings for $20. For $20, you can absolutely hurt my feelings. I don't see it. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. I wanted to, for $20, you can hurt my feelings. I don't give a fuck. So, 4 more requests. That's the one I read. That one got deleted. That sucks. Enjoy your weekend, King. Thank you. You and Hutch should do a convo about drama. Maybe. Hutch is a good egg. I love Hutch. I don't know if you guys saw my coverage of Hutch's thing, but Hutch truly responded beautifully. He really did. He's a good egg. Jebtan says, well, as long as you keep your principles, you guys will be on opposite sides of basically every beef. Laugh my ass off. Happens to the best of us, doesn't it? Happens to the best of us, doesn't it? Mr. Middleman for 10 says, I think when someone's getting snarked, it makes them feel like they're backed into a corner. I think he's stuck in fight or flight mode and thinks like logic and morality as he's put it as secondary. Sure. And I'm sympathetic to that. And that's why I'm not going to attack him. I don't want to attack him. I want him to be better. I saw you were talking to Doobie at noon and read the title and assumed your convo was going to end and it might want more suggestions. Nope. I'm tired. My bad. Happy Memorial Weekend. Thank you for the 5. Love you. Love you, no homo. Parasocial love, no homo. God, I'm so tired now. It's others, never him. I was a viewer of his from 2014 to 2021. Well, that's what I'm saying. And no offense, but like, some of you guys fall in love with Steven. And I mean, I'll admit he's charismatic. He's a charismatic guy. So I understand why you fall in love. But then, when he turns on you, or he does something disappointing, you guys take to the streets as if you were scorned lovers, and you make it a mission in your life to watch him get destroyed. And I think you love him and hate him too much. This quote is incorrect, but I still like it. I think it points to something real. The opposite of love is not hate. Actually, you know what? I could probably rework this quote into something better. The worst thing, something worse than somebody you loving hating you, is them being totally apathetic. And I think that's true. Because if they hate you, at least they still feel something for you. If they're apathetic, that's scary. I'll give Connor this. Destiny's a bit of a prick. Yeah, you don't say. Connor asked the Snarkers what total Destiny death meant and why they enacted it prior to any doxing. Yeah, sure. They want him raped and dead in a ditch. Who said different? Jay Stock and Queeman want Destiny raped, dead, and in a ditch. It's true. Connor's right, but there's smoke there? Sure. Bring me some fire. DGG is definitely poggers and not full of Indians. Mean. I didn't even do any anti-Indian slurs today. I was an adolescent growing up watching Destiny. He loves the shit flinging. He loves the drama. He loves the conflict. And he loved the dox culture. And it suited him. Now it's biting back. Mean, but okay. Did we get the cog pair today? No, that's probably why everything went off the fucking rails. If you keep characterizing attacks on Destiny as criticism, he's probably never going to talk to you again. Yeah, have I characterized all actions against Destiny as criticism? You guys are such fucking pussies too. You make up positions that don't exist and then you get mad at them. Infuriating. If you characterize everything that's been done against Destiny as criticism, he's gonna stay mad. When the fuck did I do that? Imagine getting your child beaten in the schoolyard and when they strike back yelling violence is never justified. 10 out of 10 logic. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. If I could call you the F slur without violating terms of service right now, I would. You literally haven't listened to the entire fucking argument. Here, I'll pull it up one more time because you're so fucking retarded. I'll try to shove it through your brain. I'll print this out on a piece of paper and I'll try to insert it into your brain through your fucking ear hole. Destiny. Engage in total warfare tactics. Connor. Advocating for counterinsurgency warfare. Which means that you differentiate between civilians and enemies and you kill only your enemies. That's it. If you want to kill Queeman digitally, if you want to kill J-Stock digitally, then whatever they do digitally is what you do to them. It's that simple. Saying you have to lie down and take it up the ass, you're a fucking dipshit. Once again, go get some fucking Velcro shoes, because you should not be tying your own shoelaces. Go call your local state representative. Get them to assign you a home health care worker. Stop engaging with YouTube politics. You are the dumbest motherfucker in my chat presently. Okay? Destiny is a good person. In my opinion, no one's a good person. We're all bad people, and we can either try to be better or we don't. So right now, I think Destiny has redeeming qualities. He has flaws, and he's doubling down on some of his flaws. And that's frustrating. Bros calling them the Fallen Imperium. Shit, I wish. Respect the Discord. Y'all are so good at buying pawns. What? Hey, I just hope you hold Doobie to the same standards as Destiny and ban him from your community and kick him out off your stream, Connor. Destiny is not banned from my community or my Discord. Once again, you guys just saying shit. I didn't ban Destiny. I kicked him out of a call when he was being a cunt. The only slam... And by the way, something I've seen him do to other people. So don't fucking get all up in my ass about something that he's done. The only slam dunk I see coming in is a snarker advocating doxing during a time in which they said they would ban him and didn't. Sure. Ugh. Ever played Rogue Trader? Nope. If you keep characterizing attacks on Destiny as criticism, he's probably never going to build a bridge. Yep, you're dumb. Hutch is a good egghead. True. Old School says have a good weekend. You too. Rob's a boss. Here to piss me off again. We all know Christian morality doesn't apply when we try to apply it to the state monopoly of violence. Sure. It's true. Can't turn the other cheek as a cop. You can try, but if they're going to kill you, you probably shouldn't turn the other cheek. I turn the other cheek, even when it's not required of me. Mr. Middleman for 5. Is it fair to expect to have a theoretical and intellectual convo about this stuff considering the personal involvement of all parties? Yeah, absolutely. Destiny's a fucking sociopath. He should be able to separate his emotions out and think about it critically. The $20 super chat got removed when he was timed out for later saying DGG is gay Indians. Well, that's just funny. I love gay Indians. Want to talk to Hutch? Not right now. I don't want to talk to fucking anybody. I don't want to talk to anybody for the next 48 to 72 hours. Oh. But not when you're a cop, right? Correct. Correct. You don't turn the other cheek when you're a cop. Connor, Desi said you rely on Nuln oil too much. Oh, shit. There's an insult that cuts deep. You just got moderator. Weebleman says, Connor, Destiny said you rely on Nuln oil too much. Are you just going to take that? See, if he wanted to hurt my feelings truly, he could have said some shit like that. Everyone admitted if they stopped, Destiny would stop. I don't know why this is still going on. Because they're gay. I think that was in response to Doobie and Destiny calling each other pedos. Sure. And issue is Tiny seeks no flaws in himself, therefore he doesn't need to improve. He admits his flaws sometimes. Come into my stream when we go over Geopol about IP. Maybe. He was watching your video. You can watch these nuts. Kind of hate how pedo is slung around now. Sure. Bring Fellrunner back on Valor Media Network. No. I'm done. I'm tapped. I was already tapped. Shit. I just exited my chat and I didn't want to. I need to reopen my chat real quick before I wrap. There was a few more that I wanted to address. Could we see Dusty burning all public life bridges once his lawsuit is over? Sure. I think he could retire. I think he could retire. Whatever money he has left, he can take. And he can go into his condo in Miami. And he can bang chicks on Tinder. And he can play video games. And he can have heavy moderation, rape anybody who's criticizing him in chat. And he could just play video games until he dies. He could do that. I don't think it's good for him. I don't think it's good for the space, but he could. Mr. Middleman for 5. I think the argument is that those guys aren't civilians. They're more like politicians propagandizing for war leading to dock soldiers' actions. Correct. Correct. And within my analogy, it is not sufficient, analogizing to the Vietnam War, it is not sufficient to say that somebody is a Viet Cong proselytizer or a Viet Cong stochastic terrorist. You need to show me that they're Viet Cong, and then you can kill them with my blessing. But if you don't, I'm going to criticize you. Connor, hopefully your kids aren't waiting on you at daycare. Busy as been a distracting day. Nope, we flip-flop. We got 60-40. So it's the wife's weekend this weekend. It's my weekend next weekend. I don't think Dusty knows anything about Warhammer, so probably not. True. Dude is just being a smartass. True. I'm out all starting to feel like Pride Month with all these F-slur business. True. Sorry for my homosexual audience members. I just think that the F-slur is really powerful, and I'm sad that I can't use it. Pie Van says, going to be interesting to see how hard the snark communities court Connor now. They can. They're not going to get me. They can go, oh, wow, Connor, that was so based. That was so based how Destiny was mean to you and you were mean back. I'm your biggest fan now. Let me schlob on your knob. And I'll be like, okay, that doesn't make you not a piece of shit. I'm just trying to call balls and strikes the way that I always have. Blah, 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 blah. Tiny knows nothing about the God Emperor. True. They can sure as shit try, lol. Yeah, I'm not going to become a snarker. I'm not going to snark. I'm not going to write a fucking list of all of Destiny's sins and the times he personally offended me and then use them to publicly criticize him so I can maximize viewership and money for a week. Or in some people's cases, years. I'm not going to do that. Destiny has just posted about you on his subreddit. Sorry, bud. It is what it is. I'll turn the other cheek. I'll show him how it's done. I'll show him how it's done. I'm saying do tit for tat. Do tit for tat and turn the other cheek when you can. Turn the other cheek 10% of the time. I'll turn the other cheek as much as I can. Connor has 40 IQ max. I actually have 132 IQ. It's probably 120 right now because I've definitely taken brain damage over the year. But used to be 132. I have a test. I could show it to you. I texted it to Kyla because she didn't believe me. I have a Stanford Binet standardized IQ test from middle school, and it's 132. I'm scared to take an online one, though. I'll admit that. I'm scared to take an online one and then have a fucking Xander Hall moment where I have fucking 97 IQ. Holy shit, would that hurt my feelings? Holy shit. Jebtan says, I think you're mindlessly sweeping. Destiny is clearly madder, more isolated, more paranoid, and generally worse off than he was before. It hasn't worked. At apostate. Okay. Can you recommend some content for people to make up for their own mind about Destiny? Yeah, sure. Oh my God. I thought you'd never ask. That's beautiful. L Reacts. Here we go. Counterpoints Politics. The Destiny Report Summary. Watch this. So this is... I still think it stands up to time. At the end, I'm like, I think this is before all the drama of... I just linked it. This was like during the leaks of January 20th. And this was written and recorded prior to the events of January 20th, 2025. But this is effectively a biological summary of Destiny and his dramas throughout the years, categorized by, or chronologically categorized by Mr. Girl. And instead of like getting sucked into each drama and drowning people with information, this actually summarizes all the drama through 2022. And I think it's a pretty good video essay. I think it does capture an opinion prior to getting all the fucking pixie shit. But I'll write a new one. I'm not gonna, once again, I'm not attacking Destiny. That's not the point of this. The point is not to be, oh, Destiny, you're so bad, I hate you. Now you're evil and I need to kill you and rape you. It's not what's gonna happen. Oh, Connor, did you see Destiny say he will copyright strike you for reacting to his content? He can, and then I'll literally make a segment calling him an F-slur. How's that? Go for it, retard. Sorry, that was too mean. I will appeal it under fair use because I substantially react to everything that I create. And so as a result, if he wants to copyright strike my videos, number one, I will inform the public that he is using copyright maliciously. Number two, I will submit a counter notification stating that I expect him to take me to court for non-transformation of his original content. So, good luck. Good luck with that. Look, a real man does that. Move on your own stuff and turn the other cheek. Grudges don't do worrying good, just hold you back. What? Grudges don't do you any good, just hold you back. True. He says he'll Ethan Klein me. Okay, do it. Do it, you fucking nerd. See you in court. Connor, do you see Desi says he'll copyright strike you? No, that's gay. It's gay. That's gay. Tell you know how Marjorie Tyrell or Olenna Tyrell says, I want Cersei to know it's me. I want Destiny to know that that's gay. Tell him I said that's gay. Wow, what a cowardly fucking cuck move, removing Destiny. Don't watch my channel then. Here you go. Bye. Patriarch. I watched this. I missed in the wild imbalance of good faith coming from you to Destiny and Doobie is insane. I don't even care about the Destiny part, but the Doobie shit makes me sick. Happens. Or makes me question things, excuse me. L take my nuts. How about that? He said is, I will enforce my copyright against him if he is reacting to my content in a non-transformative way. Okay, well, I transform everything, so good luck. Off topic, I'm reading Scott Galloway's book right now, and it's amazing. Good. I'm proud of you. To be clear, the post outright says in a non-transformative way. I've never watched anything in a non-transformative way. How about read what he said instead of reacting to chatter's questions, lol? No. It's a long day. It blows... And by the way, even striking in a non-transformative way is fucking gay. That's gay, too. It blows my mind when someone like Destiny could make it as big in the space and then try to do anything he can to fuck it up constantly. These people are lying to you, Connor. He did say in a non-transformative way. Well, he should fucking know... Okay. Why would you even say that? That says, I'm going to fuck with your content creation process if I can. That's the subtext of that, obviously. But, Christian Valeris, all the blue check marks in your chat stream right now, they know I don't shut the fuck up. I never shut the fuck up. So the chances of me creating non-transformative content is zero. There is zero chance I will create non-transformative content because my own audience wants me to shut the fuck up. Okay? I find it rude. What happened genuinely? Rewind 5 hours. Damn, we still going? It's about to wrap. It's about to wrap. If eye for an eye makes me less of a man, call me Pinocchio. How would we know nobody has watched you? See, that was funny. That was funny. Bob Sakonmo says, how would we know nobody has watched you? That's mean. But that's funny. Are you and Desi not on speaking terms right now? I'll talk to him. I'm not, I'll talk to him. I don't care. I'll talk to him at any point. He's a little heated. He's a little heated. Holy fuck, what happened? Rewind a few hours. Okay. Well, we're all emotional and we're all angry, okay? It's pathetic we let Doobie affect us this way. Who gives a shit? Truth is the truth. Barake says, just joined. What's happening? Rewind 5 hours, bro. You are late. The Ed Tid says, this is probably the most amount of viewers you'll ever have. So enjoy this in the Doobie Bucks. I will. Terms of service. Oh. No, it just says he doesn't want you involved in his life. Okay. Well, he's hot. He can say that. I don't care. Patriarch says, I'm thinking about stepping away here from some time. That's sad. Let me know if you're going. Just come back on Thursday. Well, should we do Geopol on Tuesday? Come back on Tuesdays. Connor is wearing ladies' underwear? Not that I know of. Why won't Destiny just put up with his friends constantly hosting insane washing people who wish him death is stupid? Yeah, is that what happened? Did Doobie wish him death? Is that what happened? He spelled my name wrong. That's unsurprising. Not a lot of people know how to spell my name. Question, you mad? Yeah, pretty mad. I read his post on Reddit. He said his life will be better off if he focuses on friends that will proactively defend his character. Has he considered his character has not been worth defending? Sure. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Good luck with fucking Mr. Mutton and Dan jerking you off into eternity. I'm sure that will not have any problems whatsoever. I mean, with good reason. It's like a supposed friend got robbed and I asked, well, what did you do? Well, what if he went to the fucking hood? At the wrong side, at the wrong, what if he went to the hood at 3 a.m. wearing a fucking Rolex? Isn't it right to call your friend a fucking idiot? See, I'm actually a friend. Okay? So when my friend goes to the hood wearing a Rolex and he gets robbed, I say, you stupid fuck. Why did you go to the hood with a Rolex on at 3 a.m.? That's pretty fucking stupid. I think a bad friend would say, bruh, you should be able to go to the hood at 3 a.m. with a Rolex on. You should be able to do that. And I think that's a bad friend. So, good luck to him. Is it time to mold Jebtan? No. Mr. Girl popped in. Bridge burned, Connor. It's time to join us in the crusade against Destiny. No. I'm going to call balls and strikes. The only thing that Connor could say when being criticized was that it was gay. No, I said plenty more. Rewind the video. TOS. Have you ever gotten into Dark Souls? No. Bloodborne, I love the Brotherhood of the Wolves, and apparently Bloodborne is based off of Brotherhood of the Wolves. But I don't got time like that. Jeb. This fallout was going to happen sooner or later. You are right wing and Tiny is a hard lib. If it wasn't over some stupid drama shit, it was going to be over how Trump needs to lose everything. Maybe. Ergo says, sorry, but would Doobie literally have to spell it out for you, or does subtext exist? You guys don't even have subtext. That's what sucks. You're acting like I'm fucking, Doobie's over here being like, no. Nathan does deserve to be raped and murdered in a ditch. And you're just not catching it. But then when I ask you for a clip of even subtext of that, you can't provide it because you guys are stupid as fuck. So, no offense. True, Connor was instrumental to Destiny's success. How could he burn a bridge like this? Is that sarcastic? I think that's sarcastic. That's very mean. I don't think I was instrumental to Destiny's success at all. I hope you're being sarcastic. Luke says, should be mad when you're this dumb, defending snarkers and taking the money. Is that worth losing friendships over? Bro, grow some balls. You haven't watched the content. Either that or you're retarded. Bezos says, I could be wrong, but for you guys to be friends, you guys sure have horrible communication when it comes to your friendship. Yeah. But I'm an excellent communicator, so I don't think that's on my end. Why would you be his friend if you agree his character is not worth defending? Because I'll defend the aspects of his character that are worth defending. And I won't defend the aspects that aren't worth defending. Funny how that actually works. Funny how you guys think that being a friend is endlessly sweeping for your fucking friend until they fucking rape themselves. And my idea of being a friend is being there and supporting your friend when they're doing good shit and fucking criticizing them when they're doing dumb shit. And no offense, I'll be the one who still has good relationships decades from now. You guys are going to be the cunts who have to be miserable in a hell of your own creation. Connor, your takes would be a lot more sincere if it wasn't transparently obvious you're worried about how the schism could affect your income. I'm not reliant on Doobie to survive as a channel. I'm reliant on Grassroots Hegemon. If I was truly worried about the future of my channel, I should be going back to Patriarch and begging him, please, please, replace Grassroots Hegemon. I'll suck your cock. Please, I'll do geopolitics every single day. We'll just watch William Spaniel and Scott Stewart talk about geopolitics. Just please give me 20 memberships a day and I'll suck your cock. That's what I would be doing if I was worried about money. No offense. Destiny said he's going to false flag you. That's cool. That's gay. I'm going to wrap soon, because I know I already said that I was going to wrap soon, but I think I'm going to wrap soon because I think people are like kind of coming back in, right? Like they've already watched some of the content, gone into the Reddit, fucking now we're talking. Please, Patriarch. We'll do geopolitics. I'll suck your dick. Yeah, it's funny. Most of it is easily defendable. Yeah, to you, you're probably a liberal. I'm a conservative. I'm not going to defend half of that shit. Wow, what a loser you turned out to be for real. Yeah, you know, self-employed, 2 kids, paying bills, having fun with my friends every single day. Good relationships with the majority of the people in my life. Yeah, I am taking so many L's, bro. Still healthy. My cock still works. Just L after L after L after L. As much as you think you're neutral, you've been inundated with enough anti-Destiny propaganda that you believe because 100,000 people said it? No. No, Bob Saxamo. I linked this video earlier, which is a video I made in the summer of 2023, articulating many of the criticisms I had of Destiny then that have been true the entire time. I have not changed a fucking thing. So. Ergo says literally no one said that, Connor. Somebody said it. If I'm reading it from chat, obviously somebody said it, you fucking retard. I think the point is supporting someone who has been doing this to him and his family. I kind of get needing the paycheck, but I don't think you can blame him either. It's not about the paycheck, you fucking dipshits. Like, yeah, sure. Doobie gave me $2,000 over the course of 6 months. Do you think I can pay my bills with $2,000 over the course of 6 months? How much are you living off of? I can't survive off of $2,000 over 6 months. You think $2,000? Hold on. Because you guys are once again proving that you're totally fucking dumb as fuck. $2,000 divided by 6. That's $300. That's not even my car payment. You think I did what I did today because I'm worried about Doobie giving me money? $333 a month doesn't pay my bills. And a majority of it probably came at one time. Probably like 1,000 of it was at one time. So let's do 1,000 divided by 6 months. $166. You think what happened today happened because I need $166 a month? You're dumb as fuck. You're stupid as shit. You're buying into some gay narrative. It's cringe. Stop it. Yeah, I tell my friends when they need to course correct. I've had the same friends for 30 years. Exactly. 2Keg says, as a guy who watched Destiny back in the day, he has said a number of times he cares nothing for blind loyalty, but now he is asking for that exclusively. Listen, man, I'm not trying to, you know, throw an elbow, but yeah, that's not going to happen from me. You want blind loyalty, ask somebody else. Aromatic. Where are you? But when your friend is having a bad time, would you be just as argumentative of him doing bad shit? Sure, but he's the one who wanted to fucking come in. We could have had like a chill one-on-one fucking conversation if we wanted. We could have talked offline if he wanted. He didn't want that. He wanted to fight now. So if you want to fight now, you're a big boy. Put your fucking big boy pants on. If Destiny showed you evidence of all his major claims about Doobie, would you change your thoughts? Of course. Show me. Dude, I've said this a million times. Show me Doobie doxing. Show me Doobie, the fuck else? PII ops, gay ops, against somebody who didn't deserve it, right? If he's doxing a fucking Nazi, I'm not going to give a shit about that. If he's doxing a fucking pedo, I'm not going to give a shit about that, obviously. You're not doing that, Cotter. You're siding with the robber. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Literally, what did I say? Hey, can you imagine why people hate you? And he's like, no. They don't have good reasons for hating me. And I was like, well, that's wrong. Here's half a dozen reasons why people hate you. I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Are we seriously pretending that there aren't good reasons to hate Destiny? I don't hate Destiny. I don't believe in the narratives about Destiny. But are we pretending that his enemies don't have a reason to hate him? Ugh, you guys are silly. No offense, Cotter taken. I find it curious that you think anybody's opinions would be different depending on how many viewers they have. It's a peek inside your brain and not in a good way. No offense taken, Connor. I just find it curious that you think anybody's opinions would be different depending on how many viewers they have. That's 100% true. That's 100% true. There are so many you think all these slippery ass motherfuckers, you think, seriously, I'll demonstrate this to you right now. Sorry, I still find this stuff interesting, even though I'm tired as fuck. You think that all of the fucking Destiny butthole tongue punchers who fucking went deep into his community, sucked up to Destiny on a personal level, professional level, sucked up to DGG, sucked up to that community, and then soaked up viewership. And then, when there was a mild inconvenience, or there was something that genuinely rubbed them the wrong way, and they backstabbed the fuck out of him in order to temporarily maximize viewership and then steal a chunk out of his community. You think their opinions weren't affected by viewership numbers? Are you crazy? That's crazy pants. I'm over here fucking with 50 to 150 motherfuckers watching geopol shit because one of my biggest Oilers likes geopolitics. I could have been over there fucking sucking Steven off going, oh, I'm the new Mr. Girl. Aren't we best friends? Aren't we best friends? I'll never betray you. I'll be your most loyal arbiter. Aren't we best friends? Aren't we best friends? That's what could have been happening for the past 2 years, you dumb shits. Is that what happened? Obviously the fuck not. Destiny and Lauren need to go settle down. True. True. Young Locke says, this has been incredibly disheartening to watch. I hope you're all good, Connor. This shit sucks. It's all right. If Destiny holds a grudge, maybe the bridge is burned and we won't be friends in the future. But if he's just having a bad time and his court case is pressuring him and he's fucking stressed out and he's sick of people betraying him and he's worried that I'm going to betray him, which is why he's freaking the fuck out, then I'm just not going to punch back. I'll turn the other cheek. I'll just turn the other cheek. It's okay. You can be mad. The bigger thing here seems to be that you're really triggered by being called fat. Listen, man. I'm not triggered. Okay, I'm a little triggered by being called fat. I got an extra 10 or 20 pounds. But I do lift consistently. What I'm really triggered by is I'm triggered by my friend who doesn't lift weights calling me fat. If we wanted to make it physical and personal, I could be really mean. But I'm not going to. Can you stop using gay as an insult? It's not cute when you're actually homophobic. Number one, I'm not actually homophobic. Number two, see ya. Bye. If you're too sensitive for that, then you're too sensitive for me. Why does Destiny need to be a better person in parts of his life mean you have to take at face value the claims of a known liar and weirdo? Show me where he's lying. I'm still waiting for you guys to show the lie. Show me the lie. Hurt people. True. Wasn't the point that he wanted to do it online because you were already online with Doobie? I don't know. Ask him. I just work here. Connor, it seems like you unironically are thinking 100 plus people fund a pedo jacket campaign against him and follow his kid equals tiny doxing two of those snarkers. What? Connor, it seems you unironically thinking 100 plus people fund a pedo jacket campaign against him and follow his kid is morally equivalent to tiny doxing two of the snarkers. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. So the Russian, let's say that this is the case, okay? So I'm in war. I'm in Russia and Ukraine. And the Russians artillery bombard my city, okay? They killed dozens of civilians. There's two Russian sympathetic people in my town. I've heard them talking about it. They're sympathetic to Russia. I walk up and I shoot them in the back of the fucking head. Can you still criticize me for shooting two Russian sympathetic civilians in the back of the head, even though my town was artillery striked and dozens of civilians died? Because if you can't understand why you should still be able to criticize someone for executing two random civilians in a war context when the other side has massacred more civilians, then you truly just have like not thought about conflict ever. Ever. And you should probably do so. I don't think they disagree with Destiny politically. It's personal attacks, it's personal court cases, it's personal doxing, and personally sending SWAT to his house. Okay, well, I haven't sent SWAT to his house. Not only that, but you could argue that for the past 2 or 3 years, I've steelmanned Destiny as maximally as possible, despite his personal foibles. And if somebody does something that's fucked up on a personal level, but they do so publicly, are you allowed to shit talk them? What happened to your stances on self-defense? I fucking love self-defense. What does that have to do with this? What does doxing esports Batman have to do with self-defense? Tell me. Vizo says, Connor, is it not fair to drive a hard line when someone is still willing to associate with individuals who stated their goal is to destroy every part of your life? You got a direct quote? I know J-Stocks probably said some shit like that. I know Queeman's probably said some shit like that. When's the last time I collaborated with Queeman? When's the last time I collaborated with J-Stock? Has it been months? Has it been years? And that's not even because that's not because Destiny said don't associate with them. It's because I thought they were fucking assholes. And they thought I was an asshole. The only person that I've associated with even remotely is Doobie. And Doobie's associated with me by joining my Discord, talking some shit, having people talk shit back, and then shit talked me via super chats. So I'm sorry. Where's the association? Funny how Destiny is supposed to be considered of Doobie's son, but not Doobie. I don't even know if you're making the point that you think you're making. Call in France what's this guy? The fact that you can't even accurately summarize his issue with you is pretty telling. No, I got this directly. I got this from Mutton. And I got this from a clip from Destiny. Once again, I think you guys are dumb as fuck. Let me show you. I understand it perfectly. The reasonable ask. Do not allow snarkers into your community to endless shit talk about me, or I will no longer associate, fraternize, debate, or talk with you. That's a reasonable ask. I shouldn't permit people in my community to endlessly shit talk Destiny. Unreasonable ask. Since I, Destiny, have a disproportionate amount of clout and power in spite of / because of rudeness, it is safer to ban snarkers entirely so you do not warrant my wrath and disassociation. Not only did Mutton confirm that this was the implicit threat underneath the reasonable ask, Destiny fulfilled the unreasonable ask today. So anybody who said, I think it was Patriarch, wasn't it Patriarch? Fucking Patriarch. It was somebody. Somebody said, oh, that's a straw man. And then Mutton came on and said, no, that was the implicit threat. And then Destiny came on and executed this threat. If I would have just said, you know what? Doobie's a bad guy. Officer Nasty are bad guys. They're gone. We don't need that kind of drama in our lives. Poof. I don't give a fuck about evidence. I don't give a fuck about due process. I don't give a fuck about fairness. You guys are hanging out with bad people. Therefore, you're gone. Fuck you. We wouldn't have even had this fight. I literally could have done that. I could have done that. You think there would have been a drama about me just banning Doobie and banning fucking Officer Nasty because they were snarkers? I could have done that. But I don't respond well to people throwing their fucking weight around. Destiny threw his weight around. That shit doesn't work on me. So good luck. Good luck with having people who you can leverage into sucking you off, metaphorically or literally. Good luck with that being your close inner circle. I've seen it before. I will see it again. That when you insist that your inner circle do nothing but suck you off, you are going to end up with nothing but sycophants and brown nosers who will eventually backstab you. Steven is in a hell of his own creation. And I can't save him. I wish I could save him. But I can't. So good luck. Connor, you are and always will be my friend. Name that sci-fi franchise. Farscape? I don't know. I'd be triggered if he called me fat too, but yes, Connor, yes, you're almost there. Isn't it strange so many of these idiots act like scorned women after Destiny disagrees with them once? Yes. You know why? Because, of course, I want clout, power, and money. Of course I do. Everybody in this space wants clout, power, and money. But I'm not willing. I'm not willing to become a pussy for clout, power, and money. Or a fucking backstabber. Gonna miss you, Connor. I understand Destiny has some stuff to be critical about, but these snarkers are insane. It's all good. Happens to the best of us. Oh, bro, that is a terrible analogy. All right. They're not sympathizers. They're active participants. Prove it, dipshit. Prove it. Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence. Shouldn't be that hard. You've asserted the statement multiple times. Show me the evidence. You're not criticizing Doobie Snark Court at all? I've criticized the snarkers plenty. What are you talking about? Yeah, bring J-Stock on to have him apologize for the actual harassment. Okay. That face when you were hoping to watch Connor lose his shit over Hunter Biden today? No, we got distracted. We got distracted today. No Hunter Biden, no DNI Tulsi Gabbard resignation. If you want to throw your lot in, that's on you, man. Remember, you're in the real world, brother, doing online shit, not just online. Okay. That's true for Destiny too, right? It's true for Doobie. It's true for J-Stock. Nice implicit threat, you fucking loser. Ooh. Like, it's online drama affecting actually real people is only one-sided? Who said that? Do you have 80 IQ? Why did he do that, though? Why did he freak the fuck out? Probably because he feels cornered. And he feels like he doesn't have any friends. And he feels like everybody is a step away from fucking him over. Yeah. Proximo. Yeah, put Queeman on. Have him enumerate the reasonable reasons why he also hates Destiny, right? Isn't that reasonable? Yeah, it is. When Destiny said, these people hate me for no reason, that was an absurd statement. Absurd. Absolutely fucking absurd. And he should not have had the balls to say it in my presence. Froggle Smash says, I hope you at least have the balls to walk all this back when the manifesto drops. What do I need to walk back? I said that if you're going to rape J-Stock, Queeman, Esports Batman, Wicked Supreme, and Doobie, you should have evidence that they're doxers and digital harassers. Why would I need to walk that back? Cotter, 1v1 little Stevie on Omegle and show everyone how much you mog him. That's an idea. Ooh. Okay, not proportionally, Cotter. The criminals are getting tisk-tissed and you're demanding why Destiny wore a skirt that day. Show that Doobie's one of the criminals. Literally. You understand, earlier today, you guys said, Doobie is lying to your face right now. Doobie is lying to your face right now. And we have the clip. And I pulled up the clip. And the clip was exactly the same as what Doobie said to my face. Why would I trust any of you to understand anything if you don't even understand what a lie is? You claim that Destiny said there's no reason anyone would hate him. That's a lie. No, he pretty much implied that. He said there's no reasonable reason why anybody would hate him, which is also bullshit. So you know he might be feeling that, and you as a friend respond this way? I didn't even... What the fuck did I respond to? He came onto my stream and threw elbows. What the fuck? I was doing my own fucking thing. He could have done his own fucking thing. What? I have to pre-coddle him? What the fuck? Connor's protecting his oil? Yeah. I'm protecting $333 a month over the course of 6 months. I'm protecting my car payment. I've changed everything I've ever believed about anything for a car payment. Connor, can you explain this? No. You can go back and watch 5 hours worth of content. No, you dumb fuck. There's no reason why those particular snarkers would hate him, not the general public. You're retarded. You think there's no reason why Queeman talks about why he hates Destiny all the time. Queeman says, I used to like Destiny. I used to be his fan. I used to appreciate his content and his debate. But I viewed him as a free speech warrior when he went on a crusade against Keffels. And when he walked that back and he started, he walked that back and he stopped the war against Keffels, I believe that he was a unprincipled cuckold. And everything in reference to the Mr. Girl drama, where Mr. Girl became his best friend, and they were friends for a long time, but then Destiny wouldn't defend him sufficiently, and then milked him as a fucking lol cow afterwards. That's where fucking Queeman soured on Destiny. He'll be explicit about this. And then same thing with J-Stock. J-Stock was a Destiny super fan until January of 2025. And then in January 2025, he found out that Destiny had said or sent, what was it? He'd sent the fucking porn, right? He'd sent the home shot porn, and then he was like, this guy's a piece of shit. I can't sweep for him anymore. And then he realized how lucrative it was to hate on Destiny. Is there a chance that you'll change your mind on the manifesto when the manifesto drops? I could change my mind about whether or not J-Stock, Queeman, and Doobie are doxers. 100%. If I'm shown evidence that J-Stock, Doobie, and Queeman are doxers, yeah, of course I'll change my mind. Why the fuck wouldn't I change my mind? Am I going to change my mind that if you're going to dox someone, you should know that they're a doxer? Liberal Pixel says, I love you, Connor, but I think you're wrong on this. Okay, happens. We're all wrong about something. Connor knows Queeman surprisingly well. I watch his content. I've talked about how I've watched his content on stream. He, like Chud Logic, is a English person who hates people, and he watches people that he hates, and then he describes the way in which he hates them. That's pretty funny. Sometimes it gets unhinged. Sometimes it gets crazy. Sometimes it's really funny. FCFC says, you're so pathetic, you need to zoom the fuck out and look at what these people are doing in their discords. Go ahead. Show me the evidence. Literally. Literally. You guys just go, oh, they're bad, they're bad, they're bad, they're bad. Evidence? Nope. No evidence. No evidence. I thought you were DGGers. I thought you guys demanded evidence. I thought you guys liked to differentiate different logical fallacies. I thought you guys like to differentiate descriptive versus prescriptive statements. I thought better of you. So, sad. Sad. I'm sad for DGG. Destiny literally defended Kiwi Farms against being taken down. How the fuck is that anti-free speech? Because he flipped. He was supposed to kill Keffels, and he backed off. That's why Queeman hates Destiny. Connor, it's not that J-Stock, Doobie, and Queeman have directly doxed Queeman. They are endlessly running around and justifying that it's fair to dox everyone around Destiny. Okay, you should have clips of that then. That should be easy. You got a clip of, do you have a Discord DM? A public Discord statement? Or a video of them saying, oh yeah, we should dox Destiny. Fuck them. That should be easy. When this info dumps happens, I think Connor is going to have to publicly do a pretty huge apology. Why? What for? What I'm sorry. What am I apologizing for? What position have I taken that I should apologize for? I hope you don't fold to this pressure and stay as good friended and not a minion. You are being a good friend, and hopefully one day he calms down. We'll see. The question is not whether or not they have reasons. It's whether or not those reasons are valid and proportional to the actions being taken against Destiny. They are not. You are asserting that they are trying to rape and kill Destiny and dox him, and you're not presenting the evidence that shows that. The claim is not that J-Stock, Queeman, and Doobie are doxers. I'm pretty sure that's the claim, buddy. Hedonic Samuel for 5 says, I missed out on Sarcasmatron yesterday. I've been screaming from the rooftops that people need to watch his videos. The NATO expansion one is fire. Sarcasmatron was fire yesterday. So I guess Patriarch, I need to, instead of sucking off Doobie, I need to suck off Patriarch. And on Tuesdays, I just need to go, ah. It's geopolitical time, Patriarch. Please come back. Don't abandon Twitch and YouTube politics. Come back on Tuesday afternoon. We'll watch Scott Stewart. We'll watch William Spaniel. Please come back. It's pretty funny. So you haven't asked for the evidence of this harassment attacks against him behind the scenes as his friend? I've seen what's been presented to multiple people. Knots on confusing for 10. If I was Doobie and I cared about my family safety, I would stop snarking Destiny. Doesn't sound like Doobie cares about his own family or Destiny's family. He keeps stoking the flames. That's funny. Within 5 minutes, we had somebody saying that Destiny is a free speech warrior because he defended kiwi farms. And then 5 minutes later, we have somebody say, Doobie better shut the fuck up or Destiny's gonna rape his family. There we go. How lucrative. You're so transparent. Laugh my ass off. This is unbecoming of a grown man. I get Queeman has some growing up to do, but you have no excuse. I'm not going to A-log Destiny. I was talking about J-Stock. I could have A-logged Destiny a long time ago. I'm not going to A-log Destiny. I don't give a shit. He's funny. He's smart. He's charismatic. I'll watch his debates, but I'm not going to A-log him. Proximo says, I don't think Connor doesn't have a really good grasp. I think you're not evaluating the facts. What am I going to eat crow on? I could change my mind, said Wick. 30 seconds before Dan and Destiny showed him getting doxed. I hope you eat crow on this. What am I going to eat crow on? What am I going to eat crow on? Even if the snarkers did dox me, show me who the snarkers are. Literally. And what would that change? What would that change about what I've said? What's embarrassing about DGG, we got 1,000 people live, which is crazy. But we got 1,000 people. What would the snarkers doxing me change? You guys don't think about the words that you're saying. You don't think about, like, okay. Hold on. I'm milking this a little bit, admittedly. I need to fucking dip out at some point. What would the snarkers doxing me change? It wouldn't change a fucking thing. I never made the argument. No snarkers have ever doxed Destiny or his orbit. It's never been a statement I made. You guys are a shadow of what I thought you were. And it's sad. Okay? What I thought you were was I thought that you were a community of underemployed, above average intelligent people who like to argue on the internet about politics. That's what I thought DGG was. And then I thought that you love Destiny, and you do. That's pretty clear. It's pretty clear you guys love Destiny, and I appreciate that about you. But I thought that what you loved about Destiny was that he was smart, he was rhetorically gifted, he was capable of thinking on his feet, he was capable of analyzing fallacious arguments within a debate and calling them out as they occurred. He was capable of differentiating between descriptive and prescriptive statements. I thought that's what you loved about him, because that's what I love about him. I love that he is smart enough to catch bullshit on the fly and call it out. But sometimes he does have bad performances. And oftentimes when he has bad performances, it's because he's winging it. He himself is engaged in fallacious argumentation. He himself is incapable, and I know that he's capable of understanding the difference between description and prescription, because most of the people in online politics learn the difference between description and prescription from Destiny. So I know he knows the difference. But when I get into an argument with him, and I show him, Doobie is being descriptive, not prescriptive. And he says, well, it has the stochastic effect of prescription. And I say, hey, Doobie, are you making a prescription? And he says, nah. Because the prescription is fucking crazy. The prescription is, Nathan deserves it. That's the prescription. That's fucking crazy. So you guys say, he's just hiding his power level. Show me. Show me. That's your assertion. Doobie is hiding his power level. Show me. And why would I walk that back? Why would I take your word for it? Especially when all of the argumentation that's come in today from DGG has fucking sucked. It's sucked. It's been terrible. You guys should be fucking ashamed to call yourselves DGG. You're not. You're not a Twitch and YouTube political community made up of the smartest underemployed motherfuckers who are fans of one of the best internet debaters on the fucking planet. You are retarded cultists. And it's sad. Enjoy your perma, cunt. Oh. What evidence would you accept? Any. Any. You claim Doobie was lying to my face, and then you sent me a clip of Doobie saying exactly what he said to my face. Connor, did you literally not believe the Earth was round because you've never personally been in space before? You're retarded. Bye. You're trying to apply eye for an eye on an individual level when it's a group malicious actors coordinating attacks. It's more complicated. Okay, go back to my Vietnam analogy. Misread my comment and call me dumb? Okay, bye. See ya. What is this grouping mentality? This is the internet, bro. Everyone is like 30 communities. Laugh my ass off. I don't know. I don't know. They're being F-slurs. DDD Jeet for life. See, can we get some Indian pride going? I don't like the Indian hate. Can we get some fucking Indian pride going? Who do you think green lights this harassment and swatting? Do you think this is all just random or only KFers? Do you think J-Stock has any role in this at all? Maybe. Show me evidence. Show me evidence. I'd love some evidence. Please show me some evidence. Cultist now. He's got the talking points down. Have you ever considered that you guys haven't forwarded a good argument all day? You guys could forward a good argument. You could say, hey, Connor, here's a link of a video of Doobie lying. That would be perfect. I'd love that. I would love it. Here's a video. Here's screenshots. Here's screenshots of the claims we're making. But you don't have anything. Thank you for the Indian pride people in my chat. I love you. I just don't understand why you defend to Doobie's side instead of assuming that Destiny can back up his claims. Because that's not how any of this works. I've been in Twitch and YouTube politics for 6 years. You don't make claims if you can't back them up. So you don't get to say, Doobie, Queeman, and J-Stock are doxers who are coordinating a life ruination campaign in order to destroy me and don't have any fucking screenshots. Yeah, I heard Destiny and Doobie's debate last night. I almost watched it yesterday. You know what was crazy? Was implying that Doobie was a pedophile for reporting people to law enforcement. That was crazy. You know what was also crazy? Calling Saiba a groomer when there's no evidence of him trying to extort sexual favors from either Kelly Jean or Rose. So yeah, when you start using hyperbole in order to make your argumentation without evidence, you're goddamn right I'm going to get fucking skeptical. You're goddamn fucking right. The Vietnam analogy works. However, you're saying he's attacking citizens, and his argument is he's going after combatants. So it's a factional disagreement that would need to be hashed out. Correct. But when I asked him, how is Esports Batman a combatant? How is Wicked Supreme a combatant? He didn't have good answers for that, did he? DGG, are you going to change your mind? Since I have your attention, I got 1,075 people Are you going to change your mind? When the manifesto comes out and there's no good evidence that Esports Batman was a combatant, and there's no good evidence that Wicked Supreme was a combatant, are you going to change your mind? I'll be happy to eat crow. I'll be happy to go, oh shit, Wicked Supreme was stalking and harassing Destiny's family members. Holy shit. He deserves to get doxxed. Oh shit. Saiba. Well, actually, I understand Saiba. Never mind. Forget I said Saiba. Oh shit. Esports Batman wasn't just providing legal analysis to JStock. He was in JStock servers using public databases to better dox Destiny. Oh my God. They were right to dox Esports Batman. I would love to say that. I'd love to say that. I can't wait to be wrong. I would love to be wrong. Did I listen to Doobie's argument about the kid? Yes. Do you know what descriptive versus prescriptive is? Holy shit. You guys are the worst generation of DGG to ever exist. You know what I'm mad at Destiny for? I'm not mad at Destiny for threatening to copyright strike me. I'm not mad at Destiny for saying he's not going to be my friend anymore. I'm not mad at Destiny for being crazy in his personal life. I'm not mad about any of that shit. You know what I'm mad about? I'm mad about the fact that this is the dumbest generation of DGG that's ever existed. That's what I'm mad about. I'm going to do something that Destiny should do for you, but he's not for some reason. Descriptive. Definition. An explanation of a word, concept, or term based on how it actually is. Wait, hold on. Let me read it word for word. A descriptive definition is an explanation of a word, concept, or term based on how it is actually used in practice and observation, rather than imposing strict rules. It documents reality as it is, focusing on observable facts, traits, and common usage. Prescriptive. Definition. Daddy Destiny should have already explained this to you, so kind of sad that I have to do it. Something that dictates, recommends, or establishes rules and norms for how things should be, or ought to be done, rather than merely observing or describing how things currently are. Go back to what Doobie said today, to what Doobie said in DMs, to what Doobie said during Destiny's coverage, and to what Doobie fucking said to Wick. And ask me. Don't even ask me. Tell me. Is he being descriptive or prescriptive? And does he differentiate between description and prescription? You guys are the worst generation of DGG. It's really sad. It makes me sad. How far you've fallen. In says, so Doobie chatting for hours and hours and hours about how it's okay to do this to Destiny is him approving of it. Show me that. I'm 1085. Here we go. You know what? It's 5:11. I will 100% be gone by 5:30. I'm just enjoying having 1,100 viewers. So here we go. Let me go ahead and send you a Discord invite. And you said that Doobie has been saying for months and months and months and months that it is okay for Destiny, and it preferable even. Good. What's your exact quote? How it's okay for this to happen to Destiny. Send me that. You got months and months and months of hours of him talking about how it's good that Destiny's getting internet like raped right now. You should have some screenshots. That's great. You've made a bold claim. You've claimed to have evidence of the claim. I would love to see your evidence. Please do so. I just sent you a Discord invite. Based off of that, you should not only be able to join my Discord, you should be able to find me and DM me. So DGG, here's an open challenge. You have 18 minutes. You have 18 minutes to show me Doobie endorsing Destiny doxing. You got 18 minutes. Okay, go ahead. Please. I'll check intermittently my Discord DM logs, and I'll be looking for screenshots of Doobie endorsing Destiny getting doxed. Please show me that. I'd love to see it. Please. Connor, you are fucking lost right now, man. The snarkers will devour you too. I'm not joining the snarkers, you idiot. I'm not joining the snarkers. You guys think any criticism of Destiny is joining the opposite team? What are you, 5? Sang Park says Warhammer is gay. I'll just give you 24 hours instead of a perma because I appreciate your balls in saying it. Why would you ever ask if a person is telling if it's okay to follow a guy that they hates child? Do you expect an honest answer? I'm going to put you back to the descriptive versus prescriptive argumentation. It's very easy. Somebody made a very bold claim, which is that Doobie has been endorsing doxing of Destiny for months. That's impressive. I would love to see that substantiated, please. Please, evidence it. I'd love to see the evidence. What are we taking the bets on? Do you want to bet $50, $100 that we don't get any evidence in the next 16 minutes? TikTok, ladies and gentlemen. I'm ready. I am so ready. I would love, I'm telling you, it might sound like I'm being sarcastic. I would love it if you gave me evidence of Queeman, J-Stock, or Doobie endorsing, doxing Destiny and his family. J-Stock, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised by. Like, literally, if Destiny was like, haha, F-slur, I'm listening to the stream, here's evidence of J-Stock endorsing my doxing, I wouldn't be surprised by that, actually. Now, with Queeman, I think Queeman's a lot more careful than that. I think if he ever endorsed doxing of Destiny, he did so on an alt. Doobie, I'm assuming, is probably a decent liar, but I hope that he has sufficient respect for me that he's not lying, that I asked for him. But I am ready. I am ready and willing to be proven wrong. So, Destiny and any member of his community, I've posted the Discord link twice now. And I would love for anybody to send me screenshots of Doobie endorsing Destiny getting doxxed. Please do. I just don't understand why you default to Doobie's side. I didn't. And if Destiny wants to back his claims, go ahead, do it. Do it. Have fun with your snarkers. Going to be a brutal apology video. Once again, what do I have to apologize for? Please tell me. Please tell me the take that I have to walk back. Why don't I ask Destiny for evidence? Because I'm assuming he wants a fucking 200,000 view video on his manifesto. I'm assuming he wants 250,000 to 1 million views. Why would I deny the man his moment? What do you mean, show me arguments? He asked you what you think, laugh my ass off. What? Well, I can't believe Connor wants arguments with supporting evidence. I know, right? Shocking. So you're thinking there's a chance that Destiny is making it up? No. 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 I don't think that's true. Lethanius, thank you for asking the first insightful question of this entire fucking day. No. I think Destiny is going to, and Dan, by the way, I think this is evidenced. Dan is going to be able to track down snarker shitters. And so what he's going to do is he's going to find the most vociferous snarkers that are in J-Stock's clipping Discord, and he's going to follow their digital crumb trail wherever it leads him, and he's going to use backdoors in order to try to find them in Wick's server, in my server, in Aiden's server, in commentary server, in Nicholas Diorio's server, and he's going to find logs of the most schizophrenic shit that they've ever fucking said, up to and including doxing or crowing about doxing. And then what he's going to say is that the hyperbolic and vociferous criticism that these people have provided in J-Stock server should have been a stochastic indicator to Queeman and to JStock that they were hosting the same people who harassing Destiny. And we have all of these screenshots of snarker shitters from JStock's server in other spaces, either endorsing harassing Destiny or claiming to have digitally harassed Destiny. And I think it's going to be an associative process. That's what I think. I think it's going to be a stochastic argument. Doobie is paying for Connor's car payment. It's not even that nice of a car. I don't even like the car. Holy shit. My car payment is $350. I don't even like the fucking car. Did you listen to Doobie laying out his argument about doxing? And yeah, I did. And once again, descriptive versus prescriptive. You guys suck. You guys are a shadow of yourselves. Destiny's doxing is purely retaliatory. Oh, okay. So when I'm a Ukrainian, when the Russians bomb my fucking city, I can walk up to anybody who is sympathetic to the Russians and I can shoot them in the back of the head. Sounds good. Good moral framing, dipshit. I assume this person needs to give you 5K with this info as well. No, I'll take it for free. I love free information. Please. By the way, guys, you're not doing so great. I gave you 18 minutes to do so. We have 1,147 viewers. We had one person claim that Doobie has been in Discords for months endorsing Destiny's doxing and digital harassment. That was a claim made by a DGG member. It is currently 5:19. You have 11 minutes left in order to show me evidence of this claim. And we're not doing good. We have 1,147 live viewers. And not a single one of you has a screenshot of this claim. That's impressive. That's bold. That's crazy. None of you are friends with Hutch. Hutch hasn't shared with you the Discord logs. None of you are friends with Lonerbox. Fucking nobody. Okay. Young Locke, thank you for the DM, but unfortunately that's unrelated. Really, 1,145 Twitch and YouTube political people. And we don't have one screenshot of Doobie but that's crazy. Because according to y'all, he's been hanging out in voice chat and he's been hanging out in text chat for months, endorsing Destiny's digital harassment, swatting, and doxing. That was the claim made by a chatter. And yet, 9 minutes left on an 18-minute timer. We are 50% of the way through the time. And I don't have a single person DMing me screenshots. Literally, for 6 months, for a year, Doobie was talking about how digital harassment was good, and we don't have a single screenshot? How is that possible? He's active in my Discord. He's active in Wick's Discord. He's active in JStock's Discord. He's active in Pisco's community. Not a single fucking screenshot. You guys got 9 minutes to make me crow. Please do. 2 more DMs. The whitest kids you know, I want to kill the president. That's funny. Lol, you need them to say that they endorse it. Okay. Mutton. Can someone put a thumbs up and emoji response to this message if you have ever heard Doobie have a 1+ hour conversation talking about me having CSAM or anything else related to this court case besides this conversation? Put a thumbs down emoji if you haven't heard this before. Okay. Is that the same as endorsing Destiny's digital harassment? I'm not going to say the name because I don't want you to catch shit. The person who sent me that. Doobie, 100%. Okay, I take doxing extremely seriously and think it's one of the most morally abhorrent things you can do online. Doobie says, 100% behind this. Destiny's gotten way too comfortable hiding behind anonymity. It's time the truth comes out. Dox that motherfucker. That is Good. Thank you, Unork. Can I DM Doobie? That's on Twitter. Interesting. Let me DM this to Doobie. Let me see if this is Doobie's. This is the closest thing we got. I love it. Don't you love how I love evidence? Doobie. Omni Doobie. Doobie. Comrade Dubovich. That's a fake DM. Laugh my ass off. Hold up. Oh, let's say this. Hold on. That's not my account. Laugh my ass off. Okay. It's AI. You son of a bitch. Oh, that was so rude. That was so rude. Literally one of my own community members AI generated a Doobie tweet where he endorsed Doxing. Oh, that's funny. That's pretty fucking funny. Oh my God. Disappointed in you? I'm disappointed in you. Wait, can you confirm or not? I'm lost. Did Doobie not admit to having CSAM on his device? Yeah, he did. For law enforcement purposes, to turn it over to law enforcement. Why do you think Doobie is going around with huge donations to communities such as yours, Own and Wix? How about you go check his dono history? Why don't you go check what we were talking about when he was donating? 99% of it, not 99% of it, 85% of it was Israel-Palestine. 500 of it. 25% of Doobie's donations to me was to get me to watch a video of a man having an existential crisis and then climbing into a grill and grilling himself alive to death. That was 25% of Doobie's influence on me. So, you are complicit in the current outcome, bad person to be around? Fuck off. Fucking loser. Perma. How's that? Seriously, guys, we got time. 5:25, we got 5 minutes left. Come on, guys. Come on. These are anti-fan opportunists, not just DGG. I know. There's DGG cultists who are low IQ, like the lowest IQ DGGers, unfortunately. And then there's probably snarkers pretending to be DGG. Because we saw that was a thing, right? And I'm being serious. There were snarkers who pretended to be DGG to gay op Hutch. And by the way, I don't trust any gray names. I don't trust any of you. He gets paid nothing from YouTube, from what I understand, for several months. Just keep being wrong. What does that mean? So why not wait for the manifesto? Refrain from stating your opinion until the evidence is released. Isn't it snake behavior? What's snaky? What's snaky about saying, hey, Destiny, if you're going to dox people, you should know that they're the people who are digitally harassing you. I'm sorry, what's snaky about that? You need them to say they endorse it? That was a claim made in chat, you dipshit. If it went around saying and arguing for hours that it's understandable for a parent to heat their children, but I don't endorse it, you'd believe me? You guys suck. DGG is not sending their best. Snarkers are not sending their best. Saying that Destiny is withholding the manifesto for views is a pretty rat-fucked interpretation and shows how you were on Doobie's side from the start. Have fun with your whale. What? Do you think Destiny would deny that he wants to create a beautiful manifesto in order to rape his opposition? Hasn't he said so as much? Okay, this guy was schizo. I'm done here. Dude, you came here for today. You're a gray name. This is the first and last time that I'll see your user handle. I'm sorry. Hold on. I should be clear about snarkers and or DGGers who are doing gay ops in reference to, oh my God, Connor's lost his mind. I can't watch him anymore, but you're a gray name. Okay? You see all the blue names and the green names? The green names are people who have been around during the mass gifted memberships of Patriarch and Grassroots Hegemon. Those are all the green names. All the blue names are people, because I have a small community of 50 to 150 people. All the blue names are people who have been interesting, smart, or cool enough for me to say, you're a regular, and I like you, and I don't want to ban you. So I made them blue. So if you're gray, and you come in and say, I used to be the biggest fan of Counterpoints until today. I am taking my Patreon off, and I will no longer be donating to this channel. You're a loser. TOS. Come on, guys. It's not looking good. 5:28. We got 2 minutes left. DGG made a bold assertion. They made a bold assertion. Doobie has been a stochastic terrorist. He's been a stochastic terrorist trying to annihilate Steven from orbit online for months. He's been advocating for Steven's destruction publicly for months. I've been waiting for 18 minutes for a screenshot, and you got 60 seconds left. You got 60 seconds to show me the screenshot. Can someone hide behind descriptive claims to avoid accountability while creating prescriptive outcomes? Absolutely. W. Connor. That's the one person who said it. Caramel Cold Brew says, I can't hate Connor. I tried. I like him too much. It happens. Why are you acting like the viewers are circus monkeys that need to dance for you? You don't have to. Bye. Because DGG is making bold claims, and they're not backing it up. Every dumb DGGer here is actually a snarker? True. That could be true. Opposition, gay ops, yep. They're calling him Ahab the way he's chasing whales. True. I've been reasonable all day. All right, Elikonos. Here you go. Here's your standard moderator. Don't make me regret it. Emperor of Elba. I know you. Here you go. Here's some wrenches. Rob's the boss, but he pissed me off recently, so I'm going to leave him demodded. Suck it, Rob's the boss. Scrumble Stump says, I'm a gray man. I'll be honest, you were nobody to me who was on many other streams. I came here to see what was up because no one I actually watched was live. You've lost the plot. Okay, bye. See ya. You don't need to watch. I'm a regular and you've lost the plot? I've never seen you ever before. I say, Molly says, what color is my name? You're blue. Prescriptively or descriptively? That's funny. We got like 2 or 3 people who are like, I'm a long-time viewer. Who made the assertion? Who cares? DGG's making the assertion. Destiny's making the assertion. Destiny said so as much today. He said Doobie has been running Viet Cong anti-Destiny hate parades in Wick's Discord and in Connor's Discord for months. Any evidence? Any? Fellrunner is a passionate anti-Doobier. All right. Anyways. All right, I got to go to bed. Oh, well, I don't have to go to bed. I have to go work. I got to go work on post-recorded content. But it is 5:32. I gave you guys an extra 2 minutes on top. And you didn't do shit with it. Literally, we sat here for 18 minutes waiting for DGG to back up an assertion that they have casually made all day. They had nothing. Embarrassing. Okay? Embarrassing. Yahoo says, I just don't think there's any benefit to keeping around stalkers and snarkers. I think if you value Destiny, it's a reasonable line for him to draw. Love. Okay. It is what it is. All right. Anyways, 1,037 people. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage your chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Well, I parasocially love most of you. I'll play Eli's music as the outro. Where's Eli Gray? Eli! Where are you? There you are. Here we go. I'm going to play this and hang out for 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Why don't you fuck around and find out? Why don't you fuck around and find out? Why don't you fuck around and find out and learn the hard way? Why don't you fuck around and find out? Why don't you fuck around and find out? Why don't you fuck around and find out and learn the hard way? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Why don't you fuck around and find out? Why don't you fuck around and find out? Why don't you fuck around and find out and learn the hard way? Why don't you fuck around and find out? Why don't you fuck around and find out? Why don't you fuck around and find out and learn the hard way? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Why don't you fuck around and find out? Why don't you fuck around and find out? Why don't you fuck around and find out and learn the hard way? Why don't you fuck around and find out?
All right, well, I'm going to pause that there just because I've heard people being impolite. Eli Gray is a community member. I'll fucking link that in the, I'll link that in the chat. Well, can I link that in the chat? I can't link that in the chat. Eli, give me some way to fucking link this shit to people. But anyways, no, he's a real artist. He actually plays drums, does guitar, all that kind of shit. 100% AI? No, eat a dick. Kill yourself. All right, give me the wrench back. I thought I did. I thought I just did. I did. I did just do it. I was straight until I heard this music. Well, let's go make out. Let's go fucking space dog. All right. Anyways. Feel free to send me the evidence. Let me think about how I want to say goodbye to our 887 remaining viewers. I don't hate Destiny. I don't hate Destiny. I think he's scared. I think he's angry. And that's okay. And I think he wants his friends to back him. But I only back shit that I think is true. And so if you want me to back Doxing Esports Batman, you better show me a reason why you did it. If you want me to back Doxing Wicked Supreme, you better show me a good reason why you did it. If you want me to back Doxing Doobie, you better show me a good reason why you did it. If you want to hang out with food shops, a fucking lolicon pedophile, then you better show me why he did it. And if you don't, then I'm not going to back you. It's that fucking simple. So, anyways, good luck. Like the stream, share with your friends, engage your chat, super chats. If you got any memberships, if you got them, I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. See you 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. on Monday through Friday. I'm live on Valor Media Network Monday through Friday, except for Tuesdays. On Tuesdays, I'm live on Counterpoints Politics, where we do React Dandy shit. So, anyways, gotta go work.